place. I hope that Italy way of working, Italian way of working, and Indian way of working in hospitality industry.
Let's celebrate International Hospitality Day.
Greetings of the day and a very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests from all parts of the world present here today. This is your host, Sanchari Chaudhary and Rupinder Khurana, extending our warm namaste to everyone. We have gathered here together to celebrate the 8th International Hospitality Day globally.
The International Hospitality Council, in association with the International Institute of Hotel Management, organized the first International Hospitality Day on April the 24th, 2016. IHC's three main objectives are to celebrate, promote, and educate hospitality. IHD is an event of global proportions and seeks participation from countries around the world. Our conclave today is a cutting-edge platform for education, networking, and sharing the latest developments in the hospitality industry, including sustainable hospitality and partnership. Reflecting the Sustainable Development Goal number 17 of the United Nations. Goal number 17 is about revitalizing the global partnership for sustainable development.
We are certain we'll have a lot to take back today from the discussions that would be insightful, experiential, and diverse. Before we move forward, we would like to invite none other than Dr. Suborno Bose, our enduring chairman and CEO, who has always promoted and supported partnerships in diversified industries. Inviting Dr. Bose for his opening remarks today, but before that, requesting our IT team to play a small AV on his journey.
Dr. Suborno Bose, a brilliant chartered accountant and founder of Indie Smart Group Worldwide and IIHM, is a first-generation entrepreneur, champion of sustainable development goals, author, global speaker, and a hospitality icon. He is the man behind the Young Chef India Schools and the famous Young Chef Olympiad, which is the largest culinary Olympiad in the world where over 55 plus countries participates and that promotes young culinary talent across the world. He is also the CEO of the International Hospitality Council, London, and initiated the International Hospitality Day celebrated every year on 24th of April. Dr. Bose conferred the Hall of Fame Award to Mr. Ratan Tata, Chairman of Tata Group, in 2017 on the occasion of International Hospitality Day. Dr. Bose believes in striving hard to provide the best platform in tech education in every field. Therefore, he founded EduGuy, an online education and admission platform. He has authored the famous book, The Art of Hospitality, an engaging read that explores many facets of hospitality and has made relevant contribution to the book, Managing Complexity and COVID-19, among others. Dr. Bose is a prolific speaker and has spoken in several international and national conferences and business meets. Dr. Bose has received many prestigious awards, including the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader of Asia Award in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia. He also received the ET Now Business Leader of the Year Award in 2020, acknowledging and applauding his pioneering vision of giving a new meaning to hospitality education.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome Dr. Suborno Bose.
Very good afternoon to all of you who are sitting here and thousands who are online from all over the world. I start this very inspirational day, if I can tell this, with a very big congratulations to all of us who work in this amazing hospitality, tourism, and the travel industry. This day is the day dedicated to the people who runs the industry globally. As we go ahead on this very famous auspicious day today, there would be a lot of action for the next 6 hours. But when we created this day years ago, along with the chairman of the International Hospitality Council, Professor David Foskett, it was created with the single-minded vision of promoting hospitality as a fraternity, as an industry, as a career, educating hospitality to the young people all over the globe, and of course, celebrating hospitality. And that's what we are doing today. Today, we are going to celebrate hospitality. And when we say celebrate hospitality, what do we celebrate? We celebrate the people. We celebrate you, the people of hospitality, right from the people who create hotels, the builders, the promoters, the owners, the CEOs, the general managers, the chefs, to the people who are the behind the scene actual nuts and bolts of the industry, who are not seen, but today is a day when they will be recognized, rewarded for their passion, for their dedication. Because our industry is all about passion. It's all about huge dedication, hard work, and also it's an amazing industry because this industry gives you a kind of satisfaction, a kind of opportunity globally, which no other industry gives you. To the students, this is a very important day because for them, hospitality is not just about career, it's about lifestyle. So today, we have also introduced in this edition of the International Hospitality Day, a new segment, which is Hospitality Honors 2023. Hospitality Honors list is a list where we have got some of the most passionate, most wonderful people from all over the globe who have been listed, and they will be recognized. And they include some of the names which we all have heard of. Also, we have got a very famous award, which is called the International Hospitality Council Hall of Fame. This Hall of Fame is the ultimate recognition to one person who creates a huge difference in the life of millions in the industry. So in 2017, we were absolutely honored to have inducted no other than Ratan Tata in the Hall of the Fame of the International Hospitality Council. And then Padma Shri Sanjeev Kapoor needs no introduction. He was inducted, followed by the world famous Michelin star French chef Raymond Blanc. So today also we have a person of huge stature, huge respect, and a man who made difference in the life of millions in our industry, who will be also inducted in the International Hospitality Council in association with IIHM Hall of Fame 2023. But today, it's also a day for all of us to celebrate hospitality. We have got all kinds of days. We have got World Chef Day, Housekeeping Day, but all this day come together into one day, and that is the International Hospitality Day. And that's today, the 24th of April. So let's celebrate this day with a lot of gusto, lot of energy, lot of enthusiasm to all the people who are working in the industry globally. All of us come together as a family, as a fraternity, as a community, the community of the hospitality workers, right from the CEOs to the doorman of a hotel. We all together come to celebrate the International Hospitality Day. So to all the students also of the IIHM and elsewhere, this is also a great day to celebrate what you are doing, what you are studying, because hospitality is not a studies inside the four walls. It's about learning. And today also, you will learn a lot, as Sanchari was mentioning, about the Sustainable Development Goal number 17, which is about partnership. The world moves around partnership. Partnership among the customers, partnership with the suppliers, partnership with the guest, partnership among educational institution, partnership with the government. All these partnerships come together to create the most important goal, according to me, of the United Nations SDG, the goal number 17. And today we celebrate partnership as a theme of this year's International Hospitality Day 2023. So let me take this great pleasure, honor, and privilege of welcoming all of you as we start off the online Global Hospitality Day convention, where people from all over the globe will come and join in and speak, and will also be inducted in the Hospitality Honors List 2023, as we all celebrate their success, and we also celebrate your success today. So to all of them, a big round of applause to all the people working in the industry all over the world. This day is for you. Enjoy the day. You work hard all the days. So to me, if you ask honestly, every day is a hospitality day. But as we say, there has to be one day when we cut the cake. That is today. So thank you very much for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, and to all the students of IIHM campuses. It's a great privilege for me. And let's the show starts. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for giving us the perfect start for this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, along with our super visionary Dr. Bose, we have another gentleman who has, together with Sir, laid the foundation of the International Hospitality Day. I'm pleased to call our keynote speaker to say a few words. Professor David Foskett, member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guild of Chefs, and a fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. He is the co-author of many culinary and food and beverage books that are being used in the hospitality education in over 140 countries. Professor Foskett, sir, I request you to come and deliver your keynote speech. Professor Foskett, if I may request you to please unmute. Yes, thank you so much.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Thank you so much.
Hear me? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Well, good morning to you all from a quite bright. You can hear me? Yeah. Good morning to you all from a very bright day in England. It's a great honour and pleasure for me to address you all on this fantastic day of days, Hospitality Day, and a Hospitality Day which we all must celebrate, because hospitality is so important to our local economy, our national economy, and the global economy, and for our health and welfare. Bringing people together in partnership, in harmony, to enjoy hospitality. Hospitality is about enjoyment. It's about making life better. And it does make life better for all of us. It's a pleasure to travel. It's a pleasure to eat out, to dine with friends, to celebrate our events, our passage through life, births, marriages, celebrations of all kinds. And we are at the heart, hospitality is at the very heart of what humanity is. To be hospitable is to be human. To be human is to be hospitable. And we have much to celebrate. We have to celebrate the sheer contribution that hospitality gives us all. Employment, not just those people that work in hospitality, but those people that supply hospitality. So many other industries depend on hospitality and thriving hospitality. And the biggest lesson I've learned is during lockdown how miserable life was without hospitality. Look what hospitality contributes to us all. Hospitality is the beating heart of society across the world. And sustainable hospitality is more important today than any other time in our history. And IIHM is the leader in sustainable hospitality education. IIHM is the beating heart of sustainable hospitality education, showing the world and delivering to the world how it should be done. And there are tremendous messages going out to the world from today. And I say to every student that's listening, you are the future. You will carry the batons of hospitality to the next generations. I congratulate you all for choosing hospitality, celebrating hospitality. But today is important because you will learn so much. Hospitality, for many of us, is not just a career. It's a lifestyle. It's the way we live our lives. In looking after people, in greeting people, in creating celebrations, in satisfying the very need that people want in life. To communicate with one another through food and drink. And what better way to communicate and bring us all together and understanding through food and drink. And I know that during the YCO, the International World of Chefs, where the young people cook the dishes of their country, they are so proud of what they've done. They're so proud of their heritage through food, and they share it with other people. And other people enjoy learning about different dishes of different countries. And that breaks down any barriers of communication. And I've seen this time and time again, that we can bring the world together through the love of hospitality. And yet, what better way than young people learn today what can be done? Us generations past have not always got it right, because often we don't understand and appreciate cultures. And hospitality is about understanding culture, understanding hospitality culture. And I pay tribute to IIHM and Dr. Bose, not only in bringing this Hospitality Day together, but bringing the world together in peace, harmony, and understanding. We have much to learn from one another. No one country has the answers, but together we can explore the answers. We can explore what the future holds. Bringing people together, sharing ideas, sharing our thoughts, and most importantly, sharing our understanding. Peace and harmony through hospitality. And I always remember a quote from Mother Teresa of Calcutta. She said, "Friendship begins with a smile." And I will say, friendship not only for us begins with a smile, it begins by offering hospitality, opening your doors to people. That's what hospitality is. Open your doors. And today, the great Hospitality Day is about opening the doors to the world. Let's all listen. Let's all listen to one another. And everywhere I go in the world, I learn. And by coming to India, I have learnt so much. I have learnt so much about hospitality. I have learnt so much what India has to give to the world in terms of hospitality. Hospitality is the DNA of the culture of India. It leads the world in many ways in hospitality. And today is all of us celebrate. And for you students, the future, you should give yourself a pat on the back and say, well done. I've chosen the right career. And I've chosen the right college to study hospitality. What a wonderful day to celebrate. And congratulations to IIHM. Congratulations to Dr. Bose in bringing this initiative together, bringing the world together, bringing the great icons of the industry, the entrepreneurs of the industry who have made such a valuable contribution to this world. And students, listen to these entrepreneurs. Listen carefully to what they've got to say and how they have achieved, because they were like you. They started as a student, and this is the journey that they've been on in their life to be great champions of hospitality. This is a wonderful day of celebration, and I could not be more honored and privileged to talk to you today and to be part of this wonderful, wonderful celebration. So I think I've probably said enough. I can carry on and talk for long more, but I think the message is very clear. Hospitality is important. It is the beating heart of the world. It is human. and we are celebrating humanity today, the art and science of hospitality. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, and congratulations, and have a fantastic day. I'll join you again this afternoon, London time. So thank you, and give yourself a big pat on the back, students, and say, well done. I've chosen the right career. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. Like always, our hearts are bigger and fuller with the love that you always spread. A big thank you to you and Dr. Bose for initiating this, for making this a part of our lives, and for such a boon to the hospitality world. Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. As you rightly said, opening the doors to the world, that's exactly what we are doing today, opening the doors to the entire world where we celebrate hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to share that we have an amazing speaker lined up for today's event. Ms. Meghna Shankaranarayanan, Head of Industry, Travel and Food Tech, APAC at Google, will be speaking about Google trends in hospitality. We are fortunate to have Meghna join us today and share her expertise with us. Her insights will surely be valuable for all of us and will help us understand how technology and data analytics can be leveraged to drive growth and innovation in the hospitality industry. Such a pleasure to see you here, Meghna. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and afternoon.
Thank you, Sanchari. I enjoyed Dr. Foskett's address as well. And something that he said really resonated with, I think, something that's unique to India and hospitality. What we say, Atithi Devo Bhava. It translates to guest is God. I think there is no greater satisfaction than in serving someone else. It could come from a place of spirituality, or it could come from your profession, but it's truly a noble profession that most of you are in. And can I go ahead and share my screen, or Sanchari, is the slide coming?
Yes, we shall definitely give you the, yes. IT team requesting you to give her the pass, right?
And you can share the screen.
To do so, yes.
Can everybody see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, excellent. So I'll just get started. I typically like to start with this first slide that you're seeing, and it was set by one of our many consumers from the research that we do every year. And they spoke about how during COVID, or rather post-COVID, their mindset has changed completely. They felt like if you have, suddenly you're unsure, right? You have one life and you don't know if it's going to last for a day or whether it's for 1 year, and you want to do the most that you can. And COVID has changed the way that a lot of people have started thinking about travel. Travel remains, I think, fundamentally one of those expense buckets that people have not started cutting back on. In fact, they're spending a lot more than they used to do before. And it is no secret that accommodation is booming. So the hotel industry is booming. Now, to give you a sense of what this looks like, you can see the trend of Google searches for accommodations. This includes resorts, hotels, hostels, pretty much any subcategory that nests under accommodation. And you can see that in the year 2022 and 2023, the searches or the demand is far higher than pre-COVID, which is 2019. You can, of course, see, like the dips through 2020, 2021, and early 2022. Something that has stood out last year is that the peak in December was a lot higher than the peak in May. We all know that there are two main seasons for Indian travelers. That's the summer holidays, which is, as we speak, April and May, and then in December and Jan. So this was something that stood out to us. We also like looking at overall demand query by volume. And you can see that business demand drives a lot of our query. So Bombay, Bangalore, New Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, the metros and tier 1 drives a lot of demand. And within the luxury category, we are seeing Jaipur, that of course makes the list in the top 10. Please focus your attention on the left table for now. But what you don't see is Goa and Mandrum. You see Goa there as well, but you don't see Udaipur, because Udaipur kind of comes in the top 15. But those were the three top leisure destinations over the last 12 weeks. Varanasi and Puri are also kind of upcoming pilgrimage destinations, also, kind of making it to the list of the top 20 destinations that Indians are searching for. I'd like you to focus your attention on the table on the right. Now, this doesn't really look at demand volume. What it looks at is the fastest growing destinations. And you can see that it's a great mix. Newtown, Guni, Naroda, Niljegaon, all of these are small, medium business hubs. And you can see that it's good that there is traction for accommodation in these places. You can also see that Tiruchendur, Baranagar, Vargaon, these are smaller pilgrimage centers that are picking up. So there's a good mix of, business, leisure, pilgrimage that is growing, which is also a good sign of things to come. This is something that I'd like to focus on, and I think something that will resonate with most of the audience, given all of you are students. 18 to 24-year-olds form a sizable chunk of online bookers, right? And over here, you can see that it's the second biggest cohort of travel bookers. And sometimes they don't book for themselves. They end up booking for their whole family. And I like what this lady is telling us. She says, my parents aren't tech savvy. They don't know how to look for things while planning for a trip. So I have to take the lead. I look at options, shortlist, and then just show them the shortlisted options. They can manage to open the links if I send it to them on the mobile. So I think as brands, we need to be in a position where your target audience could be in the 34 plus cohort, but you have to speak to the 18 to 24-year-old cohort, because that's where the booking journey kind of starts. And family trips are the #1 reasons for Indians to travel. And most of family travel is actually organized by the 18 to 26 cohort. And it's a high stress job for the 18 to 26 category, because all the expectations are pinned on them. And here you can see that some of them say that if something goes wrong, the entire blame comes on me because I've taken the onus of booking. So how do we reassure, how do we ensure that we are communicating either food options or accessibility options, and making it easy really for an 18 to 26-year-old to book travel for their whole family? And when Indians travel, you know that it's typically 4 generations. So there are grandparents, there are parents, there are children, and then sometimes there are tiny tots as well. And sometimes if it's not 4 generations, it's at least 3 generations that you're catering for, each of whom have a separate level of expectations from most hospitality players. The other trend that I want to speak about today is value hunting, which is at the core of how most Indians shop, even for clothes or electronics, but also when it comes to the service industry or hospitality, right? So over here, there is Anil, who looks at an OTA website. And then I like his quote. He says that with the price from an OTA, I ask for a better rate at the first hotel. Then I go and ask at a few other hotels to find the best deal. My budget is 1,500 to 2,000, but I want to get a hotel room that's actually worth 4,000, right? So this is something that we should watch out for. There are also folks who try and compare multiple hotels. So they don't complete the booking online. They walk in, they roam around, they assess the exterior of the hotel and the mannerisms of the staff. So you can see that this is a high touch purchase and something that they want to put a lot of thought into. So those of you who are in the front desk, you could really make or break a sale. Nina over here actually asks the hotel to share recent photos because she doesn't trust the ones online. She feels like some of them are at least 5 to 10 months old, and she wants them to send fresh pictures before she can make her purchase. So a lot of reassurance is something that people are looking for. And finally, when the pictures or the expectation and reality is mismatched, families are even okay walking away from a property. You will know that most of our tourist destinations are set in such a way that you could very easily walk out of one property just to kind of enter 5 or 6 others. So you are in a highly competitive environment, and people will leave you if you don't stand for authenticity if your digital assets, kind of don't reflect your offline assets. I also like what Hari is saying, where he says that he books a hotel only for the first couple of nights. And then what he does is gauge whether this location and this hotel meets all his requirements for the trip. And if it doesn't, then he's okay to, kind of change his hotel after a couple of days. And here there is a lot of potential, right? Even if a hotel is far away, I think the service, the expectation, the way that Hari's expectation could kind of convince him to stay on at your property, and he doesn't need to go out and look. So I think this is very much a controllable expectation for us. Three other things that stand out are really safety, cleanliness, and food, which are top considerations. And you can see that from most of the reviews, and we went ahead and we assessed something like 12,000 reviews, most of them, kind of highlighted these three. So even when you're thinking of your property or digital assets for your property, you will do well to talk about these elements because it is top of mind for most Indians traveling, especially clean bathrooms, tends to be something that comes up very often in reviews that we look at. The other piece is this is a bit of a dichotomy. There are Indian travelers who very much want familiarity when they are traveling around. So they want to eat food that they are used to eating back at home. But there is another set of travelers who want to eat local. So they want to sample new cuisines. They want, like a local farm to the table kind of experience. And how is it that we can cater to both of them with equal elan? And finally, 70% of online bookers use YouTube for trip planning. And this is something that is very akin to Indian travelers. In fact, India registers the maximum number of searches on YouTube for the hotel and travel category across the world. And you can see that this lady is telling us that in this generation, I don't think everyone likes reading. It's better to listen and see. If you search on Google, they'll give you details about the place. But, if you start reading, it's quite boring. That's why I start on YouTube. So, I just feel wow by looking at the videos. Now, I don't know if it is okay for the kids in the room to agree to this. Maybe you don't want to agree to this because your professors are also listening. But I think this is the growing trend. Like video is where most of the planning and discovery is taking place these days. And already mentioned this, about 57% of our travelers are spending more compared to pre-pandemic. They are okay to upgrade the level of holiday that they have envisioned. So someone who's typically used to booking a 3-star hotel is now booking a 4-star hotel. Someone who's okay, typically booking a 4-star hotel is now kind of upgrading. And finally, Indians are very keen to take their pets with them. So to have a pet-friendly atmosphere and also to talk about being pet-friendly is crucial because the number of pets in India almost doubled during the pandemic. And the queries for pet-friendly accommodations and restaurants are actually growing at about 150% year over year. So that's all I had. I hope you all have a great day and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meghna. In fact, a lot of information that you provided was very insightful, and especially for the youngsters who are undergoing hospitality course, it's quite an eye opener that a lot of people, the majority of the online booking is being done by the youngsters who are between an age group, which is like, we never imagined that it's them who are the major drivers. And in fact, that they're doing it for their parents and the entire family, in fact, and going online and checking. And a lot of them are being driven by the videos, which are depictive of, what that destination has to offer. So a lot of it has, relevance today. And in fact, Google information, which you shared about the rise in the bookings, which we have seen pre-COVID to post-COVID, a lot of people have taken to travel, as you mentioned. They are, not leaving it to chance, especially after having gone through what they have gone through during the COVID period. A lot of them are out there and wanting to explore. And that's good for us in the hospitality industry because it sort of translates into better business. And that's what you have indicated, that there's a huge demand which has come up, and the demand's just increasing, not only in the leisure sector, it's also in the business sector as well as for the pilgrimage. So that's absolutely, absolutely wonderful. And we thank you so much for all that insightful information that you shared with us. And we really enjoyed your talk.
Thank you so much, Rupinder. I at least know that you listened to me very well. That was a fantastic summary.
Right. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special guest with us, someone who needs no introduction in the hospitality industry. Padma Shri Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, a renowned chef, author, and a television personality. He has joined us today to share his thoughts on International Hospitality Day. So Chef Sanjeev Kapoor is a true inspiration to many of us in the hospitality industry. His passion for food and culinary innovation has made him a household name, not just in India, but around the world. His numerous accolades and contribution to the industry make him the perfect speaker for today's event. So over to you, Chef Kapoor. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you, Rupinder. What a fantastic session. Thank you for having me here. Always a pleasure. And any celebration of hospitality anywhere in the world, and especially when it is done by the one and only Dr. Subarno Bose of IHM and Atithi, and that too showing commitment towards the sustainability goals. I think no matter where I am, it's funny how there are so many sessions that I've done, sometimes from airport lounge to aeroplane to car to now I'm on my way to the airport. But I always try and learn, because it's not that I speak because I want to speak. It's because it gives me a chance to learn. So thank you for helping me learn more and more. And if we are talking about learning, no learning is complete if we don't collaborate. And that's where partnerships come into play. And all our lives, I think different P's, the marketing, anyone who's been to marketing colleges and schools, all the P's were important, from product, price to positioning to everything. But I think the most important goal in the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals, I think the power of collaboration, power of partnership, and that too, the way it has been enumerated in the sessions here today. I think it's critical that we focus on it, and I'm so happy that the whole thought is on partnerships. Since there are people who are talking different things, I want to speak on something which I think helped me a lot in becoming who I am today. And so I just want to add that how partnerships can become better, no matter whether it's industry bodies, whether it's peer-to-peer. I think the key is constant and effective communication. That is critical. So no partnership can be done if there is, and I say this consistency of communication. So people talk about clarity of communication, critical. Of course, it is critical. Food as an industry, we talk how consistency of quality of food is important. In communication, also to build partnerships, to have effective partnerships, not only clarity of communication is important, the effectiveness comes from consistent communication. So anybody who's involved in this and they want to move the needle in anything that is done, especially in these goals, and if it's through partnerships that we are trying to do, make this place a better world. I know that FAO and many organizations, and I'm glad that IHC has taken in its fold to be serious about these sustainability goals. And it's the consistency of communication. When I say it, I think I would also like to add today, and I want to sensitize each and every one of us, including me, and that's where I think we need to, no matter what we do, all the good things to do, which may not feel that they are necessarily for us. It's like when we eat something, it is us who is eating. We eat it, it's our meal time. But when we talk about sustainable goals, the first one is we are looking at the world, how to make a world a better place. So with the partnerships that we want to build through consistent communication, and I want to stay focused on that. The another layer that I would like to add on consistency is the urgency. I think it is important to build in that sense of urgency, which is critical, because at times there are certain goals which when we look at a time horizon, which at times may not be specific, at times it may be long term, but we are talking of these goals if we want to move the needle in our sensible life. If we want to see them quickly, then there has to be a sense of urgency in that. So I would like to just congratulate the whole board of IHC, all the participants that who are there. That a big thank you from my side for doing this and being committed towards this cause. Because first, a collective body can move many things, not just one person can do that. And if there is a plan to do something, and there's a clear-cut plan that I see toward building partnerships, the 5-point agenda, I've seen that. So that's critical. But the only layer that I want to add is of consistency in that communication, be it these sessions, be it letters, be it phone calls, be it messaging, a plan which is thorough, clear, and there has to be a sense of urgency. Sense of urgency not for ourselves. It is something that we expect from others also. So communication is not one way. Communication is always 2 ways. So sense of urgency, inner and external also. So that's where the definitions of timelines becomes critical. So with these words, I would like to wish everyone once again a very happy International Hospitality Day. All the best, and let's start urgent, clear, and consistent communication to build partnerships and achieve the goals faster than what any one of us individually can think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chef Kapoor. Very rightfully spoken. You have actually instilled a sense of urgency in all of us, and truly spoken. We don't have enough time. Which we thought that we would have in our hands. But then today, when we see things happening, the changes in nature happening, and the effects taking shape, and we getting to see them, it's really alarming. And so it's important that we all get together and form a partnership, and there should be a clarity of thought, as you mentioned, when you communicate. There should be consistency of communication. It should not be just one-off conversation. It has to be something which needs to be followed up. And of course, with the urgency that you have talked about. So thank you so much for taking time out, being here today on this very important day, which is the International Hospitality Day, a day that we all hospitality professionals get together and celebrate because it's our day. And thank you so much. Your smile makes a difference, and I'm sure your message has been read very loud and clear by all the students who are listening to you, all the people who are listening to you, and that's going to be really carrying a lot of weightage. Thank you so much, Chef Kapoor. Moving on to something that we have been waiting for. Some years back, we read a book which really demystified the hospitality industry. It was written by none other than our chairman and chief mentor, Dr. Suborno Bose. The book was The Art of Hospitality. It was a book which was very helpful to all the people who are interested in hospitality, and it depicted hospitality like no other book had done before. And today, he's ready with another publication. So I'd like to now invite Dr. Suborno Bose to unveil his latest book.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on this very important day, it's my great privilege once again to launch the cover of the book, which is coming in a couple of weeks' time, The Art of Sustainable Hospitality, which has been patented by me. And this is such great thing, as Chef Sanjeev Kapoor right now told about the importance of sustainability and partnership, and consistently doing it urgently as an agility point of view. So very, very happy to launch on this very auspicious day in the hospitality calendar of the globe, the newest book, The Art of Sustainable Hospitality. It will create a new genre of thoughts in the luxury hospitality space as well, not just in the sustainability space, because we all work in the lot of work in the luxury space. So very happy, very delighted to launch this book in this very auspicious day. Thank you so much for all the support, for all the help, for all the contribution, the team, and also the team from the All Caps and the team from the IT helped us to get this book in time. Thank you so much, and there we are.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. Moving on, I would like to invite our chairman once more for a little surprise for our guests today. Announcing Mr. Nayan Jyoti Saikia, who is the Master Chef India 2023 winner. I would like to request Dr. Bose to felicitate him with a bouquet.
So ladies and gentlemen, students and colleagues, and not just here, but all over the globe on the screen, we have the young winner of the MasterChef India 2023, the chef Atithi Saikia with us on this very auspicious International Hospitality Day at IIHM Global Campus at Kolkata. And we all followed all the episodes, or most of the episodes, and we saw how difficult it is to become the winner of the MasterChef India. So once again, congratulations. And I'm personally very delighted because possibly in first time in history, someone from the Northeast or even East have won it. So we are absolutely delighted to have Chef Saikia with us. He's from Tinshukia, which is in the Northeast, and for a beautiful, beautiful Northeast. And it's a great privilege for all of us to have you, Chef, and especially for the young chefs who are here and all over the place, all over the screens. I'm sure that your winning the MasterChef is a great inspiration for all of us and all of the students as well. And I'd also like to give and be giving the award, yeah, certificate, yeah. As a part of the felicitation from the International Hospitality Council and IIHM, may I present this certification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose. With that, I now move on to inviting Chef Sanjay Kak, who is the fellow of IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. He is also the Director, Culinary Arts, Development and Teaching at IIHM. And also to invite the YCO Gold Medalist, Mr. ML Zainalzadeh, along with Chef Saikia to be there on stage for a fireside chat with Chef Sanjay Kak. Over to you, Chef Kak.
Thank you very much, Khurana sir. I'm really honored and delighted to be part of this conversation, and we just welcomed the Master Chef Atithi Saikia, and we are really honored here at IIHM that he has been able to come here today to be a part of the International Hospitality Day. And we also have ML Zainalzad from Azerbaijan, the gold medalist who won YCO. And what a surprise element ML was. And I'm told that he is joining along with his mentor, who will be translating because he has some difficulties in English. I'm sure he's trying to improve because he's become an international star. And we will have conversation with both Nayan Jyoti and Emil. And I would like to start my conversation, first of all, by congratulating both Nayan and Emil for this great feat of winning the hospitality and the culinary competitions, which are known for their quality all over the world. The MasterChef India, which has now become one of the prime runners in the international culinary competitions, and of course, YCO, the largest of them all across the world for young chefs. Very welcome, Emil. Emil, can you hear us? Oh, great, fantastic. All right, so I'll start my conversation first with Nayan. Nayan Jyoti, you have kind of broken the sound barrier, and you have made it possible, for yourself, as Dr. Bose was saying just now, that you are probably one of the first, not probably the first one, to break this barrier and get to be the winner of the MasterChef India from the east and the northeast of India. So congratulations for that.
Thank you.
Can you hear him? I think his mic is not working. Yeah, it's working. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You'll have to just be a little loud. All right. So tell us, why culinary art?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm so privileged to be here. To be honest, the place I belong is a very remote, very small place, and I belong to a village which is far from the town area.
Tell us the name of your village, because it's going to become famous now.
So my village name is Govindapur. It's around 7 to 8 kilometers from the town area, and major city is Guwahati in the entire northeast. So it's around 450 kilometers from Guwahati. Right. So it's really far from the major city. So it was really difficult for me to start a culinary journey from a remote area. And when I was growing up as a child, there was no big restaurant or even cafe in our area. So I didn't know how the food in big restaurants. So I just tried to make at home, from the internet, from the books. I started reading books, started reading articles about food, started watching videos. Then I tried to copy the recipes, but sometimes I didn't get the ingredients because of the place, and all the online delivering apps, they didn't deliver. Yeah, so they didn't deliver in those places. So I had to come to Guwahati to pick those ingredients from Guwahati to then again came back to my place, and then I start cooking. So it was very difficult for me to do such experiments.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So great. I'm sure nothing happens without passion.
Yeah.
And I would like to take the privilege of, a quote. I don't know. I don't know whether it is the right quote for the time. But it is always said that there is only one God and there are many ways to reach it. The same is also told about the passion. If you have the passion, there are many ways by which you can reach it. Nayan Jyoti reached his passion by getting into MasterChef, struggling all these years. And Emil took the professional route to get into the culinary arts. My next question is to Emil. Emil, tell us, why did you choose culinary arts as a career option for yourself? Emil, you need to be a little louder because we cannot hear you. Can you hear us? Somebody who's on the Zoom, can you help us by increasing the volume? I can see they are unmuted, but we can't hear them. All right. While this is being corrected, I will continue my conversation with Nayan Jyoti. Nayan Jyoti, tell me why did you choose to go to MasterChef and not probably choose a very conventional way of getting into let's say hospitality or culinary arts? Why did you choose MasterChef?
So when I started finishing my education, HS after HS, I wanted to join a hospitality industry of hotel management institute. Then I asked my parents, can I join in a hotel management institute? They denied because in such remote areas, they didn't see any future. Because there are lots of good restaurants, good hotels. I've been doing really great. They're serving really great foods, but because of the remoteness, people don't go like tourists. Very less tourists because of
few people. Yeah,
very few people come. That's why we had seen lots of good hotels have been shut down. That's why my parents didn't want me to join in a hospitality industry. So after HS, I joined in a engineering institute.
Okay.
Then after I finished my graduation in an engineering institute.
What engineering was it?
Mechanical engineering.
Mechanical.
Yeah.
Very popular.
Yeah. So I again asked my parents, can I do now? After actually they forced me to complete my
into the engineering.
Yeah. So after
so you satisfied your parents and then you did something of your own.
Yeah,
correct.
So even after that, they didn't want me to join in a hospitality industry. So I started doing experiments in my room in my rent house. I started doing some ingredients from our local areas. I started experimenting with those ingredients.
Cooking local ingredients.
Local ingredients with international cuisine or international dishes.
I must say that your highlight probably of whatever little I saw of MasterChef this year, your highlight was basically use of your local ingredients, which you highlighted.
Yes.
And I think Chef Ranveer and everybody was very happy about how you were utilizing local ingredients. Great. So are we back with Emil? Can we hear them?
So ML is still having some problems connecting. We are trying to get through to the translator and see if we can connect. Right.
Purana sir, let me then continue with Nayan and we'll finish with him and then probably talk to ML later. Okay. Now that you have crossed this barrier and you have come into the paradigm of professional chefs. Tell us, Nayan, what are your program? What are you planning to do in future, in the near future, and maybe in the future beyond? Let's say 1 year. I understand that you have a contract now for a year or so. And what are you going to do beyond that contract?
It's really I wanted to showcase our regional cuisine, regional ingredients. Because I've never seen Assamese food or Northeastern food in big restaurants. Even our ingredients are so unique, so different from rest of the world. So I wanted to highlight.
I love Assamese food.
Yeah.
By the way, I love Assamese food.
Yeah, they're very subtle, plain, but really delicious. Yeah. So I wanted to highlight our regional ingredients, regional food. I want to do more experiment on those ingredients.
Maybe start a restaurant of your own.
Probably, yeah.
All right, tell me. This is a very cliched question I ask everybody. This is one of my favorite. Tell me 3 important things that you learned from MasterChef, which you think you would not have learned otherwise.
I think time management is the most
excellent
important, because we only get 60 minutes to cook and only 5 minutes to pick up the ingredients, and which is include in the 60 minutes of the time. So yeah, so time management is the most important thing I have learned from the MasterChef.
Good afternoon, Chef. Sorry to intervene. We also have Emil, who has joined us, who's been able to connect his audio. And since we are running short of time, so I request you to please have a word with him.
Can you hear it now?
Also, I think I have learned to see the ingredients differently. Actually, when I started cooking at the home, I see the ingredient only as an ingredients, but now I have seen is
because now you're cooking commercial, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at.
I have seen lots of potentials in the same ingredient, so which is I think very good.
Thank you. So if I have to kind of make it concise for today's chefs. What Nayan is saying is he has learned time management, and he has also learned to view the ingredients in a completely different light after he has gone. He's gone to MasterChef. These are 2 very important learnings I think all the young chefs should carry forward. Oh, let's go to Emil now. Emil, hello Emil. Finally, we can talk to each other.
Hello everyone. We're sorry about the technical difficulty we had here, but I hope that you can hear us now.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now. So, welcome again, Emil, and we are really happy to have you here on the Zoom today. And I was thinking that we would start by asking Emil as to why did he decide to get into culinary arts as a career?
Bu sahə mənim öz karyeramda daha çox inkişaf edəcəyimə və gələcəkdə daha yaxşı uğurlar qazanacağıma inandığım üçün seçmişəm və inanıram ki, bundan sonra da daha yaxşı yarışlara qatılıb, daha gözəl şeylər edib, daha yaxşı nəticələr verəcəm.
So greetings from the land of fire, Azerbaijan. We're very happy that you invited us to this talk today. I always loved cooking since I was a child, and I wanted to come into this industry to sharpen my skills, to develop my knowledge. And I love this job very much, and I hope that in the future I will develop my skills a bit more and participate in more competitions and get more success.
Fantastic. That's a wonderful answer, I must say, and very straightforward. Please ask Emil, what were his biggest learnings and experiences from Young Chef Olympiad? At least 2 of them.
En azı 2 tane YCO'dan öğrendiğin şeylerin
Təbii ki, qalib olmağıma baxmayaraq, bütün iştirakçılardan nələrsə öyrəndi, istər vaxt baxımından, istər ideya baxımından, istər onların iş qabiliyyətləri baxımından və biz bir ailə olaraq orada yarışdıqca hər gün daha çox şeylər öyrənməyə başladıq və bu çox xoş təəssüratlar buraxdı məndə, hansı ki, gələcəkdə mən özümdə müəyyən şeylər var, hansı ki, çatışmayan, onları daha da təkmilləşdirib, daha yaxşı nəticə əldə etmək üçün daha gözəl özümü təkmilləşdirdim. Allah kömək olsun.
Definitely, YCO was one of the best and most interesting experiences in my life so far. We were all like a family there, and we exchanged our skills, we exchanged our knowledge. I definitely broadened my horizon in that competition, and I'm very happy that we got to exchange experiences with so many chefs from different countries, and they're still connecting to this day and keep sharing experiences. And I feel that this is a very great opportunity for young chefs.
Great, wonderful. So one last question before we close. Emil, tell us, what are you planning to do in future?
Ve son sualımız, gelecekte eləməyinə planlayırsınız?
Gələcəkdə planlarım öz yerli məhsullarımızla qədimi olan yeməklərin reseptlərini daha dərindən araşdırıb öz ölkəmizin çox ləzzətli təamlarını bütün dünyaya tanıtmaqdır. Və inşallah ki, bu yolla düzgün istifadə edib, düzgün araşdırmalar aparıb, öz milli mətbəximizi bütün dünyaya daha mükəmməl şəkildə tanıdıb, Michelin səviyyəsinə gəlib çıxartdıq.
So one of my main goals for the future is to promote our local ingredients and products, our national cuisine, which is not very widely known at this point. And my biggest goal is to promote it and make it known to the whole world. And obviously from the competition side, I'm now a part of the national team. So my other main aim is to participate in more worldwide competitions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I would like to sum up in one sentence. Both Nayan Jyoti and Emil are thinking of promoting local ingredients, local cuisine, and local methods of cooking and highlighting them on the international stage. And this is a wonderful coincidence between people who have come into this industry completely from two different sources. And thank you very much, Emil. Thank you very much, Nayan, to be a part of this conversation. We really loved it. And thanks very much to be a part of the International Hospitality Day today. And I'm sure we're looking forward to see a lot of both of you in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chef Kak. It was indeed a great session, and it was so heartening to hear both Emil, all the way from Azerbaijan. Thank you so much for joining us, both of you, and of course to hear Nayan Jyoti at our global campus itself. Thank you very much, Chef Kak, for moderating a very, very likable event for all of us today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead to our next panel, which is again going to be a very, very exciting one, we would like to go ahead and call in Dr. Bose for a very special announcement for all of us right now. Over to you, Dr. Bose.
Okay, delighted to be back again on the center stage. Thanks, Sanchari. We have got this amazing IHM International College of Distinguished Fellows, where we have got around 220 fellows from all over the world, including our alumni, including some of the very, very big names. So this is an opportunity for me to be absolutely delighted to announce that we have a new president of the IHM College, International College of Distinguished Fellow, and none other than the absolutely mesmerizing, absolutely brilliant, and absolutely fantastic, amazing man who is none other than Diwan Gautam Anand, who took over as the new president of the IIHM International College of Distinguished Fellows globally. So it's my great honor, pleasure to announce on this very auspicious International Hospitality Day this great news, and to breaking news, in fact, to the world, that Diwan Gautam Anand takes over as the new president of the IHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause from all over the world for this amazing gentleman? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bose and Diwan Saab. Such a pleasure and what an honor for all of us to have you as the president-elected for the IHM International College of Distinguished Fellows. We are truly honored and so happy to have you here today.
It's Dr. Bose's kindness always, and his generosity and munificence. And there must have been a couplet written in 1920 in his honor. And I will, if you give me a minute, I will quote that.
Definitely, Diwan Saab.
Says that, and I will translate it. It's in a, as you know, in a foreign language. It says, "Diwane shauq ka alam to dekhiye." What saying is, Subrono Bose ka alam to dekhiye. Har daur mein manzil se aage nikle. What it says really is that, you know, it's the energy of Dr. Bose which keeps reinventing himself and all the people who he takes along with at every era, at every juncture. Now, unfortunately, what happened with Dr. Bose is that he changes himself or reinvents himself like he changes his suits. So I have now started wearing red flowers to compete with him. So once again, thank you, Dr. Bose, Professor Foskett, and of course, Gupta, and all of you, Sanchari, and Abdullah, and all the kind people of IIHN. Thank you for making me relevant, and thank you for recognizing that older people also come. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Very, very honored. And we look forward to an amazing evening with you today.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, we are moving into another very, very important panel. And it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker of the day, which is Chef John Wood, Fellow of IIHM. Chef Wood is a Michelin star chef turned entrepreneur who has established his own international consultancy company and has launched a cloud-based food and beverage management system. Today, he joins us to have a fireside chat with Mr. Ronald Scott, International Director, IndySmart Global, and Fellow of IIHM on the impact of technology in the contemporary culinary ecosystem. We look forward to an engaging discussion between Chef John Wood and Mr. Ron Scott. Chef Wood, we are thrilled to have you with us today, and we cannot wait to hear your thoughts on the important topic. Thank you so much for joining us, both of you. Over to you, Ron, sir.
Thank you. You just need to unmute yourself, Ron.
That's me.
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. Good.
It's just as well the topic is about technology, John, because there's technology letting me down again, beginning to unmute myself. Anyway, it's very good to see you, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. We had a brief chat yesterday about one or two things about technology and how it's impacting. And I was just wondering if we could follow on from that and expand a wee bit your thoughts on something we discussed yesterday, was about what do you think are some of the most exciting and innovative ways that chefs and restaurants can leverage technology to create new culinary experiences? And how do you think that such innovations could change the way we think about food and cooking, particularly now after we have come through the pandemic and all the different issues that we're facing in the food industry?
Yeah. Good morning, Ron, or good afternoon, or wherever we are in the world. Thank you very much. So, yeah, so I think technology, I mean, most technology in hospitality seems to be sort of front of house and guest facing. And that's been sort of driven for a number of years, and we've seen that develop. However, there's been a lot of changes in sort of cooking techniques, in the way kitchens work. There's been various things that, dehydration, spherification, anti-griddles, use of foams and water baths are both, they're all common practice these days in most modern kitchens. And technology in equipment such as, simple equipment such as ovens and stoves and mixers and blenders has advanced hugely to support chefs, in staying sort of connected. And those can be connected to smartphones and tablets, which again, quite common practice these days. And a lot of these sort of big Rational ovens, the sort of have sort of, you can program them to cook certain things. And I don't think this really sort of takes away from the sort of the culinary skills too much. A lot of businesses use this to support and help operations as part of that whole process. And the other thing we need to remember is this huge administrational burden that's becoming, in kitchens and restaurants and hotels at the moment, having to deal with allergens and nutrition and costings and GPs, the good old days when, 40 years ago, when I was a chef and yourself, Ron, that you just had to create great food and somebody will tell you if we're making money or not. But managing all of that and your GP management, waste management, payroll management, and all this is doing is just taking the chefs away from the kitchens and putting them into their offices. And our systems, Kitchen Cut and many other systems out there are looking to support and automate a lot of that sort of those processes. So taking away that sort of administrational burden and trying to spend less time on their computers and in their offices and get back into the kitchens, creating great food as part of that whole process. But there's a lot of good, modern cooking techniques that have been brought in. And holding on to those traditions is really, really important. And in my opinion, the technology in hospitality should be used to one of 5 things: is to improve or enhance customer experience, speed, efficiencies, eliminate those time-consuming, intensive tasks that they're just getting burdened with more and more as chefs and operators, driving profits and efficiencies and reducing wastage. Create a more sustainable business using less power, water, reducing waste, reducing CO2 emissions. All of these things are really important in modern operations, and ensuring your menus stay interesting and relevant and innovative is really important.
Yeah, I think that's true, because I think certainly what we're finding in the UK, and I think in other parts of the world, is that after the pandemic, we're faced with a number of new issues. Vastly increased prices for our raw materials. Staffing is a major issue for us, and we're having to rearrange our menus and what we're serving in different ways to actually meet the availability of labour that we're now finding ourselves with. I've seen in my own experience up here in Scotland, some places where they have reduced the size of the menu. They've looked very carefully at what is being offered and the methods of production, and which can balance in terms of time scale. Is this an experience that you found amongst other businesses down south?
Yeah, I mean, huge. It's not just the UK, Ron. It's globally. We operate globally, and a lot of countries are really struggling to find the resources and the people behind it. And product availability is huge, and the price increases that are happening are just massive. And so having technology to manage those costs and making sure, because if you haven't got a profitable business, you don't have a business. It's as simple as that. So running restaurants is tough enough as it is, it's a hard job being a chef, but having the technology in your business that can give you instant access to know what your cost of sales are, what your GPs are, and product prices are just increasing all the time. We've had things in the UK where things like butter has increased 60%. Over the last 18 months, 60%, and we use butter a lot in our kitchens. So, having that control and understanding the impact of one product just increasing that much is huge. So, it's really important. And like I say, it's not just a UK thing. It's a global thing. We speak to a lot of chefs that are struggling, to maintain their margins and maintain their profitability as part of that. And they are crying out for technology just to take some of that away. Because as chefs, we don't get up every morning and say, oh, I want to do a spreadsheet, or I want to do some technology. We don't do that. That's not why we became chefs. We want to cook. So if we can eliminate or, reduce that administrative burden as much as possible, we can do the stuff we love doing. Then it's still an exciting career to be in, and just let the technology take care of the things you want it to take care of. So that's the important thing. Yeah,
I think you're quite right, John. Because if our chefs are spending too much time in the office, too much time at the desk, and not out in the kitchen with the rest of their team, producing the food which is going to meet the needs and demands and expectations of our customers, then it's all time wasted, isn't it? So yeah, we have to find that way and bring that balance back in to make sure that what is now being offered in restaurants, be it a hotel or standalone restaurants, at the increased prices of having to charge, customers are looking and saying, well, why are we paying all this more money? What are we getting for it? I think that is something they're looking for, something plus added to it, and that's I think that's a major challenge for our chefs. What do you think?
Yeah,
do you agree?
Yeah, it's and when you're starting to have to put prices up, it's a very competitive market out there, and since the pandemic, everybody is fighting for that customer base to get back. And you're being pushed by customers because they want it cheaper. So you're getting pushed from that end, you're getting pushed from suppliers because they want to charge more, and you're stuck in the middle, getting pressure from both ends, from a financial point of view. And what do you need to charge to stay profitable and stay open, as part of, as in restaurants particularly. So, whether you're coming into the industry or whether you're in the industry already, understanding, finances, and that's why we do it with YCO as well. We do, we have people cost their dishes, because we all believe as chefs, that is a really important part of managing professional kitchens. It's not just about creating great food. That is one element to it. But as a sort of professional chef, and if you ever want to open your own restaurant or manage your own restaurants in a hotel, then you need to understand profitability, and you need to be able to understand how you keep those doors open and how you fill your restaurant, from an innovation point. It's a really fine balance, and it's a lot tougher nowadays, to do that than it was many years ago. However, that's what technology is for. So embracing technology will remove some of those strains and burdens that we've got upon kitchens, and allow people to get back to what they're really good at, as I said before.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you said at the very beginning, John, you mentioned how we've seen how technology has replaced some of the particularly I can say in the front of house and on food and beverage service, and I can still remember the old days we used to have triplicate pads. You had to write them all out. A piece of paper went there and a piece of paper went there. Now each member of staff, service staff, has got their own iPad or mini pad, which is with them all the time, and everything's going in there. So it's how that is extended into the kitchen as well. I'm very much aware of our time scale. Just finally, to try to maybe wrap it up, I'm going to ask you, looking at all of this, and from your experience and continuing development of technology, particularly within the area of food production, what do you see? Are there some really exciting or innovative ways that you can foresee coming up? But also as well, to look at, are there any downsides or drawbacks potentially to that new innovations?
I think
we have to be careful about.
Yeah, I think technology is here to stay, whether we like it or not, and you and me, Ron, we're of the old school, and we were brought up, as part of that. But technology is here to stay. So, and if used sensibly for the right reasons, there's no reason why we can't hold on to these culinary traditions. And it's really important, to train traditional cooking techniques, as this creates a superb base to where you take your culinary career as you go forward. And we reflect that in YCO as well. We look at all these, simple cooking techniques and preparation techniques, because we believe, as all our chefs and judges that are there, that this is really, really important. And there's always a concern that technology will de-skill kitchens and de-skill modern chefs as part of that process. However, if sensibly used, latest technology will really improve the accuracy of their work to the level that will be difficult for any human being to actually, manage all of that and do all of this administrational work and be innovative and work in their kitchen. So something has to be replaced using technology, and it can be used to make that, a whole lot easier. So that the thing about the hospitality sector is extremely competitive, and making it essential that you keep up with the latest technology trends is definitely really important. But holding on to those traditions is absolutely crucial, and those cooking techniques, those preparation techniques, those knife skills that we always talk about is really important to actually then have a solid base that you can build your culinary career on as part of that process. But don't shy away from technology, embrace it in the right environment, in the right way as operators, and just to support and help you achieve what you want to achieve. That's the best way to look at it.
I think you're quite right. Yes, I think we have to retain tradition as far as we can. I mentioned a wee while ago to you, and I mentioned the dreaded term AI, artificial intelligence, and we're hearing so much about this and many other businesses and systems and education and everything else. And it's like it's new technology. It's going to be developed, but I must admit, from my point of view, it scares me a wee bit in terms of what it is. But I don't think we're quite yet too worried that we're going to be replacing chefs with robots.
No, and
No.
I think I think there's a lot of AI out there, and I'm I'm fascinated. Even though I'm old, I'm still fascinated with the whole piece of technology, and how that works. And there's trial hotels in China where there's no reception, and no concierge, and you check yourself in. It's all to do with face recognition. Robots deliver you to your rooms, your delivery, but there's always that sort of there's always people around as part of that process. So I don't think we need to be too scared that it's going to start replacing humans as part of that whole robotic journey. I think, again, it's just about, people will use it to support that. There are, I was reading about a salad restaurant where actually there's no human interaction at all. And you just basically put what you want to, and the salad then gets produced by robots and it pops out on a conveyor belt. I think we're a while off that yet, and I think people will want to hold on to those traditions, want to speak to somebody and have that personal interaction. But I think there'll be, in the future, there'll be more a sort of a blend of both. If you just I want a quick salad, I don't really want to speak to somebody. I'll walk in a shop and get a salad, fine. But when you stay in a hotel and you're staying in a 5-star hotel, you want that personal interaction. You want to be able to feel that you're being looked after and not be looked after by a robot. So I think there's going to be a blend of technology and people using that in the future. And, people will want certain things for certain occasions as part of that whole process. So I don't worry about it too much. I think it's technology is here to stay, and embrace it where it helps. I don't think we'll be replacing chefs with robots anytime soon as part of that process. But there is going to be technology that's going to support that. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I agree. And but it's like everything else in this brave new world. We have to keep our eyes open for what's going on. John, thank you very, very much. Our time is up. I see Sanchari ma'am is giving me the evil eye. So I'll just say thank you very much, John. It's been absolutely lovely talking with you and hearing your views and ideas, etc. Sanchari, back to you.
Thank you so much, Ron, sir. Thank you so much for a very, very important discussion that both of you have had just now, giving us the importance and relevance of technology in modern kitchens and definitely in the ecosystem of culinary. Chef John, always a pleasure and so much of insight that we always get from you. And definitely, as you rightly said, we are here to embrace technology, and with modern systems and definitely with development in academics and with so many new things which is happening today in the global hospitality ecosystem, we have to learn to evolve ourselves and accept and learn. It is very important that we learn and educate ourselves in order to become a part of it ourselves. So thank you very much for a great discussion. We really enjoyed the discussion between both of you. And thank you so much for being a part of this entire global conclave today. We look forward to a great evening with all of you. Thank you, Chef John. Thank you, Ron, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the evening is just getting more exciting. And as we all are here to celebrate, promote, and educate ourselves on hospitality, I have yet another very, very special person who is here today. In fact, giving us a lot of time. In fact, being here, he's been here for some time right now already. I'm talking about none other than our very, very, very special Chef Ranveer Brar. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that he's somebody who has always contributed a lot towards IHM and the students. Chef, it is remarkable to have you here with us today on this special day when we are celebrating International Hospitality Day. Well, I do not have to introduce him at all because we all know him as our extremely, extremely, very, very prized chef who has been a part of IHM for many, many years together. He's always been there, always for the students, always for Dr. Bose and all of us. He's somebody who's extremely renowned in his field of work, a great television personality, an author, and most importantly, a wonderful human being. A very warm welcome to you, Chef Ranveer Brar, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And, a happy International Hospitality Day to all of you. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of transit. So, you might hear some honking here and there. So I apologize in advance, but I definitely wanted to talk about a few things. I'll take a couple of minutes, and I think this is more for students. Now, when we talk about the future, and a lot has been spoken about it earlier. I just want to leave a few words for us to think about and see if we can inculcate them in our teachings, our learnings, in what we do as young chefs, as student chefs. And the two words are sustainability and responsibility. I just feel I'm right now here in Jaipur at the G20 Tourism Expo, and talking to the Honorable Secretary of Tourism, and it's amazing how the word sustainable, ecological, and responsible has become a part of every policy, including the tourism policy. And I think when we as students try and make that a part of our life, a sustainable way of life and a responsible way of life, then we naturally fit into the future of tourism, into the future of food. And that, I think, should be what 2023 should be about for us. Create spaces that are sustainable, create cuisine that is sustainable. By sustainable, look at the carbon footprint of what you're using, look at how much food is traveled to get you, try and be as local, as seasonal, as hyper local as possible. Go back, it's time for us to go back and look at the food that we were eating 50, 60 years ago, because it was, again, hyper local, hyper seasonal, ingredient first sort of sustainable cuisine. We talk about root to fruit, we talk about what goes together and grows together, but it's all there. I think we need to take that path backwards, go back into our traditions, and look at a sustainable way of life, which we've always led in India. But we cannot imagine the future of hospitality without these two words. We cannot imagine the future of tourism without it being responsible tourism, without it being sustainable tourism. We cannot imagine the future of food without it being sustainable and responsible. And that's the only thing that I want to sort of leave everybody with. It is very important that when we come to college, or when we are learning or teaching about cultures, cuisines, and tourism and hospitality in college, we understand that sustainability and responsibility are the core benchmarks of it, and we cannot create hoteliers of the future or hospitality graduates of the future without them believing in a conscious way of living. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Chef Brad. That was indeed very insightful. In fact, that you talked about how important it is for us to remember two words which you talked about: sustainability and responsibility. And for the future of the hospitality industry, a lot of them who are sitting and listening to you, they have a lot to learn from this discussion. It's important for us to remember that the world's finite, the resources are finite, and we need to really look after those. And it's important that we realize that we really need to look after the entire resources. We need to be a responsible citizen. We need to be making sure that we work towards this with a sense of urgency. Thank you so much, Chef Brad, for taking time out and being here on this very important day, which is the International Hospitality Day, a day which is for all of us. And I think that smile shows me that you agree. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Rupinder. You're looking very sharp. I like the haircut. Yeah, you're looking very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wish you a safe journey to wherever you are proceeding to now. And we look forward to seeing you in person very soon.
Sure enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, we have a very interesting panel of members who would be discussing on partnership for let me just come back to where I was. Okay, partnership for community, responsibility of hospitality enterprises towards society. May I have the pleasure of inviting two very important people, Chef Abhijit Saha, who's also an FIIHM founder, MD, and principal consultant, ACE Hospitality, along with Chef Gary McLean. He's the founder and principal, Chef Abhijit Saha is the founder and principal consultant of ACE Hospitality and Consulting Private Limited. He's got 3 decades of national and international experience as a consultant and strategic advisor. He is also a kitchen and facility planner, a restaurateur, F&B director, and chef entrepreneur. Author of Caperberry, the cookbook, coach and mentor of Team India for the Bocuse d'Or, Asia Pacific 2018, guest judge of MasterChef India, and the technical judge of Young Chef Olympiad 2015 to 2021 and beyond. In fact, a warm welcome to you, Chef Saha.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Along with him, we also have Chef Gary McLean, who is a multi-award winning chef who was born in Glasgow and spent his early career working in hotels. At the age of 21, he became the head chef of a small fine dining restaurant. And from there, he went on to run kitchens at the Glasgow's Gallery of Modern Art and the Burrell Collection. Chef Gary McLean has also held executive chef positions in some of Scotland's largest independent operators. And during that time, he developed and opened over 80 restaurants and hotels. So his current role as the executive chef at the City of Glasgow College really drives his passion for mentoring other young chefs and creative cooking. A warm welcome to both of you. So I request you to please commence with the discussion.
Hi, everyone. Happy International Hospitality Day. It's lovely to be here. And it's opportunities like this that I think gives us a chance to kind of sit and think about the future of our industry. A lot of people are talking about the incredible changes that we are currently going through. And as a chef of 36 years, I've never seen anything like it. It's an absolute perfect storm of staffing, food costs, utility costs. It's been a very, very difficult time, but it's nice to sort of hear that from a worldwide audience that we're not alone.
Hello.
Hello.
Chef McLean, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was passing it over there. Sorry, I just had an opening statement.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't get that. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and good day wherever you are in the world. And wish you a very, very happy International, Hospitality Day. It's wonderful to be a part of this event as always, and to be a part of this August gathering. So we've heard a lot of people speak already, and there are many more speakers coming up. For me, the interesting part about this day is to celebrate hospitality inside out. So we are on one hand trying to, see how the way forward is going to be. And also we need to learn from our past and see that what we can implement with the things that are coming up in the future. So for me, the challenges that I see today is obviously, is driven us towards this buzzword called sustainability. But, a lot of us are using this very loosely and not following it to the way that it needs to be done. So it is important that we put, our money where our mouth is and, start doing things, because the really the resources are infinite. And, today the population has already crossed almost 7 million. And in the next 10 years, it is expected to be, by 2050, it is expected to be approximately 10 billion. So already we are at close to 7 billion, and we are going to be 10 billion. The Earth does not really have the resource to sustain us, so many number of human beings on this planet, if we continue to consume in the way that we are consuming. Basically, the abuse of nature and Mother Earth has been there for the last so many years. But I'm glad that the consciousness is rising. There is a sense of responsibility which is coming up from the highest level. But there are things that are happening in this world which we can much avoid, to make sure that we don't deviate from our goal of trying to do things that are appropriate to tackle climate change, to make sure we are using sustainable energy and renewable energy, as well as reducing waste. So sometimes when we talk about sustainability, food sustainability is something that is sometimes not understood very, very clearly. But there are some pillars that I would like to talk about in terms of food sustainability. And in those pillars, there are a few things that become even more critical. So we are talking about zero wastage here. We are talking about not further polluting the Mother Earth, and making sure that we are going towards a cleaner environment, as well as something that will help us in tackling the climate change, which is going to become one of the major issues in terms of the water resource scarcity and various other things. So we have to now make sure that we don't work as individuals, but work together with the community around us. And that is the point of discussion in this, brief, tete-a-tete that we are having right now. So, Gary, what do you think, can the hospitality industry do in terms of, participating with the community, sensitizing each other, and making us understand each other's responsibility, so that we can work together for a better future?
I think you're 100% right. That word sustainability gets flung about as a marketing tool, and very, very few organizations and indeed countries take it serious. I think it's going to be led by the next generation. It's going to be led, completely by the chefs that are starting out, and they're the ones that are asking the questions. They're the ones that are bringing this to the front. And I'm lucky enough, I travel around the world, and there's very, very few countries talking about sustainability at all. Some big countries who have a huge impact on the planet, and it's not a big deal. Even in the UK, there's a difference between our nations that make up the United Kingdom. If I go down south, it's different rules or different attitudes towards it. I'd just like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Bose on his next book, The Art of Sustainable Hospitality. And again, it's publications like that from people who are actually doing it that I think is taking the steps. But I also think the coming together of what IIHM does, throughout the year. We talk about Young Chef Olympiad, but there's so many events and so many special days that the team at IIHM uses as a perfect excuse to bring the world together. And the more we talk about it and the more we learn, the whole green agenda is decades. It's not something that we can jump in and out of. It's something that we have to make as real as possible. Certain things that Scotland do, I think, in terms of things like our renewable energy, we've been really progressing wind farms and water turbines and things like that. But again, it's still not perfect. There's we've spent millions or billions of pounds on wind turbines, and then we have nowhere to store it. So there doesn't seem to be a kind of joined up, approach, and a lot of it is for headlines. A lot of it is getting those stats in that sometimes just don't marry up. And I really do think it's time, that we have to take it serious, and we have to look after the planet.
Yeah, very well said. And I think that if we as a community, we as a industry, the hospitality industry as a whole, we create partnerships in different areas with the community, I think that will definitely take things forward in a better manner than trying to do it individually. That's what my belief has always been. Now, when we are talking about, partnering with the community here, we can do several things, actually. So what we are talking about is that how we can make our customers more sensitive towards, being good customers towards the, the environment when they are, on a vacation or when they are in a property. They can have as much fun as they want to, they can enjoy them, but there is no need for any wastage. There's no need to, wash our towels twice a day. So basically, we need to definitely make our customers more aware. But at the same time, how do we support the community which is around us? As we were talking about, and many of us have said so far, that, there is a sense of using local ingredients and supporting local economy. It's not only just food. It's about any cultural or any product that is made locally and in and around the place where the restaurant or the hotel is located. We should try to imbibe the local culture, the local ingredients, the local materials that are available there in the local area, so that we are able to, make sure that we are showing our bit or doing our bit towards the community which supports us. And in turn, we can expect that, the community around us will also support us. So it's I think that mutually beneficial relationship that we can develop, or a symbiotic relationship that we can develop with the people, which includes our customers as well as the community that is around us. I have been, to several places recently. I was in a place, very remote place in India, in North Sikkim. I was there with my family. We saw and experienced different kinds of hotels, starting from a 5-star luxury hotel to small homestays. And we could see that how people are becoming even more conscious today, because there is very little resources that is really left for us to exploit beyond what we have already done. So unless we start giving back and doing the things, reversing the process, it's not going to help us. And hospitality, as we have seen during the COVID, is one of the first areas to get negatively affected when things go wrong. So we must make sure that we are building ourselves on a strong foundation and working with the community.
I mean, this whole approach to food, as I say, I've been cooking, over 35 years. And when I first started cooking, we were cooking in season. If you had something that wasn't in season, it was frozen. So this is a relatively new issue that we've got, where we can ship anything anywhere in the world that's got a cost. We've got strawberries, and in the UK we can get strawberries in the summer, we can get asparagus 12 months a year, and no one ever thought about the consequence. And now we are. And in my opinion, that attitude towards food and seasonality and food waste, it was our generation that ruined it. I think it's our generation before we retire to fix it. And it's gone back to young people. It's back to education, because the power that young people coming into our industries are going to have on the planet is incredible. excites me when I'm standing in front of 25 students, and to think of the future buying power that these young people have and the decisions that they can make that affect local economies, that affect the planet. And it's back to that education. It's back to ensuring that young people know the mistakes that we've made as chefs doesn't happen again.
Very well said, Chef. And I think that, we are getting to the last fag end of our discussion because we are in short of time. So I think some closing words to inspire the young generation, please.
Who's inspired them? I think it's all our responsibility to inspire. I see there's a lot of educators on the call here, and it's making sure that each and every single day that we're putting our best in. And it's chefs are no longer chefs. John Wood spoke about it earlier. The whole financial, the whole paperwork side of a chef's job's completely changed. But I think the responsibility of purchasing, hiring, food wastage, things like that have to be considered. So the role of a chef is very, very complex. And as educators, it's really up to us to try and prepare our young people as best we can to enter what is a completely different job to what any of us ever come into.
Thank you, Chef McLean, for your wonderful words of inspiration for the young generation. What I would like to end by saying is that, it is the generation next that takes responsibility and takes the baton from here onwards. And I think we definitely need to support them both from in every possible way, so that we are doing our bit towards trying to undo what wrong or mistakes that have been created. And since we are all very clear that we have been doing a lot of things that are not right and appropriate, I think we need to all join forces and hands and to make sure that we make this world a better place to live in, and for the hospitality industry to flourish and thrive and humanity to move forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to IIHM once again and IHC for organizing this wonderful event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's been great.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to Chef Saha and Chef Gary for sharing their valuable insights and experiences with us during the discussion on partnership for community responsibility of hospitality enterprises towards the society. So your contributions have been immensely valuable, and we appreciate the time and effort that you have taken to join us today. Thank you once again for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupert.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next speaker, we have a special message from an esteemed industry expert, Ms. Anita Mendirata. She is the special advisor to the Honorary Secretary General of the UNWTO and is the founder and president of Anita Mendirata and Associates, a London-based international consulting firm created in 2002 that she has championed over the past 19 years. So without further ado, let's watch Ms. Mendirata's video message. May I now request the IT team to please play the video.
A very warm namaskar. My name is Anita Mendirata, Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the UNWTO, and it is my pleasure to be with you all today as part of this important event, the IIHM Global Conclave on the occasion of International Hospitality Day. I thank dear Dr. Bose and the IIHM for establishing today's theme, Partnerships, SDG Goal number 17, and that the IIHM continues to champion the UN SDGs as a part of its curriculum. As we all know, dear friends, SDG number 17 is the final goal of the UNSDGs, which were adopted in 2015 as a universal call to action to us all to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. SDG number 17 is focusing on strengthening global partnerships for true sustainable development. It emphasizes the importance of partnerships and collaboration amongst governments, civil society, and the private sector to enable us to achieve all of the other 16 SDGs. This goal aims to promote the exchange of knowledge, technology, and financial resources amongst countries to support sustainable development efforts. It also calls for the enhancement of international cooperation to support developing countries in their efforts to achieve sustainable development. As we all know, dear friends, together, when we partner, we are smarter, we are stronger, and ultimately, we are more responsible. Overall, dear friends, at the heart of SDG number 17 is the recognition that without these effective partnerships and cooperation, progress on all of the SDGs will be limited, and sustainable development will be very difficult to achieve. SDG 17 is central to our industry, tourism and hospitality, as tourism and hospitality play a vital role in the sustainable development global efforts across the world, across communities, and across all industries. As we all know, tourism contributes to sustainable development by generating economic growth, creating jobs, and supporting local communities. And critically, our industry helps to protect and preserve as well as promote natural environments, heritage, and culture. By working together in partnership, the tourism and hospitality industry can collaborate with local communities and governments to ensure that development is truly sustainable and that the benefits go to both the visitors and the visited. So what can tourists, guests, and visitors do to contribute to SDG 17? Here are some ways that we can all support. Firstly, support local economies and local businesses. We all know how important SMEs are in our tourism and hospitality ecosystem. Over 80% of our industry is developed by SMEs. So first, tourists can contribute to sustainable development by supporting local businesses, especially small-scale tour operators, shops, and restaurants. This can help to create jobs and to support the local economy. Secondly, it's about respecting local cultures and traditions. Tourists can help to preserve local cultures and traditions by respecting them and engaging in cultural activities in a responsible manner. This is where food culture plays an important part, carrying forward local traditions, customs, and importantly, pride. Third, tourists can reduce their environmental footprint by conserving critical resources like water and energy and minimizing waste, and importantly, using public transportation, or even better, enjoy being a pedestrian. And fourth, learn about the destination, understand it, truly respect it, discovering a destination's history, its cultural, learning more about its environment. This will have a direct impact on the appreciation and respect of a visitor and that they have come to the home of those that they are visiting. And ultimately, we must never forget that wherever we travel as travelers, it is somewhere else's home and we are guests. As you can see, dear friends, our industry, tourism and hospitality, contributes directly and meaningfully towards SDG number 17, creating global partnerships. But only if we embrace our responsibility of encouraging responsible and respectful travels that benefit both the destinations and the local communities. Again, my friends, thank you for the honor of being able to speak to you today. And my thanks to IAHM for the enduring commitment to the future of tourism and hospitality with the UN SDGs as the heartbeat that inspires a greater industry for and with us all. Dhanyavad.
A very special thank you to Anita Mandrita ma'am for giving us such a special message on this very important day of International Hospitality Day. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's turn our attention to the next topic of discussion. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Ron Scott, International Director in the Smart Global and FIHM, holding a wealth of experience in the luxury hospitality industry and education to introduce our eminent panel who would be sharing their perspectives on sustainability in luxury hospitality in the new world order. We look forward to hearing your insights and ideas on how luxury hospitality can adapt to the changing world and embrace sustainability. I would like to invite in Mr. Ron Scott right now to go ahead and introduce our very, very eminent panel who would be going ahead and talking on this particular topic. Over to you, Ron, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanchari. This is particularly a great honor for me to be in such eminent company this morning. And I'd like to introduce, first of all, Mr. Diwan Gautam Anand. He's an alumni of Cornell University, began his journey with ITC in 1980, and has been instrumental in the commissioning of ITC Kakatiya in Hyderabad, successfully launched ITC Gardenia in Bengaluru, ITC Grand Chola in Chennai, Welcome Hotel Jodhpur, and more recently ITC Grand Bharat in Gurgaon. He is the former executive vice president of ITC Hotels and currently the managing trustee of Cuisine India Foundation. And just another new title, president of the International College of Distinguished Fellows of IIHM, to be added to your list of great achievements. I also have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Vijay Vanchu. He has been with Lalit Suri Group for the past couple of decades and set an excellent stand across the group before being there as food and beverage manager at the Holiday Inn Crown Plaza. As a senior executive vice president of the iconic Imperial Hotel, New Delhi, he laid down the strategy for the organization and is a big believer of people and training. His vision has been paramount, facelifting and launching the classic European restaurant Nostalgia in 1911 and Daniel's Tavern in the Imperial. So welcome to Mr. Vanchu as well. Great pleasure to see you both this morning.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, this afternoon.
You are now our favorite person. We used to have a friend called Peter Scott. I had the pleasure of meeting in Aberdeen. And now you are my second favorite person.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Allen. You're just too kind. Anyway, we have a very limited period of time. They've given us 20 minutes on a subject which likely we could talk for 2 hours about, I'm quite sure. But let's keep it to 20 minutes if we can. We've already shared some ideas with you and looking at the topic of the discussions. And first and foremost, I think I'd like to sort of look and pick up a wee bit on the previous discussions that took place between Gary McLean and Abhijit Saha, but thinking about how can luxury hospitality enterprises work with local communities to create positive social and environmental impacts and leading to partnerships. And maybe if I could ask Mr. Vanchu to, because he talked to me yesterday about some stuff we've been looking at with partnerships going on with luxury hospitality hotels, and also a group of 9 young men in developing such things. Would you like to share that with us to start with, Vijay? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Thank you.
For this opportunity, nice to see you here, and Gautam, old friend. Well, I was talking basically about an organization called itmustbenow.com. It's a movement where this started in 2018, a little before the COVID, and kind of it was timed well. And it is an organization which encourages hoteliers to ensure that they are following practices, sustainable practices, and ensuring they actually mean what they say. And it is not just like we call it, it's just not trying to fool anybody, because a lot of people try to say that we have done this and we are doing this, but really the results will show. So this organization started by Alexa Purtier and her husband in 2018. And if you join up this particular club, the hotels will get a lot of benefits out of, the various international travelers who are only looking for hotels which are signed up with itmustbenow.com. So that's something which is very, very interesting. What I was trying to do, I couldn't kind of complete it for some reasons, but it's a wonderful initiative. Also talking about Gen Z, we have this young group of teenagers, 9 of them actually, who have challenged the elder generation, the older generation, and literally blaming us for not doing things that we should have done, thereby putting their own health at risk. There is Greta Thunberg, who is the youngest of them lot, 16 years old, who has been very vociferous in UN and has made her voice heard, and people back and taking note of that.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because Gary McLean, Chef Gary McLean, just a short while ago, emphasized that a lot of the mistakes that chefs of his generation have made, and that it's the next generation who are going to have to put that right. And he is the one plea to them, to the younger, the new chefs coming up, the new trainee chefs and culinary chefs of the future, to rectify and not make the same mistakes again when it comes to sustainability and food and how we manage it. Mr. Anand, how do you respond in the way to which the younger generation and how important they are to how we manage our luxury hotels?
Well, Mr. Scott, I think that the younger generation is remiss for not looking better at their own history, irrespective of which country they come from. But at the height of colonial rule, and I know that sometimes it becomes a prickly topic, it was the great Mahatma Gandhi who advocated the concept of Swadeshi. And as a consequence of that, 1.5 billion people, and I'm saying we are 1.5 billion people, too many if you ask me, but there are 1.5 billion people, and we are able to produce enough grain, against enough rice, enough wheat, enough milk, and well, no thanks to Mr. Gandhi, but enough eggs and poultry and, and meat and what they call as seasonal vegetables. Right? We import nothing. In fact, we export that. Now, if Mr. Gandhi hadn't rattled the saber and made a nuisance of himself, and tonsured his hair and worn that little dhoti and run amok in Buckingham Palace with their majesties, carrying a small little pouch of boucheron and his favorite meal, where I think King George and Queen Anne had to sit on the ground. I don't think that we would have actually reached this cusp. We would have been a basket case, all right? So I think that the younger people need to look back, and even beyond. If you look back, and I'm not pontifying our civilization, but there is this fantastic Atharvaveda called the Prithvi Sukta. It says very clearly that Earth is my mother, and we are her children. So there's a holistic approach to what's happening there. Easier said than done. So the other day, somebody asked me, what did Mr. Gandhi actually propagate? Now, I know for a fact that the great Sarojini Naidu did mention that when they put Mr. Gandhi onto the UK, they had to put goats because he refused to have cow or buffalo milk. So it probably took up millions and millions of pounds to keep Mr. Gandhi poor. But that's not the point. The point is that he wanted diversity in skills, especially women entrepreneurs. Today, we are amongst the most important soft players in the world, thanks to the handicraft and the weaving industry that was once again started by Mr. Gandhi. And the other day, there was the Christian Dior show in Mumbai at the Gateway of India, where all the embroidery was done by women of this country. It also ensures low carbon footprint. So he says, don't have superfoods, have foods that are local. And then, of course, he had enunciated the concept of the third plate. The third plate is that what is good for humanity is what is good for the earth is good for humanity. That means you use seasonal and you eat fresh. All right. Now, what happens with there is some thought on whether regional cuisine creates divisiveness. All right. And some people do that. And I completely agree that sometimes and we already are riddled with a certain amount of divisiveness, but I think we can forgive Mr. Gandhi for doing that, and even forgive him for taking boucheron and purslane to their majesty. So I think that we have enough in the past. We have enough knowledge in our past for us to be very, very sanguine about the future. That's my own perspective. And young people need to go back. And you know that, Mr. Scott. I wish you were Peter Scott, but of course you're not. The past is never over. The past never really goes away. Okay. We all have some remnants of the past even now. All right. Now there is a downside to that. And I'll tell you something quite shocking. Now the humble dal, okay, and I know Sanchari is getting impatient, but the humble dal, which is a substitute for protein. Sanchari, do you have dal? Okay, she's nodding her head vigorously. The other day, much to my horror, and Mr. Scott, please don't quote me out of context. Much to my horror, India imports 60,000 tons of dal or lentils from the Canadas and from the Americas, which I thought was quite sacrilege. So it's not as if India is pure as milk and honey and cream. It has its own flaws. Our agricultural produce needs to be, we need to certainly up the productivity, Sanchari. So next time you have dal, remember it may have come from Canada and from America. It's not so humble anymore. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Definitely the answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just trying to try to move it on and thinking about, that we talked about food and you talked about how you're importing all that dal, etc. Of course, this then links into, the whole question of sustainability and how we can minimize perhaps maybe the transportation of food from one part of the world to another part of the world. It's a major problem for the UK because we are major importers. And also as well linking to the impact that this would have on hotels, because to me, particularly at the top end, and both of you eminent gentlemen have been part of some of the best and most luxurious hotels in India, is being able to maintain that experience that your guests are wanting and requiring and maybe even demanding, but at the same time introducing and ensuring that some of your practices change so that you can meet the demands of sustainability, maybe reducing food waste, looking at laundry, looking at use of water. I was just wondering, Mr. Manju, what are your thoughts on that and your experiences at, say, the Imperial?
Well, it's extremely important what you said. Food wastage is a big problem in India, especially when there are weddings where 500 to 1,000 people, and the food definitely is cooked in bulk quantities. And normally I had this problem with my chef, and I would tell him, look, what are you going to do with the foods that's left over? There are many organizations who collect the food and serve them to people who need that, but we also would use that food in our cafeterias, especially in the same evening, and then because it doesn't stay very fresh. And the other aspect is that hotels must ensure that their food, whatever the wet garbage is, must not go to the local government for disposing of. The must have organic waste composters to ensure that no food wastage is leaving the four walls of the hotel, because that's how you're helping to keep the environment clean. Around Delhi, there are landfills. There are landfills at the size of a mountain. This fills up to about 1,500 square kilometers in the country. And that's a very big number I'm talking about. The government is focusing on eliminating these landfills. I really don't know how, but they are promising in the next 2 years, the landfills will go away from around the city, the capital. And of course, it's very important to not only look at food, you got to look at water. You got to control water, because there's a lot of water wastage. If you look at cafeterias, if you look at horticulture, if you look at laundry, there is a lot of water usage. And I think that is very critical. Hotels, hospitality can form a major difference. But like I said, greenwashing. Now that's a big challenge where people tend to mislead guests. And I think that's where stringent audits should be done to ensure that what hotels are claiming, that things are really there as they claim to be. And of course, the hotel must talk about the good things that they're doing. And I believe in a hotel, Gautam, you'll agree that there are 4 major stakeholders. That is, the first is the GM or the vice president. The second is the engineer. The third is the purchase manager. And the fourth is the PR head. I think these 4 people, they are the stakeholders who can actually ensure that what they want to do is very, very effective.
I like you mentioned there about the likes of particularly the food waste, and I can imagine, because I've seen the size of some of the weddings that you have in India. You don't do it in small numbers. They go into 4 figures every time. So I can imagine the amount of food that is being prepared for that. And again, the question is, so I think it has always been to me good to know that the food is not being wasted. That is a very important element. And even if that food is being able to be shared with groups of people outside, maybe people who are much less fortunate than ourselves, I think that's an excellent means that we should be following, and very much for representing what we are. Mr. Anand, would you like to add anything to what Mr. Manchu has said from your own experience?
Jari, do we have time, or are you getting?
Yes, yes, you're okay.
Okay, so I like to begin.
Jari's not giving me the evil eye yet.
Thank you. I like what Dame Anita Roddick said, and I think she was one of the pioneers in the business, the founder of Body Shop. And she said, if you do things well, do them better, be daring, be first, be different, be just. I think she brought the world's consciousness to the world of beauty. And she said that all beauty products must be edible. And if they're edible, they're sustainable. It changed certainly my life. And then, of course, within the organization that I worked with, my chairman would not ask me how much your revenue is. He would ask me as to what is your triple bottom line. And the triple bottom line was profit, naturally, people, naturally, but third and most significantly, what have we done about the planet? And trust me, he drove us nuts till we became carbon neutral, water positive, and we had 0 solid waste. As a result of which, during the long years that I spent with ITC hotels, all the hotels are accredited as LEED Platinum hotels, right? And they coined a word called responsible luxury. I heard Dr. Bose say very eloquently, he wants to call it sustainable luxury. I like to call it clean luxury. Because what are the challenges that India has today, or even the world has, is clean cooking, right? Clean housekeeping, and you yourself said, Mr. Scott, clean laundry. So the word clean is a metaphor for clean emissions, right? So I'm very bullish of that. And I'll tell you what's happening. The green is the new blue. Now, if you look at Gucci, all right, or you look at that unpronounceable champagne, which I love, which is the green champagne, and you may correct me if I'm wrong. It's called Veuve Clicquot. It used to be
spot on. You even got a bit of French accent in there.
I thought that, and I met him. He came visiting us with armed with 2 champagnes, and he said, because he had heard so much about us being a green company, and we were not doing greenwashing, as Vijay will explain to you. We were actually, we were committed to it. Right? And I'll tell you what happened. As a result of which, because I was the head of the product committee, we made big investments in green chillers, in green fenestration. The temptation of going to China, which is a 5-hour flight from here, was very intense. But no, we went to Germany, we went to America, and all the hotels that we built was made with green products. And all ITC hotels today, and they requiem a premium. And now today there's a premium for green jobs. Young people, or what the generation that Vijay is talking about, like to work for green jobs. And my job was to go to the back end and ensure that as a part of my vendor management, I would not buy any products which did not have a scrutable, sustainable agenda. I'll give you an example, food example, and this may actually help the people who are listening. There's a brand called Simmons, and I am not a spokesperson for Simmons. I just bought, it's an American sleeping mattress or sleeping apparatus, all right? but their sustainability initiatives were so scrutable that even though we paid a premium for them, we bought them en masse for the entire hotel chain. And God has been kind, because, you know, if you look at the ITC share today, and it's a pity, Mr. Scott, because if Peter Scott has stayed back, he would have certainly had some ITC shares. It's a pity that Ron Scott has not. But if you do have the opportunity, please make investments here. The ITC share is today at 400 rupees. So all I'm saying is that it pays in the long run to actually buy green, right? And sustainability is no longer this ritual. It is a belief. You have to live it every other day.
Thank you. I think I'm going to have to come back out to India and stay at an ITC hotel and test out your mattress and pillows.
Yes.
Because I said to I shared a memory of mine with Mr. Rachel yesterday of the time I stayed at the pleasure of staying at the Imperial about 20 years ago. And the one thing that is stuck in my mind, my greatest memory of staying there, was the comfort of the bed and the pillows. They were so soft, I just slept like a baby. It was lovely. So I'll have to come and test ITC out now. Anyway, our time is really now up. I just want to come back to each of you, Mr. Rachel first. Is there any final sort of message that you would have regarding this meeting of sustainability needs by luxury at the luxury end of the hospitality market?
I think overall, I would believe that time has come to really move up our speed of action, because that's something we are going very, very slow. By 2040, the world should be net emission zero net emission. And I don't think that India is anywhere near that, to be honest. It's a very, very serious situation. The temperatures of the world are going to rise by 1.5 degrees by 2030. And that is, again, a big alarming signal. We need to keep it below 1.5 increase, and that's the target of the UN. And I think all of us have to become stakeholders. The government has to ensure that there are certain mandatory laws. You know, right now there are many things that you don't have to do. You know, you do have to have rainwater harvesting, but how many people are really doing it? Or what is the way to check and audit them? And of course, there are many other things that the government is doing in terms of the DCCP, the Delhi Pollution, DPCC, that is the Delhi Pollution Control, has done a lot of work towards this aspect. They even monitor online air systems sitting from their various, headquarters. So those things are happening. We need to up our speed. I think the speed of measurable action is very, very limited.
Thank you. And Mr. Anand, a final word from yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm very sanguine that we are notwithstanding many challenges. I've just admitted to some of our weaknesses. I think I'm very sanguine that I'll tell you what's happening. If you look at the movement, the green movement, it's never started from top. It actually started from the bottom. We have been recycling for years. You know, there is an old cliche. It's called the kabadi wala. You know, the kabadi wala is the gentleman or lady. These days, there are more ladies than gentlemen who actually came to our homes and collected trash. You know, so we've been recycling for years. Having said that, I think the great challenges before us is, please, this is not Costa Rica. This is India, or this is the UK. Put the onus back on yourselves. Don't put the onus now. I've been to many hotels which are berating you. Don't have a bath. Don't change your sheets. Don't change your towels. Don't do that. Don't do anything. Which essentially, and remember one thing, customers don't complain, they just don't come back, right? So take the onus on yourselves, right? The onus, as Mahatma Gandhi would rightly say, you know, be the change you want it to be. So I have learned over the years that we need to institutionalize what we called as sustainability within the instrument of the product and the process and amongst our people. So that customers like you, Ron Scott, when you come to an ITC hotel, and I certainly hope that you do because we could use the money, is that are not discomforted by all these little messaging and cluttering up your room. We'd rather clutter up the room with, with nice little candies and sweets and maybe a bottle of Peter Scott, if you're nice to us. Otherwise, that part of our, the transactional nature of sustainability is over. It is now, you have to build relationship. It's just with your customer based on sustainability.
You're quite right. To both of you, thank you very, very much. It's been marvelous listening to you both and learning from people with so much experience of the industry. And I think that you talked about the challenges in India, and you just said it as well. It is global. Every country has got a responsibility. You talked about achieving net zero 2040. We've got different parts of the UK. Some are saying 2035, some are saying 2040. So, I don't see us meeting that at the moment. There's a tremendous amount to do. So, but anyway, for now, thank you both very, very much, and we wish you very, very all the best in the future. And I hope that someday I may have the pleasure of meeting both of you on a face-to-face basis.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
You are now our second best friend in Scotland. The first was Peter Scott, and now we have Ron Scott.
Yes. Come back at the end of the day when I have to make a little closing speech, and I will have something to cheer you up.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, Sanchari. Thank you, Vijay. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ron sir. Thank you so much, Devanji and Vijay sir. I think it was absolutely commendable, and so much of learning we have had. A lot of things that all of you have spoken about is something that we already know, but then to make that belief and completely work towards that is something which is very important. And I think attempting that and sharing those thoughts and every initiative that you spoke about and the importance of sustainability in the luxury hospitality sector is something which everybody should be aware of, especially our students who would be world leaders tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Divan sir.
Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Divan sir. Thank you, Vijayji. And thank you so much, Ron sir, for yet another amazing panel that we have just had.
Sanchari, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you're able to see, we're moving in with very, very important topics. And the next topic, again, happens to be extremely important. And somebody very, very interesting is here with us. I have to basically mention that we would be moving to the next topic, wherein I have the pleasure to invite in Mr. Paul Walsh, MBE, and Mr. Michael Grove, who is the CEO of HotStats, to share their insights on contemporary revenue management in the hospitality industry. Talking about Mr. Michael Grove, he's a Chief Operating Officer at HotStats. HotStats, which provides monthly P&L benchmarking and market insight for the hotel industry, collecting monthly detailed financial data from hotels worldwide from over 100 brands and independent hotels. HotStats provides about over 550 different KPIs covering all operating revenues, payroll, expenses, cost of sales, and ultimately departmental and total hotel profitability. Prior to joining HotStats, Michael held multiple operation and financial roles at hotel and corporate levels for over 16 years and is a regular guest lecturer at university and hotel schools around the world. With him is joining none other than Mr. Paul Walsh, MBE, who is the founder of Jungle Crows Foundation. It is so amazing to have both of you here today in this panel. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, Michael, for joining us. And we welcome you for this extremely important panel discussion on contemporary revenue management in hospitality industry. Welcoming you both.
Thanks, Sanchari. Lovely. Lovely to see you all. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody around the world. It's really nice to be here. Michael, nice to meet you virtually.
Yeah, you too. You too.
Are you in Cardiff, or where are you?
I'm actually in Worcester today.
Okay, nice.
For most of the audience, it's Birmingham.
We're both in England. That'll do.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a quick gallop through the world of revenue management, which is obviously something that you know by heart and can share some insights with everybody here. And particularly, I think if you can direct comments towards, there's a lot of students listening. I know that you're familiar with IIHM. I've been associated with IHM for a long time, and the students are always eager to learn, eager to understand. And I think if you can give us some insights that kind of connect to students, that would be really helpful. I just kind of start from a very sort of top level idea, and I was looking at your website, and it says 1.2 million hotel rooms, 600 markets, and 3 billion data points. And of course, you read that and you think, my God, that's incredible. Wow. So let's see if we can to start by digging into some of those numbers for us, Michael, and sharing us with, 1.2 million hotel rooms. What does that really mean?
Well, look, I mean, it's one of those, number one, the data points one is we're a tech company, and therefore we have a lot of tech people here, and that's one of those numbers that gets them excited. So I was always keen to make sure that everybody at HotStats gets some input in the look and feel of what we do externally, and hence we include some of those data points. When it comes to the hotel rooms, I mean, we work with just over 10,500 hotels globally now. We really only launched in around 2018 when we basically scaled up from a company that was a data arm of a consultancy firm based out of London, and we decided that this was a product that I think from a timing point of view was something that could scale up pretty quickly, and was incredibly useful, not just for the hoteliers themselves, so a general manager and the team on property, also the corporate users, of course, looking at the rolled up performance of their portfolios versus how their competitors are doing. So from a benchmarking point of view, but also, of course, the investment community as it's become more and more sophisticated. Also, using data that is well beyond just looking at, how much money or how much revenue we take in a bedroom, so RevPAR, and the occupancy of the bedrooms. We were able to collect the data and remap the data into a central, a way that is comparable, a way that is benchmarkable across all different portfolios. And since then, yeah, we've grown incredibly quickly. We doubled during the pandemic, which was something that was quite hard to do because, of course, hotel companies generally had less resource, and in some ways less, or they felt like there was less need for data during the pandemic due to their ability to even be able to get hotel guests staying at their hotels, never mind yielding. But it's certainly, over the last few years, this has really come to the forefront. So the data points range all the way from, your typical hotel bedroom KPIs through the other areas of revenue performance. And again, I think we could talk through that during this discussion quite a bit, but hotels have changed quite a lot. We really realized that during the pandemic when people couldn't hold conferences, and there were many hotels around the world that really rely on conferences to fill their hotel bedrooms. It's no longer a secondary revenue. It was something that, really filled hotel bedrooms. And you can scale that when you think about ski resorts that rely on ski, golf resorts, spa resorts. They're really not hotel bedroom driven, actually. Hotel bedrooms is almost an ancillary revenue. And therefore, the wide range and use of this data from a revenue management perspective is incredible. And you add the cost lines to that, of course, the ability to be able to benchmark your cost lines, in particular the direct booking costs that relate to the sale of revenues. And then, of course, you have a picture that is almost net of those direct costs, which again has been a very hot topic over the last few years as OTAs, the online travel agents like Booking.com, etc., have taken a larger share of the pie, and hoteliers are trying to make sure they maximize the profits, the bottom line.
That's interesting. So you're really at the center of understanding what trends are happening. I mean, double growth in the pandemic, that's pretty incredible in itself. I don't think there's been any other aspect of the hospitality industry that would even talk about growth during that time, never mind kind of good growth figures. So perhaps you can share with us some of the trends that you're seeing.
Sure.
From the absolute data that you're generating.
Yeah, I mean, my basically, I wouldn't say it's my full-time job. I think I'd be doing myself a disservice, but a huge part of my job is presenting at conferences. So this year we'll be presenting at 45 events around the world. And our role really is to take the data that we collect and give the audience, an update really on what is happening from a factual point of view. You'll see on any of my slides, it always starts with, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. And the one thing about the hospitality industry, and specifically hotels, is there are definitely a lot of opinions around. And so what I try to do is use the data to tell the story in a factual form. And then we have these kind of discussions where we can utilize that data to then, form a wider discussion. And during the pandemic, when hotels were closing, many markets around the world were totally closed, as in, you weren't even allowed to stay at a hotel. So we were still collecting the expense data, even when hotels were closed, or even running at a very, very small minimum of revenues. And what that enabled us to do is look at how hotels entered the pandemic, and then how the cost lines changed when we came out the other side of the pandemic. And that has really been the key theme of how hotels look different to they did pre-pandemic. Many hotels were carrying hereditary costs that they've had for a long time. And this was the time to embrace technology and automation, clustering, centralizing, to offset a lot of the costs. And then also from a revenue perspective, the ability to look at a kind of total white paper review of the building that people just don't generally do. As you can see, I was in hotels for a long time, and we would often look at an annual budget based on what happened the prior year. And of course, what happened during the pandemic is there was no prior year to really reference. We still use 19 as the kind of stable reference point, but it was it's already a long time ago, and the world changed a lot. So the revenue management perspective has also changed, quite a lot as well. People have a different approach to how they can maximize use of space, how they can ensure that they take a larger share of the wider changes in society, like co-working, home working, hybrid conferencing, lots of things that I guess weren't really around during the prior pandemic, or at least they were quite limited. And now, of course, hotels need to make sure they get a larger share of that. So those trends I present quite a lot of. One of them I think is quite interesting is what's happening with food and beverage, because hotel food and beverage, certainly in Europe and in the US, has seen a reduction on a per occupied room basis. With the guests staying in the hotel, they are not seeing anywhere near the growth, if you adjust for inflation, nowhere near the growth you're seeing in average rate of hotel bedrooms, or what you're seeing from pricing in spa and wellness, etc. And maybe actually now, whereas pre-pandemic hoteliers would not include package rates, we would look at a room-only rate as being optimal, because that means we can upsell to customers. But of course, if those customers are not then eating in your hotel, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. And maybe that worked prior pandemic, but now, as it becomes more and more of a challenge, actually maybe, and I know a lot of hotel chains are already looking at, maybe starting to re-include, food and beverage as an offering, so that you secure the revenue and the guest gets feels like they're getting maybe an extra bit of value. And maybe that's a pivot, maybe that's a change in the way we do things. Another area was room service, for instance. Many hotel chains stripping out room service prior pandemic because it was a dying area of hotel revenue. And then what happened during the pandemic? Well, room service doubled. It was very much the key area of sale of food and beverage, and hoteliers became very creative. All of a sudden, we were able to serve, very good levels of food and beverage to hotel bedrooms, above and beyond what we had been doing for the last 5 years. And we saw the growth, and we've seen it, a sustainable level of growth, because we've actually got a better offering out there. We actually adapted and provided a better offering. So I think there are things that the pandemic caused that I'm able to show in data. And overall, a few weeks back, I was there presenting actually at the conference in Bengaluru, and you could see from the data that hotels had seen 15 to 18% increase in average rate. They'd actually seen 25% increase in revenue per occupied room. So actually, we are not just getting extra money for the hotel bedrooms, but we are actually selling the spa space for more. We're making more off golf. We're making more from many different areas of the P&L. And that is, some of it is to do with pent-up demand, guest spend being something that, people are looking for maybe more of an experience. But what does that mean for the future in the way that we even buy and sell hotels or build hotels? How do we is the efficient model of a select service hotel actually the best option if you're able to actually, if we are able to upsell more revenue across the board to hotelier to guests. It provokes all sorts of questions, and that's what the data is there for.
What sort of, so you were in Bangalore recently in presenting, and do you have any kind of trends that are specific to India, or you've got some ideas that Indian hoteliers, the students of IHM, should be thinking about? What should they, if you're a young kid who is looking to go into the hospitality industry, I've worked with a lot of young people who have gone into hospitality, and my advice is always going to my advice isn't valuable, but what would be your advice? What's your kind of gut feeling? Where's the growth going to be?
Well, look, so just taking a step back from it, like you saw in my bio there, I present a lot at a lot of hotel schools around the world. I'm also a chair of the advisory board for a charity in the UK for trying to encourage and advocate hotels as a place to work, because I've had an incredibly successful career without, I'll tell you a secret to lots of people on this call. I didn't go to university at all. So my career has been all through the opportunities that were raised during my career in hotels. And I think the thing that the stigma that the industry has been given over the last few years because of what's happened during the pandemic, and of course the impact on, we were impacted more than most industries, and of course that came with a lot of, with the stigma, an attached stigma. I actually don't think there's ever been a better time to join hotels. I think this is probably the best time to join, because the employers are doing more and more to attract talent and to retain talent. So therefore you're looked after better. We've never been paying more than we're paying now. There are many great reasons to move into hotels now. And the other thing that I always say is that don't skip operations. I actually really believe that my career would never have been as successful as it was if I didn't go into operations. You could skip it and go into digital marketing and business development and all of the fun jobs that people really enjoy. Now business intelligence as well, another area that has become incredibly powerful. But really, without having the operational knowledge and understanding of the business, I would never have been able to do my jobs as well as I did them. And I also wouldn't have even really been aware that they existed. So I think certainly don't miss operations. And the ability to be able to work in, now we're seeing the models changing so much. You have the lifestyle hotels, we have boutique, we have nature, hotels that are in areas of, I guess, which would have been considered as tertiary locations, as provincial locations, are now very sought after and are full right, for big periods of the year, and are incredibly popular. So the creativity that you can bring to the table in those kind of, in the new world of hotel models, I think is also quite exciting for people coming into the industry.
I think that's brilliant, Michael. I think I'd absolutely reinforce that message that if you can be in an operational role, in the heart, it's really the heart of the work, isn't it? If you're getting to understand everything, see the numbers, understand the pressure, understand what wins, what doesn't win, and that's where a future career is really going to be built. So I'd absolutely say that's really, really good advice. And any students, young people listening, need to kind of look at that and really, perhaps not the most glamorous, particularly when you're starting out, but it's certainly where the real work is, and where you're making the business click.
That's also the most fun. I still think the most fun job I had was in food and beverage, and it's you have there's so many moving parts to it. If you go into hotels, you go into it because you enjoy those things in hotels. I also think from going back to the revenue management perspective, or the strategic side of the business, is that things evolve, things are moving so quickly, things are changing so quickly, that what was a theme 3-4 years ago, has changed already. So you don't need to be an incredibly experienced hotelier. In fact, many of us experienced hoteliers, in some ways need to make sure we keep our finger on the pulse, because it's really hard to keep close to what the recent Or for me, it's probably easier because I have the trends. But for many hoteliers, without keeping an eye on that, you don't really know what the latest thing is. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that always comes up is the cost of acquisition. Going back to the online travel agent story, and they charge a lot in commission, but it doesn't mean that they're an evil. It doesn't mean that they're not a good thing. In fact, if you don't have very much of a marketing force, and you don't have the most sophisticated online presence, then possibly the OTA could be a really good option for you. Being able to sell bookings where you're going to pay a commission, but they'll probably have the best marketing force that you can find in the industry. Maybe it's not a bad thing for you. I'm not saying it's the same for everybody. If you don't have a brand, again, maybe they're incredibly powerful for you. So, I think people coming into the industry who are kind of new and know what consumers, certainly what the new, the kind of younger consumers want now, are actually in some ways an advantage as well. They're coming into the industry with fresh ideas, with a fresh mindset, and really understand what those, what the next generation of guests are going to want. So again, I think it's also sometimes a little bit scary going into strategic discussions, because you believe that those people with experience around you are going to have a better, footing on those discussions. And actually, going in young and new to these conversations actually could be to your advantage as well.
And with the data.
And data is now central. I'm not saying that as a data provider. I think it's the one thing about data at the moment is that there's so much out there. If we have 550 KPIs for 10,500 hotels, it can be a minefield, and that's just P&L. Then you've got guest reviews, and you've got the health and safety.
And that's where hot stats comes in.
Well, we're just one of them, and I think that's the thing is, but for me, I think we're how you measure the output of all of the things you're doing. We don't necessarily, I don't think that, there's a direct return on investment on benchmarking your P&L performance. I don't think you see, it doesn't give you the answers, but it tells you where to look, it tells you, it shows you the outputs of the good things you're doing or the bad things you're doing, but it also helps you show, look, where things have changed. And if you think about it, over the years, we as hoteliers, we've benchmarked rooms revenue performance because we sold hotel bedrooms, and we are incredibly good at selling hotel bedrooms because we've always measured it and we've always benchmarked it, and we've driven ourselves right to the limit of what we're capable of doing in that area. But of course, hotels, have many revenue streams now. Total revenue management has come to the forefront, and of course we've been a big part of that because we've been able to provide the output, the analysis that helps you drive that strategy. And of course, then you've got, ultimately profitability, because you've got the whole expense side of the business that is directly linked to how you revenue manage your hotel. If you bring in certain types of business, they cost very different things to other parts of the business, and therefore that full story is where we're moving. It's operational benchmarking. It's the combination of all of those things you do. If you don't treat your staff well, you don't treat your guests well, if you don't have a safe and sustainable hotel, then you won't get profit. But without the profit, it's really hard to do a lot of those things as well, right? So it's a combination for me of all of those things, and hot stats is a central part to measuring the overall output of all of those good things for me.
Brilliant, Michael. I think we're getting the flick. So Thanks very much for sharing your hot stats vision and how you're leveraging data. It's a really good story. Young people need to understand all this, need to be on top of it, and absolutely have it integral as part of their development and education. So thank you very much, Michael. And I think we're going to head back to Sanchari.
That's right, Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, Michael. I think it was a great perspective on analytics, on financials, on performance analysis, I think, which is something which is very important for our students to know as well, because it is extremely important for them to be a part of the revenue management system as to how hotels operate, the RevPAR and so many other particular things that all of you have discussed about. And I think it was potentially a very, very enriching information for everybody. And we would be definitely talking about this more, because that is one subject which we are all extremely, fascinated with and definitely want to learn more with. And we are definitely extremely proud of this relationship and partnership that we have with Hotstats already. So thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, Michael, for joining in all the way from England. And thank you for this enriching information and panel discussion on a very important topic for all of us here on International Hospitality Day. Thank you very much for joining us, both of you.
Very much a pleasure.
Thanks,
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I now once again invite our very endearing chairman, Dr. Shubham Bose, who would be, in fact, talking about IHM's collaboration with government associations and how it is contributing to the growth of the hospitality industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our very dear sir, Dr. Bose.
Very much appreciate that, Sanchari. Thanks for the last panel, which was excellent with Michael. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Paul. And yes, I'm going to talk about partnership once again, but this partnership is more specific about partnership with the government. But then one of the most important part of the United Nations SDG goal, as we said, as we are celebrating the International Hospitality Day today, is partnership. Goal number 17, partnership, is partnership with the government, partnership with the local community, partnership among the suppliers. It's about collaboration. It's about working together, and all the goals, all the other 16 goals of the SDGs, as we say, are actually interlinked with the partnership. We talk about quality education, we talk about gender equality, we talk about the sustainable development in local communities, supporting local community. We talk about life underwater, we talk about life over water, and of course we talk about very important zero hunger, which we are very passionately connected at IIHM, and of course no poverty. So all these things need a lot of partnership. In fact, talking about partnership, it's quite interesting the kind of partnership which we have in IIHM, partnership with over 50 international universities all over the world, partnership with our parent organizations, the University of West London, partnership with the National Skill Development Corporation, which is a part of the Government of India, and the Tourism Skill Development Council, also under UNSDG. Partnership with Google, which we are trying to do now, and we are already in advanced stage. Right now, we spoke about partnerships, which you spoke about with Michael Grove for Hotstat, and in Bangalore, we spoke about Hotstat coming into a partnership, probable partnership with IHM, where they will be teaching our students about revenue management, giving them the data and how we can handle the data analytics in the global hospitality industry. So these are all about partnership. Also, it's about partnership with your customer, partnership with the guest, partnership with all the online travel agents, as we say, OTA, which is now the lifeline of any hotel business in sales team. I think this partnership, as Michael was also mentioning about booking.com, or in Indian context with Make My Trip or Clear Trip, very important partnerships which brings the business, of course, partnership with tour operators, partnership with the travel agents, partnership with the wedding planners and the event managers who gives business to the hotel industry. It's partnership with the catering company. You run a huge catering and you don't have the infrastructure. You partner with a catering company and they support your catering needs. It's partnership with the different government departments. I think is very important right away, because in today's world, the government has changed. I mean, at least in what used to be in India was a more of a regulation. Government means regulatory. Anything government means like they're going to stop you. But now things have changed a lot. Government has become more of a very friendly facilitator in a lot of ways. The ease of business has now become much easy. Even in the world ranking, the ease of business in India has come up on the rankings, which is very good news. The government is actually now supporting a lot in getting the food licenses, getting the FSSI licenses. It's become much more easy. You can actually online do from your home. You don't need to go and really plead and bleed for getting a license, which used to be even 10 years back. I think the partnership with the tourism department, which is the government of India, is very important, because the tourism department actually gives you a lot of input. Look at the G20 that's happening. The G20 in 1 year is making the Indian hospitality industry from possibly 1 to 25 in terms of the volume of business. I was in one of the G20 conference yesterday in Bhubaneswar, and I met a couple of ministers there, and the way that they're thinking is absolutely radical. We spoke yesterday of the new definition, or rather the future of work. For the students, I think it's very important thing to understand the future of work, the future of skills. The work is no more like coming to an office and working within the four walls. It's not like that. You can work from anywhere. You can work from not just home or office. You can work from anywhere in the world. You can work from a very leisurely place while doing your vacation. We have got staycation. Now there is a new word called pleasure, which is called business and leisure. You can go for a leisure and still do business, still do work. So it's called pleasure. And the government is supporting this kind of initiative in terms of the departments which are also responsible for the ancillary support. For example, electricity, for example, sustainable energy, for example, giving you loans for the money, the financial institution, the banks, which are under the government. They have become much more realistic now. They have become much more friendly. The interest rates, the repayment terms, the credit rankings have become much more easy. So I think all these partnerships are now required for getting the business up and running to the international level, which was required. Possibly we are still 20 years behind the schedule, but we are still there and it's happening. I think from our point of view, from education point of view, it's absolutely fascinating the way the NEP, the National Education Policy of the Government of India 2020 has changed the way you look at education. Today, you can do 2 degrees at a time for anywhere. Of course, at IHM, we always had this dual degree, but now even in a government college, you can do a degree in physics and also in possibly music, or possibly an engineering and dancing, or engineering and hospitality. So all these things have now become much more easy, and all because of the partnerships that are happening with the academia, industry, and the government. So these 3 people have to come, because ultimately the most important partner for all of us is the industry. Because what we are doing, we are producing the professionals, the human resources, the students of today and the general managers of tomorrow, is all for the industry. And the industry support, I think, is paramount. And the way the industry is coming forward and supporting us, I think is absolutely unimaginable. We have already signed one global contract with Marriott. We are in sync to sign up with Accor, with Radisson, and with another 8 or 10 of the large hospitality brands in India and outside of India as well, for the students of IHM, where we're starting a lot of skilling as well, and under the brand of IHM Institute of Hospitality Skills. There are a lot of things that are happening, and I think the partnership with the government is paramount in getting the sustainability, the sustainable development goals actually work. Otherwise, it will still become the lip service of the politicians about the things they have been doing for years. But now I can see in India, especially after the G20 presidency, that things are really working and working very well. So I think we have to give the due credit where it is there. And I think the partnership goal number 17 of the SDG of the United Nations is extremely important, but a partnership with the government, I think, is extremely important. Right now, you saw Michael Grove from Hotstat. Before that, you saw Megha Shankaranarayan from Google. We also are signing a contract with a Small World, one of the world's largest architecture company, where they will come and teach our students, the architect, how you make a hotel. What are the salient features in making a hotel? If you're making a hotel in Goa, how is it different from making a hotel in Mumbai or Bangalore? How a hotel in hills are different from a hotel in the coast or a desert. So this all depends upon architecture, interior, exteriors. They're going to come and teach our students that part of hospitality which were never taught before. So we also have got a collaboration coming with a couple of digital tech company. One of them is Amadeus, which is one of the world's largest ticketing platform. So they are the platform on which all the ticketing channel partners depend. So they are coming and also signing a contract to teach our students. So all these partnerships are paramount, very important for our students, but the partnership with the government, I think, is the key. So that is, I wanted to emphasis in this 10 minutes talk. So thanks very much for listening, and let's take this partnership goal number 17 ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was wonderful. And we are very, very proud to be a part of this wonderful organization, which is called the International Institute of Hotel Management. And the way it is growing and, you know, the kind of opportunities that it is providing our students at being on top of the cutting edge of technology is absolutely, absolutely wonderful. And I do trust that our students who are sitting and listening appreciate the fact, the kind of efforts that we take to make sure that your education is ready for the future, not just for today, because that's what we want our students to be. And IIHM excels in that. And thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for that wonderful talk we heard from your side. All right, so it's time for the next, which is our discussion, okay, which is going to be a wonderful discussion on the impact of global partnership in education on the promotion of hospitality. And to moderate this discussion, we have with us Ms. Rupa Datta. She is an FI at IIHM and the Deputy Director and Program Leader at IIHM. So Ms. Datta brings with her a wealth of experience in hospitality education and has been a driving force behind IIHM's academic programs. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Datta to introduce our panelists and kick off the discussion.
Good afternoon, good evening, and a very warm welcome to all those who have joined IIHM Virtual Global Convention to celebrate International Hospitality Day. Thank you very much, Rupinder. We are now going to enter a panel discussion, which actually takes off from what Dr. Bose has just mentioned regarding partnerships. Partnerships with industry, partnerships with the government, and partnerships with education. And taken together, all three will combine to give formidable professionals who will take hospitality into the future. We're very lucky to have with us many experts who have joined us today. Our panel discussion, as just mentioned, is to do with education partnerships and the impact of global partnerships in education on the promotion of hospitality. The future of the world of education for hospitality students and how businesses in the industry will thrive in years to come has been a popular topic for professionals across the industry. The changes that the pandemic has introduced alongside technical innovations have created a world for travel and tourists that looks very different from the one we saw just a few years ago. And this has been verified by the previous speakers who have been with us this afternoon. Understanding how to educate today's hospitality students so that they are prepared and equipped to thrive as leaders in the sector tomorrow has become a pressing concern, because we need to know how to do it properly, taking into account the different kinds of hospitality and tourism which have come to the fore and what actually is happening in the industry. The education system itself is shifting towards more self-learning, e-learning, and tools that can adapt to the capability of each student. And it is clear that the hospitality world of tomorrow will look very different to the one of today. In the next 10 years, hospitality education will certainly take a different form, and this is where collaborations and partnerships will provide opportunities for global growth. I would now like to introduce the experts from the government, from academia and industry who have joined the panel from all these areas to give their views about collaborations and how these will be important and will be able to help in the future. So firstly, I would like to introduce Dr. Sunita Badwar. She is the Vice President, Standards, Tourism and Hospitality, Skills Council. Dr. Badwar is a PhD in management from Banastali Vidyapeeth University. Her professional and academic background spans more than 18 years. She has been awarded the Award of Excellence in 2018 by the Indian Hospitality Congress. She regularly expresses interests in activities that are connected to and involve research. Throughout her professional life, she has written a front office textbook and 17 research papers that have been published in renowned publications. She has delivered keynote addresses at numerous international conferences. Welcome, Dr. Badwar. We'll be coming back to you after I have announced or introduced the rest of the esteemed panelists. Professor Peter Jones. Professor Jones is an MBE, a DSc, MPhil, FCGI, FIH, FRACA. Peter is the Academic Director for eHotelier, Chair of the Professional Review Panel for the Institute of Hospitality, Board Advisor to the International Association of Hotel Schools, and a Trustee of the Savoy Educational Trust. He is the Chair of Crumbs, which is a disability charity that provides hospitality education and training for adults with learning and mental health disabilities. Following his Army career, he went on to be the head of School of Service Industries at Bournemouth University, principal and CEO of the Blue Mountain Hotel School, the head of the London School of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London, and the project director for the development of the Edge Hotel School at the University of Essex. He has chaired a number of professional and government bodies in the UK, in Australia and Lithuania, and most recently, chairing an expert panel reviewing the field of business studies and higher education in Lithuania. He is a specialist advisor to Kathmandu University and currently chairs the Gate College Academic Council. He was made a member of the British Empire, or the MBE, in 2007 for his contribution to hospitality. We move to Chef Sean Leonard, who's an MEd, MOADE, Executive Chef and Culinary Program Leader at BHMS, the Business and Hotel Management School in Lucerne, Switzerland. So Chef Sean is a graduate of the University of Northumbria in the United Kingdom and Cornell University, Ithaca, New York. Chef has more than 30 years experience in the F&B industry and 19 years teaching experience in 25 countries worldwide, and has headed up kitchen departments for numerous hotels, including Hilton and Kempinski, both nationally and internationally, including opening the prestigious Paddington Hilton in London. With his passion for food, exploring the latest culinary techniques, competitions, and travel, Chef Leonard takes his inspiration from both the classical and the modern kitchens. Chef Leonard is also a keen culinary competitor having won gold and silver medals at some of the world's most prestigious culinary competitions at the Culinary World Cup in Luxembourg and the Culinary Olympics in Erfurt, Germany. He now focuses on mentoring and judging as he helps the next generation in culinary and competition quest, recently awarding the World Chef's official judging license. Chef Leonard will soon be judging the world's best in the world's best competitions. So welcome to you, Chef Leonard. Our next panelist is James Edmonds, Associate Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean at the London Geller College of Hospitality and Tourism at the University of West London. So James has had almost 3 decades of experience of teaching and managing tourism, hospitality, and aviation courses within higher education. He has published 2 academic books and has undertaken a range of consultancy for organizations ranging from Scandinavian Airlines through to Visit Britain and the London Borough of Ealing. Ms. Tejal Vasavara is our next panelist. She's the director at the American Corner Ahmedabad Indo-American Education Society. With a career spanning several roles in the education sector, Ms. Vasavara brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to her current position. Her past experiences include serving as an event manager with the Indo-American Education Society and a territory manager at Helen O'Grady. We now come to industry. Dr. Swaroop Sinha is her next guest. He is head of the ITC Hospitality Management Institute and also an FII-HM. Dr. Sinha is, as I said, the head of the ITC Hospitality Management Institute, the Learning Institute of ITC Limited Hotels Division. He is a hospitality and tourism professional with over 3 decades of experience in both hospitality education, operation and education. Dr. Sinha is inquisitive about new developments in the field of hospitality education that allows him to cultivate new skills and abilities with changing times. His role focuses on developing the future leaders of the hospitality industry, and he is a firm believer of the fact that learning is dynamic and things will never be ideal, and each moment has to be made perfect. Dr. Sinha has accomplished his studies in hotel management, bachelor's degree in tourism studies, and master's degree in personnel management. He is also a PhD in the subject of management studies. So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very, esteemed panel of experts with us this evening. And we would like to hear from their views because they are all from different parts of hospitality, and how can we learn together and collaborate in partnerships which will actually bring forward professionals for the future when we know that hospitality is changing and it is so dynamic. My first questions will go to Dr. Sunita Badwar. So Dr. Badwar, in India, there has been a recent surge in requirement for structured and accredited skill and vocational courses. Why do you feel these courses are gaining importance? Because this involves the government and shows that the government is now partnering in education.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, Ms. Rupa. So there is a considerable increase in the vocational ecosystem, which is the government is focusing upon. And there is a drastic increase in gaining popularity as well as when I'll talk about the specific to the vocational and skill ecosystem. So there are many reasons behind it. One is national education policy. The prime focus of national education policy is on skilling and vocational courses. So as per the NEP, skills to be introduced from class 6 onwards. And we have NSQF level descriptors. So a level 3 would be taught in the classes from 9th to 10th, which is currently also prior to the national education policy, the skills were there. But though importance was not given to the skills and vocational ecosystem. So 9th and 10th, level 3 would be taught. And level 4 NSQF level would be taught from class 11 to 12. But however, nowadays, now the Ministry of Education, they have framed the guidelines called National Credit Framework, in which there is no difference or there is no differentiation between the vocational education or the higher education. So both are kept at par. That is the reason now, since NEP is there, National Education Policy structure is there, and now we have got a National Credit Framework, which is giving equal importance to both the system, whether we talk about vocational education system or it's a higher education system. So both are kept simultaneously and are at par with each other. So it's not like other. Yes.
So may I ask why you feel the government has now taken this decision to start structuring vocational skills at such an early level in the education system?
The reason behind this, so vocational means more of hands-on experience. When we talk about skills, skills are not only left or not only left for the left out student who could not make it up in the academics. So basically, when we talk about our industry standards, industry requires candidates who are skilled as per the recent trends which are there in the industry. So industry also have set demand. So they felt there has to be a need to inculcate, even the ministry too felt there has to be need of the hour wherein the candidate should be skilled as per the industry standards. So that is the reason they felt like, okay, the skilling has to be taught from the schooling level so that the candidate should have certain hands-on experience, unlike other developed nations. If we'll talk about Germany, Singapore, Australia, and other countries, where like skills are introduced starting from the school level.
Yes.
So that is the reason even our industry is also focusing on the same. And if we keep, the ministry has kept both the vocational education and the higher education at par. So that is the reason. So people were in frame of a mind, specifically in the Indian perspective, they felt like that vocational education is only meant for the left out student, but that is not the case. So now in order to recognize vocational and the skills, so they have embedded starting from the school level.
Okay, that's a great insight that now the government is recognizing this and introducing it actually from a level where it can be taught to all students. So that opens many more opportunities for them. So how do you see that these courses are going to meet the demands of the current and foreseeable future for the global hospitality industry?
So as you can see, that the industry demand is increasing day by day. And if I'll talk about the skill gap, so industry skill gap is again increasing. So the skill gap is increasing variably, and so is the trend nowadays. So industry nowadays, if I'll talk about the post-pandemic scenario, the industry has changed a lot. Their major focus is on hygiene and sanitation. They're looking for certain job roles who can do multitasking job roles. And in order to meet the current industry demand, we have rationalized all our qualifications, or we can say a short-term training program, which can also be embedded into the higher education if we club three, four job roles all together. So that can also lead to a higher education. It's not only limited to the short-term training program. So in this way, we are in alignment with the industry. We keep on revising all our qualification as and when the industry demand changes. But however, like post-pandemic, the demand has changed drastically in terms of the industry standards. They're looking forward to some candidates who are multi-skilled rather than focusing on one primary job role. So they're looking for a multitasking employees, and the major focus is on the hygiene and sanitation, and we have revised all our course curriculum as per the current industry demand so that we can also meet the industry standards.
Okay, that's actually great news for many people who will be now able to pursue these avenues. So moving from the vocational level, thank you very much, Dr. Badwar. I would like now to move to Professor Peter Jones. Good evening from
thank you.
Kolkata. Professor Jones, so you are in, what should I say, serious academia.
I'm not sure I'd call it that, actually, but never mind.
That'll
No,
do.
yes, in the sense that you understand about building curriculum from a purely academic point of view. And I would like to ask you that in hospitality management education worldwide, so you've come from a hospitality management background, you've gone and worked in industry, you come back into academia. Why is there a need for structured vocational and academic courses?
Only because somebody makes the rules that says you're supposed to structure it in that way. There's absolutely no need for it. It just so happens to be that that's been custom and practice for such a very long time. If you think about it, in terms of the way that a business works and what's hospitality education supposed to be doing, other than actually giving the students the insight into the real world of how the business works. So, and what we do, of course, is completely artificial as far as the business is concerned, because we structure our timetable, our curriculum, our syllabus in certain ways which we think are giving the students the skills to be able to develop those skills and then to apply them in the real world of work. However, our curriculum doesn't actually bear any reference really to the real world of work, because we artificially chunk it up into bite-sized bits we give subject titles to, so that as far as we're concerned, we can deliver them in a what we would consider to be a fairly rational way. But that doesn't reflect the reality of how business works. Because if I go into work and I'm the general manager of a hotel, I don't suddenly decide, from 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock, I'm going to do marketing. From 10 o'clock till 11 o'clock, I'll do some finance. Then I might do a little bit of, perhaps a bit of HR. Then I might go into do a bit of operations management. So what we do from an academic point of view is we artificially deconstruct what we think goes on in the real world, and we make syllabuses and curriculum on the basis of that deconstruction. My argument is that why do we bother? Why do we actually deconstruct it in that particular way? Because what we fail to do when we do it that way is the integration between theory and practice. We provide the theory and we expect the practice to either happen elsewhere, or we might provide the practice, but do we truly integrate the theory and practice? If you're going to be successful in whatever field it happens to be, it's a combination between the ability to do and the ability to understand. And that once you've got that combination, and you can refine that combination, and you refine that combination through experience. So we've got to find ways within education to actually create that experiential learning, which allows the students to really both develop the skills that we've just been talking about, but deliver the skills in the context of the real world, and then be able to understand why those skills are so important and why they're being developed in that real world. So to come back to your question, the reason that we do it in the way that we do it is because the academic world, especially the world of higher education, has decided in its wisdom or otherwise that it needs to structure things in certain ways. It provides a regulatory framework that says you've got to have so many subjects in each year. Each subject is worth so many different credits. We'll add them all together, and when they succeed, they move forward. However, I think we could actually, and I know because we have tried it elsewhere, that there are other ways of doing the same thing, which are much more integrated, but to be honest, they're much, much harder to do. And that, of course, is that, as you mentioned earlier, education is changing quite rapidly, but whether it's changing in the right direction is another matter.
But do you believe that the collaborations with industry, the partnerships with industry are actually helping in molding what we put into these chunks of education that we're teaching in hospitality? Because that is the application of the ever-changing dynamics.
It is, and it's vitally important that we have that relationship. But my concerns are that we treat that relationship not as an integral part of the education, but as an add-on.
So in many places around the world, they treat internships, stages, placements, call them what you will, in some cases as an optional add-on. You don't have to do it, but we'd recommend that you did it. And often it's done in isolation. So it's the student is expected to be able to make that relationship between the theory and practice. We think we've given them sufficient theory, but we've given them very little practice. We send them out to work in the real world, and all of a sudden they're confronted with an awful lot of practice, huge amounts of decision making, great complexity of managing operations in the moment, and yet we haven't adequately prepared them for that. So for me, the way that I would see an ideal relationship is that starts from day one, so that you've got that ideal relationship between industry and, if you like, education for shorthand, but it starts from day one. So the students are exposed to the industry at the same point as they are actually exposed to hospitality education. And there's another quick reason for doing that, if I may, is that if you are expecting your students to go into a 5-star hotel without ever experiencing what a 5-star hotel is necessarily for themselves, how can we possibly expect them to be successful or really understand the nature of how that operates? So there's a huge experiential issue there.
Yes.
To the industry, at the same time as giving them the necessary understanding of what's going on around them and how it works.
So a little more collaboration, would you say, between
well, for me, the ideal collaboration is actually that education and industry own their own property, shall we say, and it all happens in the one place. It doesn't happen elsewhere, it doesn't happen completely separately. It actually happens in the same place. And you can do that in a whole variety of ways, but unfortunately, depending upon which education system you're in, some of the education systems make that extremely difficult to do. And I'm seeing James nodding there.
So this is actually food for thought, because hospitality education or hospitality is such an industry where this practical application or experience is something which is essential. And actually it
is absolutely essential. You're quite right. You can't operate. And I've been saying this for many years, but if you think about what's going on in a hotel, it's a very complex operation, but it happens now. It's not like banking where, okay, I can deal with that tomorrow, or there will be many other areas, professional areas, where you can deal with something in your own time. In hospitality, you can't. In the chef's case, he's got customers and they're expecting to be delivered a product now. And similarly, whichever part of the operations you're working in, you have to be able to recognize what the customer is looking for and deliver on the customer's expectations in the moment. And that puts a lot of pressure on the individuals, obviously, and the businesses, but it also is a much more complex business to run than perhaps a retail business.
Absolutely. Thank you for those insights. And I think there's a lot of food for thought regarding how we can structure the courses that we run to provide hospitality professionals with the relevant experience, when they actually get into the industry. And talking about chefs, I'd like now to bring in Chef Sean Leonard from BHMS in Lucerne, Switzerland. So a slightly different question, Chef Leonard, for you. Regarding the culinary arts. So we're talking about global collaborations, and we can see that, especially after the pandemic, before that also, but now, the culinary arts have really taken off. We have so many shows, television programs where culinary arts has really, really taken off, and people talk about, I want to be a chef, I want to be a celebrity chef, I want to have my own restaurant. So how important do you think global collaborations are? Chef Sean.
Yes, well, great to meet you all, and great to see you again, Rupa. Happy International Hospitality Day to all. wherever you may be in the world. It's certainly an important time to celebrate our industry and also its people. So global collaborations in culinary arts, I think it's extremely important to realize that they become more and more popular. I'm kind of keen to sort of tell Peter that we are kind of also a little bit delivering on some of those expectations we have in terms of showing students how the real industry functions and works, being that we have a kind of unique hospitality school system here in Switzerland, which allows us to sort of show students not only how we work, but also deliver on those expectations in terms of actually physically preparing people for the industry. But this means that, of course, global collaboration is tantamount importance to nearly all businesses, education institutes, aspects of study and development today. There are many advantages for global collaboration in culinary arts, such as the ability to choose from wider pools of knowledge, experience, and equally when judging a global competition like the YCO, for example. I'd like to say that also IHM and YCO demonstrate their ability to globally collaborate in the interest of students' development. Equally here at BHMS, as mentioned before, we're equally minded in adopting such similar policies. We all work in groups that are spread all over the world, but stay connected. So people from India, Switzerland, the UK might all be working together on the same project, but physically being in different places. It has enormous benefits in the exchange, development, and collaboration in general. But I think it's important to talk about as well the larger pool of people. The main significance being that there'll be a much bigger opportunity, choice through collaboration to find the right person for the right role. So if we're looking for a chef for an Indian restaurant somewhere in Midwest of the US, then of course we have the opportunity through collaboration to find that right person, which of course is very important. And it also, through collaboration, I also find it allows us to creatively think slightly differently to our normal circumstances. People from different cultures and different backgrounds, they have alternative ideas of lots of things. And through connection, through global collaboration, people all over the world share their versions and ideas of what they think or what they do in current practice. And I think this is important also through definitely a positive aspect of collaboration. And also a little bit of cultural understanding. There's an importance of opportunities to really engage with other cultures, to help students give a more open-minded approach to the world around them, which can only benefit us in this globalized world for sure. So there's definitely a lot of collaboration needed more and more, as mentioned, not only for the physical aspect of what we're learning, but also for the whole globalized world. And we are ultimately traveling a lot more and exchanging a lot more. So therefore preparation of how each other culturally interact is important. And I think that also is portrayed, as you mentioned earlier, through the media, which has a big role to play in terms of social media on one side. So we've got people who are demonstrating their ability or trying to demonstrate their ability to show what they are doing in the world in terms of culinary arts, let's say, for example. And then we have the professionals who are using this as a marketing aspect as well and a professional channel. But important is that we look at everything a little bit in retrospect and take the best out of those opportunities and use and see this as an opportunity to bring a little bit more of the world to our doorstep and to hopefully create a little bit more understanding, which I think in the world today is very important.
Thank you, Chef Leonard. I think that's wonderful. Because of the media and the collaborations, not only can we see how people, say, for example, the MasterChef winner from India we had with us a little earlier, he was telling us how the local ingredients that he uses, which are only found in his part of India, are now kind of known by so many more people. And these are the things which will help these collaborations, or just the understanding of other people, the cultures, as you have mentioned, will help the world, I think, so much in the future, and will open up the world to so many people. Thank you for being with us today. Next, I would like to invite James Edmonds to share a few thoughts. James, if I could just ask you, as the Dean of the London Geller College of Hospitality and Tourism, you have collaborations with so many areas in education. What are the features and influences of these collaborations which you feel will be able to help the professionals of the future?
Well, good evening to you, Rupa, and thank you very much for having us. That's a good question. I think there's a range of different areas and elements to that. I would start off by saying I think the best thing of it is obviously that idea of shared expertise in many respects. And I think that is one thing that we have definitely developed with yourselves at IIHM. And not just the idea of expertise, but also resources, which again is really useful for the pair of us in the way of that partnership and with the number of partnerships that the university has. And I think linked to that then is the idea, I suppose, of new perspectives that we can actually bring in ideas to perhaps how we teach things and ultimately how we in the UK, for example, view how the industry is going elsewhere based on global partnerships. And that then links into such things as enhanced networking, which really is important with regards to not just understanding what we want here in the UK, but also what partners actually want overseas, and that communication through such things as academic link tutors is really useful in helping us to improve what we actually offer, and more importantly, make sure that we've got that global perspective that's been spoken about so much today. And therefore, again, what we're actually seeing is through partnerships, it leads to advancements in not just knowledge for different areas, but also technology and how we actually teach. And again, partners from across the globe have actually been very useful in helping us look at how we actually teach certain modules, as well as the development of curricula and the new kind of curriculums that we are actually moving to, which again is shaped by global influences and need to take into consideration partners from right across the kind of perspectives, as well as understanding what new products and concepts are actually out there and how ultimately they will impact on what we actually teach and will expect to be taught in the future.
So you're saying it's obviously a reciprocal relationship where, you know, through the partnerships and collaborations, everybody learns and everybody benefits. So we should encourage these more.
Yes, no doubt. And again, we're just looking at what Dr. Bose was saying earlier on with regard to obviously the Sustainable Development Goal 17, you know, the United Nations as well, pushing very much for it. And I think the collaboration is fantastic in the way of both the kind of the social, the economic. It makes a real positive impact to a range of different elements.
Great. Thanks, James. I know that Indian students or IHM students have really benefited as a result of the collaboration with the University of West London. And, you know, the skills that they've learned, the knowledge, the experience that they've gained has helped them find not only go into higher education, but find jobs all across the world. And I think that's what it's all about, really. So thank you. I'd like to now move on to Ms. Tejal, and good evening, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Namaskar, a very good evening to
A very
everyone.
good evening.
And good afternoon to our friends who are from the other part of the world.
So ma'am, you have experiences in events management and you know, educational collaborations. Can you tell me how the influences from abroad in the collaborations have helped Indian event management companies, for example, which are a big influence in hospitality nowadays, to kind of take up and move ahead?
Absolutely. Ms. Datta, you know, to begin with, let us start from where we are. For us is Atithi Devo Bhava. In English, we say that, you know, guests are God. Now, when we talk about it, when we have to welcome them and we have to provide them with the services, if you talk about, the smallest place, still you go to 7-star hotels. We have to have people joining us from various parts, I would say from Nepal or, Himachal. That was those were the days wherein we were not finding, people from the regional or local places. Mm-hmm. Things have completely changed. And as Dr. Bose said, that I completely agree with that we have to start. Of course, Dr. Badwar also mentioned that we are kind of promoting and we are encouraging and empowering students to select this particular subject. And we Gujaratis, I'm from western part of India and we travel a lot. So we all have seen the world, when we travel, that how hospitality is kind of working and how we can, contribute to that. Now, when it comes to, the international collaboration, I am representing Indo-American Education Society, and I'm really glad to share this, that there are a number of students, they would come and ask that what all are the universities where they can apply for hospitality management or culinary art or something. So that's the shift that I wanted to bring. But yes, all my co-panelists, they have mentioned one particular thing, that the association, the kind of collaboration and the global partnership in education can have significant impact on promoting hospitality by working together. Educational institutions, business, and government can pool resource, knowledge, and expertise to develop program and initiatives that support the growth and development of the overall industry. Now, 4 points I would like to bring here. One is developing specialized hospitality programs for our students, facilitating international exchanges, as somebody was mentioning, that has really helped. And as Peter mentioned, that it's like, doctors are getting trained. They are studying also in the hospital, and they are also getting trained. They are doing their internship in the hospital. So I think that's the best thing what we can do, is to train them and, make them study in the same place. Our third point is support research and innovation through partnership with business and other organizations. I'm sure that that would help our students to work on the lot of innovations, and that's the key word of this generation, Gen Z, I would say. And of course, promoting sustainable practices by working together. We can share what exactly is the best thing happening in the industry, such as reducing waste or conserving resources or supporting local communities. And of course, when we talk about the tourism sectors, that is focus on niche tourism products, including heritage tourism, adventure, I would say cruise, rural tourism, and wellness and medical, of course, is one of the hit areas in terms of the India, the hospitality I would consider. So we have a set unit in the US consulate wherein we focus on agriculture and tourism, wherein we are talking about the overall, the hospitality and how better we can bring the change on this. So I think a lot to share, but I guess,
yes. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. Very interesting insights in what you have said. And I think all of us would agree with the things that you have mentioned. Dr. Swaroop Sinha, Dr. Sinha, you've been with us for quite some time, and you are in industry. So we've come from education, we've gone through vocational education, applications of academia and industry, how we can collaborate. But you are in a place where you are part of the industry per se, and you take in hospitality professionals. So what qualities and characteristics, if I could just ask you to sum up, are currently essential in integrating hospitality management education along with industry?
Good evening, everyone. I was just listening to all my colleagues. So I'll put my answer in two basic baskets. So whatever most of you spoke about, it's a lot, many points are from the skill set perspective. That's something we need to work on, the skill set. The other basket, which not many of you spoke about, but which I feel is very critical, is the softer part of it. Because in this business of hospitality, hard skills are very critical, no doubt about it. But what gets you in is a soft skill first. So if you look at two perspectives, obviously when we look at young ladies and gentlemen for the industry, there are two basic parameters. There is something called a performance gap. And second is something what we focus on, what we talk about is employability gap. Now, performance gap is something maybe from the institutional perspective, you look at it, that the performance is below the desired level. Whatever the level you have set for yourself, that is being looked at the institutional level. But when we look at from the industry perspective, what makes you a success story is whether you are employable or not. What we call as an employability gap, which is the biggest issue right now. So all of us are speaking about there is a gap in skill sets. There is an issue with academia industry interface. So what we need to do about it, there's no point in finger pointing. That's not going to help the case actually. What we need to do together so that the gap can be mitigated. I strongly believe 2 or 3 things which needs to be looked into, and it's being worked on also. It's not that it's not being looked into. First and foremost, the education system, what we are generally used to is faculty-centric education. And post-COVID, and maybe before that also, and especially for hospitality-related education, we need to get into what we call as learner-centric or student-centric. What does a student wants to know from us? Now, if we do not understand it, because we are all in a zone of comfort, we all want to teach them what we want to teach them. But do we ever ask what the student wants to know? Now, this is the question which is a very difficult question and no one wants to discuss about it. Because the moment we get into this, we will get into a different loop altogether. So I think right now, each one of us need to also understand that the role of a faculty or a teacher, whatever you call, is no more a teacher. You are more of a coach. You're more of a mentor. That needs to change in a big way. We should have an absolutely open mind and look into it. I heard some of the colleagues speaking about taking the industry's help in making the curriculum. I think that is the right thing to do. Because if industry is saying there's a gap, what are we doing about it? But it's all good from the theory perspective. The main issue comes when the rubber meets the road. When we interact with them, does it get converted or not? That is very critical. We might be doing great things, but somewhere down the line, we also need to check in between. Like in a Formula 1 race, we have something called a pit stop. So do we check in between whatever we are teaching them, are they learning the right way or not? So self-evaluation plays a very critical role, and self-evaluation is for all of us, from the student side and also from the professor's side. We need to evaluate ourselves whether whatever we are doing, are we doing the right thing, or there's an opportunity for us to do things differently. And always involve the industry in doing these evaluations along with academia. Because what happens if we do not involve the industry, then what happens? It becomes a one-way traffic.
So, Dr. Sinha, what you're essentially trying to say is that it should be a 360-degree loop where we are moving from industry back into education, taking pit stops, taking kind of reconnaissance of what has happened, and then moving ahead again.
Absolutely. See, one point I want to bring in, which is very critical, like the other day, we were having some discussion with the Ministry of Tourism. On some perspective, we focus a lot on on-the-job training. But for whom? We focus only for on-the-job training for the students. My question to you is, are we also focusing on-the-job training for the faculty? Till the time we do not, because what is happening is, the people who are teaching them, are they at that level what the industry wants or not? Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you, the discussion can go on. It's not a 5 or 7 minute discussion. We need to first accept where the issues are. We need to come out of the zone of comfort. if you are saying that a student needs to do on-the-job training, first year for basic, second year for intermediate, and third year for advanced, do we have the similar model for the faculty also? Because the faculty needs to be at a higher pedestal than the student.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to get into the levels right now, but what I'm trying to tell you, I hope you understand. If that is not there, how it is going to happen, how the change is going to happen. And let me tell you, hospitality, all my colleagues will agree, is the one thing which works is common sense, nothing else.
So
no guest is ever going to ask you, tell me the name of the 5 grapes. No guest is going to ask you. The guest is going to ask you whether you have the right skill set or not, whether you have good communication skills or not. And if you have good communication skills, if you are pleasant, if you are a good storyteller, you have made the day.
Thank you
and
very
we get
much,
stuck up in those areas only.
Dr. Sinha. I'm afraid I have to kind of round up and end up here. Thank you all the panelists for your time and for the wonderful insights which you gave in such an important area, which is now progressing very fast. And all the comments which you gave really need to be taken and considered when we are moving from education to industry and again full circle. So thank you very much for being with us today. And we look forward to meeting up with you and being up with you soon. Thank you. Sanchari, back to you.
Thanks so much, Rupa.
Thank you so much.
And, thank you for this wonderful discussion. And we have a very special conversation lined up between 2 industry stalwarts who will share their insights on the future of the hospitality industry. Please join me in welcoming Shri Nakul Anand, who's the Executive Director of the ITC Limited, and Professor David Foskett, once again joining us all the way from London. We are honored to have both of you here today, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts on the challenges and opportunities facing the hospitality industry in the years to come. Without further ado, I invite you to share a few words with our esteemed audience. Over to you, Professor Foskett.
Oh, good afternoon from England. I'm deeply honoured to be with the most esteemed Shran Nokal Anand. A great honour to be with you, sir. And I think that I'm sure you realise, like I do, that the hospitality industry, a very important industry for local, national, and the global economies, and very important to sustain the hospitality industry, and what future skills will be needed. I think the future skills have got to be centered around some of the traditional skills we have, but also sustainability. Sustainability is very important because we hear so much about climate change, we hear about protecting the environment, and young people are very concerned about the future. And we have to sustain the industry in terms of its importance to these economies and the sheer pleasure it gives so many people, and of course, employees. It's crucial to employment, direct employment and indirect employment. And we have to continuously ask ourselves, what are the future needs? And I point to a very important publication by Professor Peter Jones, who was on the last conversation, about the future needs of industry, published by eHotelier. And it makes very good reading. And it is a must to read about what 800 respondents from across the globe have had to say about those future needs and what those future needs are. And I must ask Mr. Anand, as a very esteemed leader in the industry, much respected, on your thoughts, sir, about the future of the industry and sustainability.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, let me correct you that it's my honor to be in conversation with you. It's a real pleasure to get to hear from you. And yes, sustainability is my favorite subject, and I could speak on it for days and days, etc. But I think that, let me tell you what's happened, and since you said to link it up with modern trends, as rightly somebody said, there are decades when nothing happened, and there are weeks when decades happen. That's exactly what happened during the pandemic. That, I mean, it was something that took us all by storm, and we don't know what hit us. Industry came to a standstill. Transport came to a standstill. Forget about the hotel industry itself. Okay, let's move forward. Let's move the clock forward. What has been the long-term impact of the pandemic on the industry or on the people? Before I come to it, let me say, what is the long-term impact on people? The biggest realization to the human being during the pandemic was health and wellness, right? That my health is the most important thing for me. And health here took on a new meaning. It wasn't just about health. It moved from lifespan to health span. I don't want to live 100 years with my last 15 years on a wheelchair or whatever. I want to live a healthy life, right? And therefore we moved on to lifespan. And that is all about immunity. If this is all about immunity, I then realize that I cannot be well in a planet that is unwell, right? And that's where the entire thing about sustainability got amplified post the pandemic. And today, in addition to well-being or a derivative of well-being, and well-being has a whole lot of new connotations of what's happening in hotels with well-being. A gym is a very small part of well-being. And if you imagine that the gym is a part of well-being, it goes into diet, it goes into the air quality, it goes into the components that go into your food and so on and so forth. But I think sustainability is very, very important. What is happening in sustainability? I think that the world took a pledge that we would limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees of the pre-industrial stage, etc. We now know that we're already heading towards 2.4 degrees. What is the impact of this going to be on tourism? Tourism is about anywhere between 9 to 11% of the global greenhouse gas emission comes from travel and tourism. Bulk of this coming from the transportation sector, be it road, be it rail, be it airlines, etc., etc. But the impact of this on the impact of crossing, we all know that the gap, this 1.5 is going to be bridged, right? It's going to be crossed. And most estimates show that it would be anywhere between 2.4 degrees, 2.4 to 2.5. What is the impact of this on tourism? There's a huge impact. It is said that the number of days of extreme heat, which are beyond 37 degrees, would double or triple in many of the places that are popular with tourists. It is said that 70% of tourism is along the coast. There's this question of the water level rising. There's going to be shortage of food, etc. So the hotel industry must come forward and see what it can do. There are estimates to show that the hotel industry currently has an emission footprint of 5.2, and you talk it of gigatons of carbon dioxide emitted, right? We need to bring this down to as much as 3.7, but with business as usual, we will go to 6.2. To answer my question in short to you, the biggest concern for this industry, to protect this industry and to protect the economy. This industry is amongst the largest GDP provider, largest provider of jobs, 330 million, etc. It's important to protect this industry, right? The industry needs to take its foot forward. The industry needs to do what it can. And I must say that there's a Glasgow agreement that has been signed. There's a SHA Sustainability Hospitality Alliance. Cut a long story short, the biggest threat facing the earth, facing the true industry, where industry can come forward, is tourism. And tourism must carve out, each one of us must carve out our footprint and see it as to how we are going to move forward, and can we define our pathway to decarbonize and our pathway to zero.
Oh, thank you. That's a wonderful insight. And of course, I'm saying now that sustainability must be the beating heart of our hospitality industry. Indeed. Now, it gives me tremendous pleasure to award you the honor of the Hall of Fame of the hospitality industry. And I'm just going to read a short citation why you've been given the honor of the Hall of Fame. Mr. Anand is an executive director of ITC Limited and has an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades in the hospitality industry, with a passion for creating exceptional guest experiences and a commitment to sustainable practices. He has been instrumental in establishing ITC Hotels as a leading hospitality brand in India and beyond. Mr. Anand's leadership has been crucial in ITC's pioneering efforts towards responsible luxury, showcasing a unique blend of Indian hospitality, contemporary design, and sustainable practices. Building on ITC's ethos as an exemplar in sustainability, he has passionately advocated the imperative for sustainable businesses as a model of modern hotel keeping. Leveraging the concept of responsible luxury in the hospitality industry. This commitment has won global recognition for ITC Hotels as the largest chain of hotels in the world, having the maximum number of LEED Platinum certified properties as per the stringent norms of the US Green Building Council. Apart from his professional commitments, Mr. Anand has been a mentor to numerous young hospitality professionals and is widely regarded as an industry icon. He has served on various industry bodies and is the recipient of several accolades and awards for his major contribution to the hospitality industry worldwide. And I'm now going to ask the IT team to show a short video of these achievements. Thank you.
Mr. Nakul Anand is Executive Director of ITC Limited. He oversees the hospitality, travel and tourism and lifestyle retailing businesses of ITC. He did economics at Delhi University and earned an AMP degree from Bond University, Australia. Joined ITC Hotels Management Training Program in 1978. His 4-decade career span, Anand has been widely acknowledged for his vision and commitment in the hotel and tourism industries. He led ITC Hotels to pioneer responsible luxury, securing LEED Platinum certifications, making ITC the greenest luxury hotel chain in the world. Mr. Nakul Anand is a member of the National Tourism Advisory Council, constituted by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and the Chairman of the Federation of Associations in Indian Tourism and Hospitality. He has been honoured with the Most Respected Veteran of the Hospitality Industry Award by TNH magazine at its Travel and Hospitality Awards 2016. He has also been conferred with the Corporate Hotelier of the World Award 2019. He embodies the leadership and vision that is driving the evolution of the hotel business and building the next generation of global professionals.
Well, thank you very much. And over to Dr. Bose to say a few words in congratulating Mr. Anand. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely. Thank you, Professor Foskett, and many congratulations, Mr. Anand. It's a great pleasure, honor, and a privilege to induct you in the August company of the Hall of Fame of the International Hospitality Council in this year, 2023. We all from ISC and IIHM are all together convey our most heartiest congratulations on becoming the Hall of Fame. And we all have a people, all our colleagues are up here to come next to me and show a poster showing the congratulation. Nakul Anand, the most legendary Nakul Anand, is inducted into the iconic ISC Hall of Fame. So many congratulations, and I wish you all the very best from me personally and from everyone at ISC London and at IIHM Global. Thank you so much for accepting this Hall of Fame, and I look forward to meet you soon in the physical event in Mumbai in the month of May. Thank you so much, and once again, most heartiest congratulations from me and the entire team all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. I accept in all humility, very kind of you, and Dr. Foskett, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Anand? Or
no, I think I've said I said I accept in all humility. Thank you very much. I'm honored, and I look forward to meeting you and Dr. Bose in person. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we move on to the awards. So Sanchari, you're going to say a few words. Sanchari. So shall we move on to the awards?
Yes, that's right, Professor Foskett. Thank you so much, Professor Foskett, for starting with the awards.
So we're going to the first award. Yes, is to Honours Award is to Camilla Punjabi. Yes. Yes. Okay. Are we Miss Camilla Punjabi? So I'll read the citation. Born in Mumbai, Camilla Punjabi read economics at Cambridge and went on to become the marketing director of Taj Hotels. With a lifelong passion for food, Camilla helped create several restaurants for these premier hotels, featuring little-known regional dishes. She is the author of the world 39 best-selling book on curry, 50 Great Curries of India. It has sold over 800,000 copies and has been described as the definitive guide to Indian cookery. Camilla opened the Bombay Brasserie in London in 1982, introducing regional Indian cooking to the UK for the first time and challenging the way Indian cuisine is perceived in Britain. In 2001, she joined her family at Plus 39, a restaurant company, Masala World, owner of Chutney Mary, Wasami, Masala Zone, and Amaya. So, congratulations, Camilla Punjabi.
Many congratulations. We have a big round of applause for Camilla Punjabi. She is an absolute legend of our times, and we are so delighted on behalf of the ISC and IIHM to have awarded her a Lifetime Achievement Award in the International Hospitality Day 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Camilla there? No, if not, we'll move on. We'll move on to Chris Galvin. Chris Galvin is getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. Originally inspired by cooking with his grandmother, Chris's career is one that's expanded over 40 years as a working chef in some of the finest restaurants and hotels across the world. His talent, enthusiasm, and dedication is never wavering. He loves the profession and is committed to training and education, giving back to the industry, being recognized in his capacity as a fellow at the university and scholar of the University of West London, and has been recognized by many organizations, including the Craft Guild of Chefs, the Graduate Awards, and as an ambassador of the National Chef of the Year. In 1997, Chris joined Conran Restaurants, where he worked directly with Sir Terence Conran for over 10 years, opening restaurants such as Mezzo, Bluebird, and many others, and winning a number of Michelin stars. He is indeed one of the greatest chefs of our time, and it gives me great pleasure in awarding Chris Galvin a Lifetime Achievement Award. Chris.
Join you, David, in congratulating Chris Galvin on being awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award, which is a big award on the International Hospital Day 2023. Many congratulations to Chris Galvin. This is a huge award, and we all know not only he is a great chef, but we all know he is a great human being. So this is a great tribute to this great man. Thank you.
Chris, congratulations.
Thank you very much, David. Happy Hospitality Day to everybody. I'm so grateful and honored to receive this honor, especially joining in such esteemed company. I never expected to receive such a special award for the work that I love and do every day. Thank you very much, Dr. Bose, Professor Foskett, Ron, and the entire IIHM. Long live this amazing family and carry on the work for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
We move on now to Chris Chowdhury for a Lifetime Achievement Award. Chris has worked over 30 years in hotel management and an unwavering passion for luxury hospitality. He ensured the success of the Daughters Collection as one of the top players of luxury hotel marketing and the formation of this Daughters Collection in 2006. He is an iconic hotelier and manager and a guardian of the group's culture and business values, highly respected in the hospitality industry. And it gives me great pleasure for the International Hospitality Council and IIHM to award Chris Chowdhury a Lifetime Achievement Award. Chris, congratulations. Dr. Bose.
My most heartfelt congratulations, and on this Hospitality Day, it's a great honor for us to present this Lifetime Achievement Award to this iconic hotelier, and who is again known to be a great passionate philanthropist and a great human being. So a very big round of applause from all of us from our IHM campuses, and it's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Chris, congratulations. You're on mute, Chris, you're on mute. Sorry. We can't. Hi, Chris. Hi, Chris.
Dr. Bose, Professor Foskett, thank you very much indeed. I'm indeed very honored to have been, to receive this outstanding award and to be recognized for my contribution to the industry, the hospitality industry in which we work and which we're all very proud of. And I'm just one of many people who work so very hard and are so passionate about all that we do. And so working in the industry and leading people and bringing them to the forefront just gives me an enormous amount of pleasure. To be recognized is indeed a very great honor, and I sincerely thank you and thank all the people who I've had the pleasure of working with in the past. So thank you very much indeed.
And thank you again for sponsoring Mario for the Young Chef Olympiad Judge. Thank you.
That's a very, very
Thank you,
great
Chris.
pleasure.
Thank you. And now we move on to another lifetime achievement, to the most esteemed Jeffrey Harrison. Jeffrey is a lifetime enthusiast. He started his culinary career as a professional chef before developing his own catering business, the Harrison Catering Services, in 1994, with hands-on knowledge of great food quality and his vast experience of business operations and development. This gave him the know-how and skills required to create such a successful business that is thriving today. He has received many awards, including Food Service Caterer of the Year at the Caters, Entrepreneur of the Year, finalist in Ernest & Amp Young 2012, honorary doctorate from the University of West London, and international business, the special award for EDU Catering Services, Catering Lifetime Achievement Award in Cross-Sector Catering, Fellowship of the City and Guilds of London Institute, and Food and Beverage Service Lifetime Achievement Award. And the honours go on and on for this incredible man who has brought so much happiness in his lifetime in hospitality. Jeffrey, we are honoured of your presence today, and thank you for accepting this award. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely, David. Huge congratulations to Mr. Harrison. A big round of applause from all of us here for this absolutely iconic hotelier and a person who has been already been ornamented with many awards. But this is a very special one, the International Hospitality Council and IHM's Lifetime Achievement 2023 on the International Hospitality Day. So many congratulations, and we look forward to work with you, as David said, possibly in the next Young Chef Olympiad, Mr. Harrison. Thank you for accepting the award. Thank you.
Jeffrey, thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey.
I'm absolutely amazed by this. I'm one of these people in this industry, and we all have this thing in common. We're in an industry we love to be in. And to have the opportunity to work with so many talented people is just amazing. And I'm absolutely honoured by this award. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we move on to a Lifetime Achievement Award from Manjit Gill. Dr. Chef Manjit Gill is a culinary professional of par excellence, reputed for its constant innovation in the world of gastronomy. His name is recognized in the national and global hospitality and culinary industry. As a former corporate chief of ITC, his knowledge and experience comes from 4 decades of working in pioneering world-class restaurants, creating traditional Indian food and drawing on the nation's culinary diversity, bringing unmatched fame to concept restaurants like Bukhara, the Northwest Frontier Tandoori cuisine, Damphuket, a grand cuisine Farada dancing, the specialized cuisine of 4 southern states of India, Kebab and Amp curry, the best of pan-Indian kebabs and curry dishes, and the most recent raw vegan, honestly vegetarian cuisine, based on the philosophy, principles and guidelines of Indian gastronomy, Ayurveda, served in the royal style. Chef received the Punjabi Gold Award from the World Punjabi Organization for his valuable contribution to Punjabi cuisine, the prestigious Rantan from Punjab University, and the Silver Certificate of Excellence in the Sheraton Culinary Olympics in Boston, USA. So we are delighted to give the Lifetime Achievement Award to Manjit Gill. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely. Chef Manjit Gill, Dr. Chef Manjit Gill is an absolute legend in the Indian gastronomy for last 45, 50 years. And we are all been a big disciple of what he has done, what great service, what great contribution he had done for the Indian culinary and gastronomy. It's a great pleasure for all of us on behalf of International Hospitality Council and IIHM to award a very iconic Lifetime Achievement Award 2023 on the International Hospitality Day 2023 today. So many congratulations, Dr. Gill, and it's a great pleasure for all of us to give this award to you. We are honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Foskett and Dr. Bose, for giving me this recognition, and it encourages me to continue working towards the Indian food and make it one of the best global cuisine. And I will thank you very much even to the IIHM for doing such a great job in the hospitality industry by creating the great professionals in the hotels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And now we move on to Professor Peter Jones for a Lifetime Achievement Award. Much can be said about Peter Jones in his long history and achievements in hospitality. I could be here all afternoon talking about this incredible man and what he's done for the global hospitality industry. But in short, Professor Peter Jones, MBE, is currently the chair of the Crumbs Project, a specialist hospitality training charity for those with learning difficulties. Dean of the E-Hotel Academy, and is actively involved in a number of educational and hotel school development projects throughout the world. Following a successful Army career as Colonel in the Army Catering Corps, his academic career has included being head of school at Bournemouth University, of Blue Mountains Hotel School in Australia, as head of London School of Hospitality Tourism at the University of West London. He is a member of the Board of Hospitality Professionals, HOSPA, and is both a fellow of the Institute of Hospitality and City and Guilds of London Institute. He is quite a remarkable academic, practical professional. And for this reason, we are honored to give him a Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely. I am absolutely delighted and honored. And many congratulations, Peter Jones, for this award. We are absolutely delighted at International Hospitality Council and IIHM. And not only we are learning every day from you, but your visit to the country during the Young Chef Olympiad as a very, very senior judge actually made us look at things in a different way. We got a different way of thinking. And thank you so much for accepting this award. Many congratulations for being awarded this iconic Lifetime Achievement Award on the International Hospitality Day 2023. Thank you so much, Professor Peter Jones.
Peter, congratulations. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, David, and thank you, Dr. Bose. As I'm certainly very flattered and very honoured to be recognised in this way in such distinguished company. I sometimes think when I hear people reading out that list of where I've been and what I've done, it's really more of a reflection of my age than necessarily achievements. But nevertheless, I'm extremely grateful and I will continue to contribute to this fantastic industry for as long as I'm able. But once again, thank you very much for the recognition in this way. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And now we move on to Lifetime Achievement Award. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Rajiv Kaul. He is president of Leela Palace Hotels and Amped Resorts. In his 4 decades of a long career, he has helmed some of the most and managed some of the most iconic hotels, including working with the Oberon Group, a mentor for many of his colleagues. He has always stressed the importance of good talent and nurturing good talent. He has trained many army of hoteliers, impacting on their passion for creating immaculate, memorable experiences to our industry leaders of the future. In a most long and distinguished career, he has achieved many milestones. The Leela hotels are considered as some of the best in the world, and the group has been voted among the top 10 hotel brands in the world for several times. So I congratulate Mr. Ravi Kaur and say thank you for accepting this Lifetime Achievement Award. Over to you, Dr. Bose.
Thank you, and many congratulations to the legendary luxury hotelier of the country, the man who taught the country how to create, manage, and profit from the luxury hospitality. And it's a great honor and pleasure and privilege for me and for the entire team at the International Hospitality Council and at IIHM to congratulate on this very big Lifetime Achievement Award on the International Hospitality Day today. So a big round of applause from all of us to one and only Mr. Rajiv Kaul. And many congratulations, Mr. Kaul. You are an absolute inspiration to all of us and to the generations to come. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Kaul.
much. Thank you, Professor Foskett. Thank you, Dr. Bose, for your kind words. I'm deeply honored. My grateful thanks to you, IHC, IIHM, for this recognition. India has had a long tradition of luxury hospitality, and it's a thrill that we have been able to take this tradition forward, and I think things augur really wonderfully well for the next generation. So thank you again, and happy Hospitality Day to you all.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to Sally Beck for a Lifetime Achievement Award. Sally Beck is a well-experienced, hard-working, highly motivated general manager, executive director with a vast experience in hotel operations. She considers herself to be a confident communicator who is able to communicate well at all levels of management. Her career has progressed from junior hotel management to director of sales and marketing, managing both operations and the financial team for several years on a major property brand. The core values of our company are professionalism, innovation, delivering quality services. Through strong leadership, she believes that people will always strive and do what's best for them. She is indeed one of the most dynamic, well-respected managers in this country. Her name comes up several times as an iconic leader and a real inspiration and role model for young people. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Sally Beck for being awarded the iconic Lifetime Achievement Award 2023 in this International Hospitality Day. We at the International Hospitality Council and at IIHM are absolutely honored to have awarded this iconic award, and we look forward to work together. And many congratulations, Sally. May we all give a big round of applause. A big round of applause to Lady Sally Beck, who has been absolutely inspirational, and many congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bose, David, and the entire committee from the International Institute of Hotel Management. I feel very honoured to accept this Lifetime Achievement Award. Similar to other awardees, I still feel I have a lot to do, but it's made a wonderful, happy hospitality day for me and my team here in London. Thank you very much indeed, and long may these awards continue.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we move on to the last Lifetime Achievement Award, and this goes to Steve Monkley. Steve Monkley has spent many years, over 25, as an awarding executive chef when he was at the Royal Garden Hotel. His previous assignments, he was executive chef at the Hilton in Holland Park, executive sous chef at Marriott Grosvenor Square, executive sous chef at the Complete Anglia. Working experience has been in Switzerland, Austria, Germany, chef de partie at the Hurlingham Club, and he worked on the QE2 and Heathrow Penta Hotel. From 2016, he took over the role of Salon Director of Hotel Olympia and Hospitality, now called the Hotel and Catering Restaurant Show. The most prominent trade shows with cooking salons associated with them. He is also Vice President, past Chairman of the Craft Guild of Chefs, Freeman of the Worshipful Company of Cooks, and Honorary Professor and Fellow of University of West London. He also started over 20 years ago the Graduate Awards for Young People, giving them professional recognition, which has become phenomenally successful. He is indeed an icon of our industry, an exceptional role model, and we now give him this award, well deserved, of Lifetime Achievement. Over to you, Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations for Steve Monkley, who had become a close friend now. I think it's a huge day for all of us, as we are absolutely honored to award Steve the Lifetime Achievement Award 2023 from the ISC and from International Institute of Hotel Management, IIHM Worldwide. We are absolutely delighted to have you as one of the Lifetime Achievement Awardee, and we wish you all the very best. And we look forward for your inspiration and motivation as you have been doing over the last 2 years during the Olympiad and otherwise. Thank you and congratulations. A big round of applause for one and only Steve Monkley.
Steve, over to you.
Well, David and Dr. Bose, I can only say how absolutely amazed I am at getting this award. Like all my colleagues before me, you never expect that what you do, what you love doing, will bring such recognition to you on such an international forum. So all I can really say is I've loved what I've done for the last 40 years, and I'm looking forward to carrying on doing it for as long as I possibly can. And the more I can get involved with the Young Chef Olympiad, the happier I'll be. But anyway, thank you very much for this award. I am very humbled to receive it.
Thank you, Steve. And that completes the Lifetime Achievement Awards. We now move on to the Honours Award and Ron Scott. Ron Scott, you there?
Professor Foskett, thank you so much. Firstly, my huge congratulations from all of us to all awardees of the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Deeply honored. Professor Foskett, before we move on to the next segment of hospitality honors, there would be one session, which is a very important session for which we have with us already Chef Neil Rippington, who has joined us all the way from UK. Thank you so much, Chef, for joining us. It has been a complete pleasure. Thank you so much for understanding. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next topic of discussion happens to be managing sustainability across borders. And we have a very distinguished industry expert with us today, who is well equipped to shed light on this very important subject. Please join me in welcoming Chef Neil Rippington, who is instructor in culinary psychology, Harvard Extension School, Harvard University, US. We are excited to hear your insight, Chef, on managing sustainability across borders, given your vast experience in the industry. Sustainability is an increasingly important issue in the hospitality industry, and we are eager to learn from your experiences and the best practices in this area. Thank you so much, Chef, and over to you for this very
no, thank you very much. And I must say congratulations to all the award winners. Happy International Hospitality Day to you all. Congratulations to Dr. Bose on organising such a fantastic event, and also for the publication of your new book, The Art of Sustainable Hospitality. I was expecting sort of a discussion. I think maybe a couple of my colleagues that were going to join this discussion have had to move on. But just a couple of notes really that came across when I was asked to look at this subject was that this is a global issue. It affects everybody, which is a fairly obvious thing to state. But whether we're a rich country, a developing country, a rich government, a developing government, it doesn't really matter because we only have this one planet. And whatever we do with it affects everybody that is a member of this global community. So with this in mind, I think governments probably have to look at these problems that we all face. And really the sustainable agenda is that we have to assist other countries, developing countries. We have to contribute to that learning. So some of the challenges that I see, and I've just made some notes, is that we only operate with the terrestrial surface of our globe is about 38%, or the terrestrial surface that we can farm on represents about 38% of the land that we can live on, and about 12% of that is crops and 26% pasture. Our seas and oceans are being fished at an industrial scale, 4 times as much as agriculture. We've got populations, massive parts of our population that are still suffering some form of malnutrition. The way that we are working with our planet is causing threats to thousands in tens of thousands of different species. And our challenge for the future is to produce 70% more food without compromising biodiversity. So this presents all sorts of challenges, from food security to climate change to habitat degradation. Within the hospitality industry itself, we have rising food costs, we have rising utility costs, we have people shortages. Yet together, we have an opportunity to meet some of these challenges. So I was thinking, huge, great challenges, but how? How do we go about this? And I thought that this group in particular, the IIHM, the YCO initiative, and the people that have contributed to this brilliant day today, are really the solution. And I think it's been mentioned throughout some of the other talks that the students sitting in the room who have sat very patiently and respectfully throughout the day are very much the future. It's their knowledge and their skills and the celebration of the achievements of the people that have been awarded those great honours today, learning from them, learning from the developments that science and technology and the internet and the environmentally sound use of technology going forward provides those innovative solutions that can go forward to provide universal trading systems that are equal and fair, and that we can help each other in terms of how we attack some of these challenges ahead. I also picked up from today that somebody said about the creative nature of the chef versus the business aspects of the chef and how we can be sustainable going forwards. And I think there's such an important message there that the students need those skills in terms of how they operate sustainable business practices going forward, through costing, through the way that people are treated, through the planning and the management of the restaurants, hotels, and other catering organisations as they go forward. I'm also going to talk very briefly about the future of the way that we try to look after the planet. And there's been a lot of mention about sustainability as a word, but in agriculture, there's more talk these days about regenerative farming. So that the way that we look after our topsoil, the way that we manage the land to increase biodiversity and improve the water cycle and the mineral distribution that goes through the soil to create better, tastier food going forward. So I think it's just such a brilliant opportunity, a very challenging one, but such a brilliant opportunity for the students at IHM and across the world to take on these challenges, embrace that technology, and be really caring about one another, regardless of where we're from, where we live on this planet, to help each other going forward and to celebrate this great industry that we're all part of. And with that, unless anybody has any specific questions, I know that we're a bit over time today. I'll leave you to it and just say thank you very much for the opportunity for speaking today, and I look forward to seeing some of you in person as soon as possible. So that's great. Thanks and congratulations again to everyone. Very well done.
Thank you so much, Chef. Thank you very much for giving us the complete value of sustainability, looking after our planet, and definitely on this day today when we are celebrating hospitality, educating and promoting it. The importance of sustainability definitely redefines our life, and I'm certain all youngsters, all students across the world who's hearing you today definitely depicts a lot of importance to that. Thank you very much for this extremely beautiful conversation that you've just had with us, Chef. Thank you so much for your understanding, and it has been an absolute pleasure hosting you today. Thank you, and wishing you a very, very happy International Hospitality Day.
You too. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Chef Neil. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are back again with our awards segment. The next awards, it's going to be the Hospitality Honours List Awards. And for that, I would like to go ahead and call in our very beloved Ron, sir. Over to you, Ron, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanchari. Yes, the next stage, as Sanchari has said, is the 2023 Hospitality Honours List. And the first of the awardees for this year is Russell Bateman. Russell has worked with an array of the world's greatest chefs, training under Marcus Waring, Mark Verrett, and Daniel Clifford, to name but a few. Now at the helm of Gordon Ramsay's Petrus, for up until about 2 years ago, and then later on he is now as head chef at the Falcon Castle Ashby, where he's leading a marvellous new team of chefs and bringing some really creative dishes to the fore in his new role. Congratulations, Russell Bateman.
Thank you very much, Ron. Honoured to be in everybody's company, of course, as everybody else has said. And what a wonderful opportunity to share International Hospitality Day with everybody. Always amazing to spend any time with like-minded professionals in our industry, and super humble to be recognised for what we do and what we take for granted on a daily basis. You know, we do what we do because we love it, and we see the benefit in what we do on a daily basis. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, David, Ron, and Dr. Bose, for choosing to recognise me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Russell.
Many congratulations to Russell, and we are really, really proud of you. Many congratulations.
Thank you. The next awardee in the honours list is Andy Bohr, an experienced principal and leader with a demonstrable history of success working both in higher education and with the hospitality industry. A skilled academic manager with consistent achievements in quality enhancement and working in and engaging with a wide range of commercial and not-for-profit organisations on a national and international basis. A strong educational professional, graduated from Henley Management College, and who has also delivered on a number of substantial philanthropic activities. Our congratulations to Andy Bohr. Dr. Bose, would you say a few words?
Many, many congratulations to Andy Bohr. It's a great pleasure and honor for all of us, and you're part of the ISC Hospitality Honor List 2023. So many congratulations. I look forward to see you soon. Thank you.
If we can move on to the next recipient. This is Mario Pereira, A very experienced executive chef with a demonstrated history of working in the hospitality industry, skilled in catering, cooking, food preparation, hospitality industry, and management. A very strong operations professional who graduated from St. Joseph's College, Colombo, Sri Lanka, and moved on to Thames Valley University, London, from where he qualified. Currently, the executive chef at the world-renowned Dorchester Hotel in London. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations, Chef Mario. It's such a pleasure to see you again. And on behalf of everyone at ISC and at IIHM, we congratulate all of you. And a round of applause for Mario from all of us at IIHM. Well done, Mario. Very proud of you. Look forward to see you soon in London.
We can now move on, and the next recipient is Peter Avis, an award-winning general manager with over 20 years of international experience in the hospitality sector. During his career, he has helped launch high-end restaurants and some of the world's most luxurious hotels. His rise through the hospitality industry from dishwasher to the 2009 winner of the UK Restaurant Manager of the Year Award epitomizes the power of hard work and humility, along with a continued pursuit for exceptional quality and high standards. In 2014, when he received the Richard Branson Special Award for services to the community and the highly coveted Katie Award for Manager of the Year. He was subsequently appointed chairman of the UK Guild of Restaurant Services and was the youngest member to be inducted in the Restaurant Managers Hall of Fame. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Peter. It's a great honor for all of us at ISC IHM to have you in the Hospitality Honors List 2023. Round of applause for all of us to Peter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Peter. And now the next recipient is Robert Richardson, FIH MI, and he is the CEO of the Institute of Hospitality, the award-winning global professional body of almost 15,000 hospitality professionals worldwide. Robert built his career in the hospitality industry, working his way up through the ranks from hotel floor staff to hotel general manager, and now is the CEO of the Institute of Hospitality. He has a deep belief in making the hospitality industry open, inclusive, and accessible to all who seek to join it. He has been the recipient of several industry-recognized awards and has served in senior management positions at major hotel chains, including Hilton Worldwide, IHG, and Ramada Jarvis. More recently, he served as a general manager across 2 independent luxury properties, including a luxury boutique hotel and golf resort, and a Grade 2 listed coastal heritage property, which had links to the world-renowned author Agatha Christie. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to Robert on behalf of all of us at ISC and IHM. Many congratulations, and we follow a lot of your principles from the Institute of Hospitality and look forward to see you soon in UK. And once again, many congratulations to you, Robert. Look forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Now, can I pass over?
Ron, sir, thank you so much
Sanjay.
for the awards. We'll be now moving to the next set of awards, Ron, sir. And for that, I would like to invite in Mr. Paul Walsh, MBE, who would be announcing the next set of awards under the Hospitality Honours List. Along with Paul, we will also like to invite in Dr. Bose and Professor Foskett for congratulating the awardees. Thank you. Over to you, Ron, sir.
Thank you, Sanchari. Thank you, Ron. Beautiful backdrop you've got there. We're all admiring and very jealous of it.
May I just say that I'm certainly, it may look lovely in the picture, but today it is not a day to be out there on the golf course.
I bet there's a bit of cold weather shooting across the country, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Lovely. So I'll commence with my list of honours. And first on my list is Aditya Ghosh.
Aditya Ghosh is the founder of Homage, a technology-enabled end-of-life care platform, and has been associated with organizations such as Indigo, Fab India, and Akasa Air. Dr. Bose, a few remarks, please.
Congratulations to Aditya Ghosh. He is an absolute pioneer in the LCC sector in India and changed the way Indians started flying ever since Indigo was made the People's Airline. Many congratulations to Mr. Ghosh. Thank you.
Professor Foskett.
Many congratulations, Mr. Ghosh. It's a delight to have you as part of the awards on this great Hospitality Day. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Ghosh. Our next award is to Anil Chadha. Anil is the Chief Operating Officer of ITC Hotels and has been associated with the hospitality industry for over 3 decades. With years of experience in various leadership roles, he has been instrumental in the growth of ITC Hotels and has played a key role in shaping the brand's philosophy of responsible luxury, which we've heard about from many presenters today. Congratulations, Mr. Anil Chadha. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to the fellow of IHM, Anil Chadha. And it's such a pleasure to know him for many years and to see his growth as a CEO of the ITC Hotels now. So many congratulations from all of us in ITC and IIHM. May we have a round of applause for Anil Chadha, please. Thank you.
And many congratulations, Mr. Chadha. Delighted that you have received this award. Congratulations.
Our next award we've already heard from once today is for Anita Mendirata. Anita Mendirata is a renowned global thought leader, advisor, author, and speaker in tourism, economic development, and diplomacy. As a global board member in tourism and development and founder of Cachet Consulting, she has contributed immensely to the growth and sustainability of the tourism industry. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to this absolutely amazing lady, Anita. Not only she is a fellow of IIHM, she has been a great friend and a great inspiration for the sustainability and for the United Nations practices, and been a big motivator for all of us at IIHM. So many congratulations to Anita.
Yes, many congratulations, Anita. It's always a great pleasure to have you with us and an honor. And thank you for your dedicated support to IIHM sustainability and all the projects. You are a real icon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Anita. Thank you. Our next awardee is Anurag Bhatnagar. Anurag Bhatnagar is a seasoned hotelier and the current CEO of the Leela Palaces Hotels and Resorts. With over 30 years of experience in the hospitality industry, he has played a pivotal role in the success and expansion of this luxury hotel chain. Congratulations, Mr. Bhatnagar. Dr. Bose.
It's a great pleasure to award this to Mr. Bhatnagar. I know him from many years, including a small stint in Kolkata also many years back. And it's a great pleasure and an honor for all of us at International Hospitality Council London and at IIHM to congratulate him for this Hospitality Honours List 2023. May we have a big round of applause for the one and only Anurag Bhatnagar, please. And I will also request Mr. Bhatnagar if he can say a few words.
Hi, hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Bose, Professor Foskett, and Paul. It's a privilege and an honor, and it's really humbling to receive this award in the gracious presence of so many distinguished hospitality professionals on a great day. Thank you all so much. Thank you for this honor.
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you. We now move on to.
Congratulations.
Oh, sorry, David. We now move on to our next awardee, Arjun Singh Oberoi. Arjun Singh Oberoi is the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Marketing Officer of the Oberoi Group, a leading luxury hotel company. With over 3 decades of experience in the hospitality industry, he has been instrumental in shaping the brand's strategy, expanding its global footprint, and delivering exceptional guest experiences. Congratulations, Mr. Oberoi. Dr. Bose?
Absolutely. A warm congratulations to Mr. Arjun Oberoi, who has been spearheading the entire Oberoi hospitality group for the last so many years. And it's a huge honor for all of us at International Hospitality Council, London, and at IIHM to once again come together and have him in the Hospitality Honors List 2023. Can we have a big round of applause for Arjun Oberoi, please?
Professor Foskett?
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Singh Oberoi. It's a great pleasure and a great honor for you to receive, for us to give you this award, and for you honoring us to receive it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next awardee is Asma Khan, Chef Asma Khan, Indian-born British chef, restaurateur, and cookbook author. She owns the Darjeeling Express restaurant in London's Covent Garden and was profiled on the 6th season of the documentary series Chef's Table. In June 2019, Business Insider named her #1 on their list of 100 coolest people in food and drink. Congratulations, Chef Asma Khan.
Congratulations to Chef Asma Khan. I don't know whether she's here with us, but then very big congratulations, very warm, human, inspiring chef, and very close to us because she is from Kolkata, and her restaurant in London, which is called Darjeeling Express, is one of the best in the world. So many congratulations to Asma Khan for making it to the International Hospitality Council and IIHM's hospitality list, Hospitality Honors List 2023. So many congratulations. A big round of applause for the lady from Kolkata, Asma Khan. David?
Yes, congratulations, Chef Asma Khan. It's a great pleasure for us to give you this award and for you to receive it. Thank you so much. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And our next honor, Chef Atul Kochar. Chef Kochar is a renowned Michelin star chef and restaurateur known for his innovative Indian cuisine. He has won numerous accolades throughout his career, including 2 Michelin stars and the prestigious National Chef of the Year award. Chef Kochar's restaurants are located around the world, and he continuously strives to push boundaries and create culinary masterpieces. Congratulations, Chef Kochar. Dr. Bose?
Many congratulations to Chef Atul Kochar, who is very close to IIHM for many years, for the last 12 years when we used to have the Young Chef India finals. He used to help us, and he had been an absolute inspiration, both as a chef and as a person. So many congratulations to Atul Kochar. Big round of applause for Chef Atul Kochar.
Well, my congratulations to Atul. I've known Atul for many, many years. When he used to do some part-time teaching at the University of West London, he's gone from strength to strength, and a great chef, a great person. And thank you very much, Atul. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Foskett. Our next award is to Chanda Balji. Chanda Balji was the founder of CKD Royal Orchid Hotels, a luxury hotel chain in India. With over 4 decades of experience in the hospitality industry, he was known for his visionary leadership and contribution to the growth of the hotel sector in India. Mr. Chanda Balji.
Very, very visionary hotelier Chandra Balji, also a very big friend, a friend of IHM for many years. The Royal Orchid chain is now all over the country. And I think it's a great pleasure for all of us to have Mr. Chandra Balji in the ISC IHM Hospitality Honor List 2023. A big round of applause from all of us for Mr. Chandra Balji, the Royal Orchid man. And thank you so much for accepting the award. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra Balji. Great pleasure to give you this award, and thank you for receiving it. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you. Our next award goes to Cyrus Todiwala OBE. Cyrus Todiwala is a renowned chef patron, restaurateur, and television personality. He is the owner of the award-winning Cafe Spice Namaste in London and has been instrumental in popularizing Indian cuisine across the globe. Mr. Todiwala has also written several cookbooks and is a recipient of the Order of the British Empire for his contribution to the hospitality industry. Mr. Cyrus Todiwala, OBE. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to Cyrus Todiwala, who has again been a huge supporter of us and from everyone at ISC, at IHM. Many congratulations. A round of applause for Cyrus Todiwala. And even a bigger applause because he is coming as a judge in the Young Chef Olympiad 2024. So we are absolutely very proud of Cyrus Todiwala and his restaurants and his business and his, in fact, his history is very inspiring story. So many congratulations to Cyrus. David.
Yes, congratulations. I've known Cyrus for many years, a great supporter of education and training. And congratulations, Cyrus. Many congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you, Professor Foskett. Our next award is for Deepak Ori. Deepak Ori is the CEO of Lebua Hotels, a luxury hotel brand headquartered in Bangkok, Thailand. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Mr. Deepak Ori, who is already a fellow of IIHM. So we are super proud to have him in the Hospitality Honor List 2023. And a big round of applause for Mr. Deepak Ori from all of us at IIHM and ISC London. Many congratulations.
Yes, many congratulations to Mr. Deepak Ori. We are delighted you have accepted this award and we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Our next honour is for Dinesh Khanna. Dinesh Khanna is a seasoned hospitality industry professional and the CEO of East International Hotels Limited, a leading hotel management company in India. With over 30 years of experience, he has spearheaded the growth of the company and oversees operations and business development across various regions in the country. Mr. Dinesh Khanna. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to the veteran hotelier of India, Dinesh Khanna, Holiday Inn, and many hotels he's spearheaded, and a club at Bombay. He's been one of those very classical hotelier that India have seen from the good old days. Many congratulations to the man who made hoteliering an art, Dinesh Khanna. From all of us at ISC and at IHM, a round of applause for Mr. Dinesh Khanna. Thank you. David.
Congratulations, Mr. Dinesh Khanna. We are delighted you have accepted this award, a great honour for us, and many congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Khanna. Our next award is for Mr. Gaurav Singh. Gaurav Singh is the Vice President of Marriott International, a leading hospitality company with a global presence. With over 2 decades of experience in the industry, he is responsible for driving business growth and managing operations in multiple regions, including South Asia and the Middle East. Mr. Gaurav Singh, over to you, Dr. Bose.
And to Gaurav Singh, who has been an absolutely inspirational. I have been knowing him for quite a long time now, and also he's a fellow of IHM. And many congratulations for being in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honor List 2023. Big round of applause for Gaurav Singh. Many congratulations, Gaurav.
Many congratulations, Goran. And we are delighted you've accepted this award, and many, many congratulations.
Well done, Mr. Gaurav Singh. Our next award goes to Mr. Harshvardhan Nyotia. Mr. Harsh Nyotia is a prominent Indian entrepreneur and businessman who is the chairman of Ambuja Nyotia Group, a conglomerate with interests in real estate, hospitality, healthcare and education. He is known for his significant contributions to the development of the business landscape in Eastern India. Absolutely. Dr. Bose?
Listen to Mr. Harsh Nyotia, and we also know him for a very, very long time. He's an absolute visionary, and he's now in a very big time into luxury hoteliering. So many congratulations from ISC and IIHM to Harsh Nyotia.
Yes, many congratulations, Mr. Nyotia. It's a great honor and pleasure that you've accepted this award, and we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Congratulations.
Well, I think that concludes my stint of talking. Back to you, Sanchari, for the next session.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, Paul. Many congratulations to all awardees. And we are moving to the next segment of awards under the Hospitality Honours list. And for that, I would like to go ahead and inviting our very, very beloved Diwan Gautamananji. Over to you, Diwan sir. Ati team, I'll request you to give the rights to Diwan sir for he's still muted.
Ma'am, it's given.
Diwan sir, you can actually plug in. You have got the co-host rights.
Thank you. I did not want to look like one of those mime artists who normally accept honors or give honors, because I have a very important task in hand, and that is to give the impeccably groomed and from what I can see, a very attractive young lady called Beth Aaron, who's also in a hurry. And but some moons ago, I suspect, she completed her education at the University of East London. Beth Aaron has a vast experience of over 36 years. Well, she looks 36 years. She set up the Dorchester Collection Academy, works with both individuals and brands, using the legendary hotel group's renowned insight and expertise as a global leader in the ultra luxury market. Now, wouldn't we want you to be part of our sustainability agenda? Through engaging programs, the Academy focuses on training its attendees to understand what is to be an inspirational leader, an essence of delivering the ultimate service experience. It gives me immense pleasure to honor Beth Aaron.
Many congratulations to Beth, and it's a great honor on behalf of ISC London and on behalf of IIHM Global to have you in Hospitality Honours List 2023. Beth Aaron, a round of applause from all of us.
Yes, congratulations, Beth. I have known Beth for many years. She's extremely supportive. She's inspirational. She's objective. She is a real icon of the hospitality training industry. And I am delighted that she has accepted this award, and many congratulations and thank you for all the most inspiring work that you do, and for your intellect and thoughts, which are much admired. Thank you.
Mr. Chari, should we carry on with the second award? All right. So
yes, Diwan sir.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce the next awardee. He's somebody I've known closely, and he's an extremely talented young man, having 21 years in the hospitality industry, excelled in competitive challenges and culturally diverse environment, worked with top brands, got certified from Harvard University for food science. His constant goal is to cultivate and maintain only the finest of culinary operations with the upcoming market trends and innovations. It gives me immense pleasure to honor Himanshu Taneja.
Many congratulations to Himanshu Taneja, and also a special congratulations for his recent elevation in the Marriott from all of us at ISC London and at IIHM. It's a great honor and a privilege to have him in the Hospitality Honor List 2023. May I have a big round of applause for Himanshu Taneja. David. David, you're muted.
Can you hear me? Yes. Mr. Taneja, it's a great pleasure to have you with us on this Honours Day on the Great Hospitality Day, and for accepting this award. Many, many congratulations. Thank you.
The next award, Sanchari, if that's okay, is, well, actually, he's been my working colleague and travel companion for about 100 years. My 100 his 50 years. We've traveled the earth, and many calories later and high cholesterol later. The Grand Master Chef of India is Imtiaz Qureshi, who is possibly one of India's greatest creations. He is known for his mastery in perfection and creativity, all right? And one of the attributes that we'd like to, sometimes grudgingly give to him is his creation of the Dampuk. But as I said, success has many, many claimants, but we'd like to give much of that to young Imtiaz Qureshi. He has served several official banquets hosted by the Prime Minister of India. And let me tell you on a very fond basis that in my younger years as banquet manager and then, of course, as food and beverage manager, the only person who never let me down was Master Chef Muhammad Imtiaz Qureshi. So, and may I wish Imtiaz Qureshi a Eid Mubarak and my congratulations on our behalf, and of course on behalf of the ladies and gentlemen who are available on the screen. Muhammad Imtiaz Qureshi, the Grand Master Chef of India.
Many, many congratulations to the one and only Super Master Chef Imtiaz Qureshi from all of us at ISC London and at IIHM for being in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. Can we have a big round of applause for this big man? Many congratulations, the Master Chef. David.
Yes, congratulations for this Master Chef, Mr. Qureshi. Thank you very much for accepting this honour. It's a great pleasure for us to give it to you, but more important that you have received it from us, and we congratulate you wholeheartedly.
On the next on my list is a gentleman with more than 48 years of rich hands-on experience in the retail and real estate industry. Mr. Irfan Razak steers Prestige onwards with a keen business acumen and foresight, placing the highest priority on ethical business principles and practices. Considered one of the leading authorities on real estate in India today, he has won and continues to win several awards and accolades. Mr. Irfan Razak.
Many congratulations to the visionary, Mr. Razak. And from behalf of ISC London and on behalf of IIHM, may I congratulate him for making it to the Hospitality Honour List 2023. A big round of applause from all of us out here. It is lovely evening in Kolkata. David.
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Razak. We're delighted that you've accepted this award. Great, very inspirational, and an honour for us to have you as an awardee. Thank you very much and congratulations.
The next on my list is currently the president of the largest nodal travel and tourism association, which is TAI, the Travel Agents Association of India, vice chairperson of FATE, which is the Federation of 10 Associations in Tourism and Hospitality, chairperson of THSC, Tourism and Hospitality Skills Council, under the auspices of NSDC, member of the National Governing Body CII Tourism Council, and much, much more. Miss Jyoti Maya.
Many congratulations from all of us to the very inspirational. Yes, yes, round of applause. Yes. Big round of applause to the very inspirational, very efficient, and absolutely an amazing lady. Many congratulations from all of us at ISC London and at IHM on making it to the Hospitality Honours List 2023. And may I also request you to say a few words, please.
Thank you. Namaskar. I'll first like to take this opportunity that I've got to thank Professor David Foskett, Dr. Suborna Bose, and for doing the honors, Devanji. It's a pleasure to be taking an award from all of you. I'll also like to extend my congratulations to IHC and IIHM to be celebrating the International Hospitality Day 2023, because I know both IHC and IHM are certainly the key drivers of skilling, educating, and their baby, the International Young Chef Olympiad, the biggest culinary Olympiad for students, chefs, is really one of a kind. I've been a part of the same this year, and I truly enjoyed it thoroughly, and seeing the commitment, dedication, vision of the leaders and the profile of the entrants, it truly amazed me, and I feel very proud to be associated with all of you. I would also like to say the theme of this year's International Hospitality Day is partnership. That is truly the need of the hour for the entire world, especially post-COVID, to drive sustainability. We need to invest in partnerships more and more to sustain our skills, our jobs, ourselves, and including our loved ones. And this can only be achieved by working together with multi-stakeholders as yourself, as partners to achieve results. Thank you for nominating me to this iconic IHC Hospitality Honours List once again as an inspirational hospitality leader in the world. I'm truly honored, humbled, and beyond my excitement, because I think tourism and hospitality, as we all are from there, is truly about passion. And I think the reason we all here celebrating each other's lives is because we are very passionate about it. I hope I can continue to contribute, Dr. Suborna, to the best of my ability and inspire the industry and the youth. And let us all work together to make our partnerships strong and sustainable and achievable. Thank you once again. Thank you, the jury and the icons. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
For
Thank
that
you,
wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful acceptance. And we fully, heartedly congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the honors list is really the Tsarina of the Indian hotel business. And well, I don't need to introduce her, but her name is Jyotsna Suri. She's the chairperson and managing director of Bharat Hotels Limited and runs a range of luxury five-star hotels under the flagship of the Lalit, named appropriately after her late husband. She attended the Lawrence School, Sanaa, Himachal Pradesh. Later, she completed her bachelor's degree in English honors from the Miranda House. Enviable education. University of Delhi, she is the recipient of Doctor of Laws from the University of Warwick, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce you on this honors list, the Tsarina of Indian hotels, Mrs. Jyotsna Suri.
Many congratulations to Jyotsna Suri. I mean, we have seen how she have absolutely taken the vision of Mr. Suri to a different league. And on behalf of ISC and IHM, we are absolutely delighted to have her in this Hospitality Honor List 2023. A very big round of applause for this inspirational lady, Jyotsna Suri. David.
Yes. Well, ma'am, Suri, thank you very much for accepting this award. It's a great honor for us for you to accept. So we fully, heartily congratulate you. Thank you.
It gives me immense pleasure to talk about this next gentleman on the honors list. In fact, I must tell you on a personal level that when we were doing Make in India in Hanover, and there was this great need to take Indian wines to get Angela Merkel to taste them, because there was a conviction in Germany that all that Indians have is jaljeera or pani puri. It was Kapil Sekri, the recipient, who actually generously sent me and, of course, the Northern India team in Hanover a whole container of white wine, which unfortunately was drunk by all the Ukrainian kitchen stewarding ladies who were working at the India Pavilion. But that's not the point. Kapil posthumously was and continues to be the real doyen of fine quality wines in India. And I have no hesitation in saying that at the formal dinner hosted by the German Chancellor in honor of the Indian Prime Minister, she chose, or at least her chief of protocol chose, to serve Fratelli wines from India, sent personally by Kapil Sekri, and he served this on her table with a lot of pride and with a lot of honor. Unfortunately, we lost Kapil, but his wife Pooja and his brother continue the tradition. And please join me in honoring the entire Sekri family and, of course, Fratelli for doing yeoman service to India and its reputation for doing fine wines eventually.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a great honor for all of us at ISC London and at IHM to posthumously honor Mr. Kapil Sekri, who has been one of the person who brought Indian wine in the global map. And also congratulations to the entire Sekri family, especially to the wife Pooja, who is now doing an absolutely inspiring job. So many congratulations from all of us. And can we have a big round of applause? This one has to be very big for the late Kapil Sekri. David.
Well, yes, well, it is with great sadness, but also great joy that Mr. Kapil Sekri has been honoured in this way. So we congratulate Fraternity Wines for his family. What a wonderful job he's done, and hope that this also gives you some comfort in that what a great man he was. So congratulations to you all, and especially to Fraternity Wines. Please carry on the great work in his name. Thank you.
Our next honors list, the candidate or recipient, is somebody who started his career with the Trident Udaipur. With over 17 years of experience in the hospitality industry, he has covered the most iconic hotels during his career across India and has many laurels to his feet. An exceptional manager and leader, he is the quintessential hotel professional with an eye for detail, warm, friendly demeanor with great people skills. I don't need to give his name. His name is Kush Kapoor. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in wishing Mr. Kush Kapoor.
Many, many congratulations to Kush Kapoor, who is also the fellow of IHM. Been absolutely inspirational, and we are gained so much by his knowledge, by his enthusiasm, by his energy, and also by his lectures during the COVID time, especially to our students. It's a great, great pleasure and honor for me, and behalf of ISC and IIHM, to have him in the ISC IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations, Mr. Kush Kapoor. Big round of applause for Mr. Kush Kapoor. David.
Yes, yes. What a great honor for us. And congratulations, Mr. Kush Kapoor, for your achievements and for accepting this award. Congratulations.
Our next, well, this is actually quite a feat. Our next incumbent on the honors list is what we call, there used to be a cliche television ad many years ago. It was called Owner's Envy and, or what is it? Owner's Pride and Neighbor's Envy. Am I right, Jyoti? It was probably that. All right. Okay. So he's the owner's pride and the neighbor's envy. Well, yes, he started his career, strangely enough, by getting selected as a kitchen management trainee for the Taj group of hotels, where he mastered the art of Pan-Asian cuisine. Mehrotra joined Old World Hospitality, the Oriental Octopus, and traveled across Asia to train in Pan-Asian cuisine. And then, lo and behold, as if by magic, in 2009, He, along with, of course, his boss, who I must say, give some credit to, because I think he's really the what do we call them? The power behind the magic. Rohit Khattar designed the Indian menu of Indian accent, and the rest, as they say, is history. We have, now in my case, I must tell you personally, because it's also my envy, because they were competing with two of my brands, Dampuk and Bukhara. And I kept hoping that they wouldn't do well, but unfortunately that was not to be, but that's not the point. They didn't stop with Indian accent. They've gone on to do Marius Cormoran, and then of course they have a restaurant now in Goa, and then they've gone and done a European restaurant in Europe. So much reason for applause, much reason to be proud. Our congratulations, Manish Mehrotra. He is really today India's Grand Master Chef.
Absolutely, the Grand Master Chef of India, Manish Mehrotra, the one and only Manish Mehrotra, the fellow of IHM once again, and we are so proud to have him in the Hospitality Honors List 2023 of ISC and IHM. Indian accent has taken the Indian food at a different league altogether. Thanks to Manish Mehrotra, and we are very proud of him. A big round of applause for Manish Mehrotra. And it's a great honor for all of us to have him in the list. Thank you, David.
Congratulations, Grand Chef of India, Master Chef Manish Mehrotra. A great honor for us that you've accepted this award. We thank you and we sincerely congratulate you. Thank you.
All right, so as we get on with our honors list, we reach somebody who is an expert in setting up turnkey projects, system design and processes, business development, training and personal development, government liaison, which is so important in this country, amongst others. Setting up hotels, units with the finest standards and products for a unique guest experience or delight, thus exceeding their expectation. He strongly practices. Impossible, we do it at once. Miracles do take time. I'm now talking about the incumbent, Mr. M.V. Ganesh.
Many congratulations to Mr. Ganesh, and he's one of that iconic hospitality professional in Hyderabad and in the south of India, and also a fellow of IHM, and very inspired by his work, and is very self-motivated. He's the kind of person that India needs now more than anyone else. So many congratulations for being in the ISC and IHM Hospitality Honor List 2023. Big round of applause for Mr. Ganesh.
Hello, Mr. Ganesh. Thank you very much for accepting this award. It's a great honor for us, and it is a pleasure for us to give it to you. But thank you for your wonderful contribution, and many congratulations.
Mr. Ganesh, we'd like to hear something from you.
Thank you to the distinguished team of Mr. Subramanian Bose and David Foskett, and being spelled out by Mr. Gautam Anand is itself a privilege every hotelier would dream for. Thank you for nominating me to the honors list. I would continue to give the best to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Keep going, Ganesh. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we've reached a sort of a threshold of leadership, and it can get very competitive now, and of course very exciting. So we are now talking about a younger person. Well, they all seem to be young, but Navjeet Ahluwalia, Senior Vice President and Country Head with Hilton Hotels Management India Private Limited. Navjeet has over 30 years of hospitality experience, and for over 13 years was with Marriott International, where he held key leadership roles. The most recent being the Senior Vice President responsible for the growth of the company's various brands in South Asia. Navjeet has also worked with HVS in New York and New Delhi, where he was responsible for hotel valuations and related consulting assignments for investors, lenders, and hotel companies. Prior to working with HBS, he worked with hotel operations with a number of hotel chains, including the Oberoi and ITC hotels in India, and the Claridges and the Dorchester hotels in London. It gives me great pleasure in announcing the name of Mr. Navjeet Ahluwalia.
Many congratulations, Mr. Ahluwalia, who is driving the Hilton in a very, very inspired way. On behalf of ISC London and IHM, it's a great honor to have you in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. Many congratulations to Mr. Ahluwalia. David?
Yes, many congratulations, Mr. Ahluwalia. It's a great pleasure for us, but for you to receive this award. It is indeed inspirational for us that we have people like you, especially in some of these renowned hotels like Hilton. A great inspiration for our students. So thank you very much indeed, and congratulations.
All right, so next on the honors list, and close on his heels or her heels, is Neeraj Govil, is a key member of the Asia Pacific Senior Executive Team of Marriott International. His role is both the strategic and tactical business partner to the president, area vice president, and brand leaders to drive the region's strategy and business performance with a focus on operational excellence. He manages a team of operations, subject matter experts, and support core business processes across all operational disciplines, and drives operational excellence, guest satisfaction, and revenue and profitability. Brand and product strategy execution and new hotel openings. The operating portfolio includes managed and franchise operations spanning 22 brands in 21 countries with a total inventory of over, 105,000 hotel rooms and over 700 restaurants and bars. Mr. Bose, Dr. Bose, we must give him a raise. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure in announcing the name of Mr. Neeraj Govil, who seems to be doing all that 20 people should be doing. My congratulations.
Many congratulations to Mr. Neeraj Govil. He is absolutely inspirational and a role model for the young hoteliers and hospitality professional. On behalf of ISC and IHM, it's my great pleasure to have him in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. May I have a big round of applause for Neeraj Govil, please. David?
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Govil. And another great name in the hotel industry, Marriott International. Very inspirational for our students of IHM and indeed students across the world. Thank you for accepting this award. We are deeply honored and we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Well, next on the honors list is a gentleman with 3 decades of expertise in international and domestic travel, headed nationals and multinationals as head of South India, then started Kennedy Holidays with a prime focus in international domestic holidays, cruise vacations, adventure holidays, special interest tours, and around the globe. We just love the name Kennedy Holidays, and the incumbent's name is N.S.N. Mohan. Our congratulations to Mr. Mohan.
Many congratulations to Mr. Mohan, who is again a huge inspiration for all of us at IHM and everyone. He is the SCOL International Director, the only international director in SCOL from India. And he is absolutely and very, very motivated and inspired hospitality and travel tourism leader. So it gives me immense pleasure to congratulate Mr. Mohan. I think he's in Istanbul now to be in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. It's a great pleasure to have him in the Hospitality Honours List. Many congratulations, Mr. Mohan. Big round of applause for Mr. Mohan.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Mohan is now a great inspirational figure and role model for young people. We are deeply honored that you have accepted this award, and we wish you every congratulations on all your achievements. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mohan would like to say a few words.
I think he has to unmute.
Unmute.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you, David Foskett. I'm really excited to have this award. And morning, I had time to see the speech of Professor Foskett. It was like an United States inaugural, President's inaugural speech. I remember JFK. It was so fine-tuned and it was incredible to hear. It was very inspirational. And Dr. Bose, the good work what you are doing for the industry, I think it is high time the national government and the state government has to recognize you. And I hear from SCAL as an international director. As you know, SCAL is present in 86 countries, 332 cities. Presently, now I am in Turkey. From Istanbul, I have come to Adana, where earthquake-affected places because even Turkey comes under my jurisdiction, to pray for the people who lost their homes and loved ones. And once again, I thank Dr. Bose and his entire team, ISC and IHM, the glory which they are bringing into the hospitality industry. I wish you all the best and may God bless you all and serve people more. And you are creating the future generation of hospitality. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be a part of yours always as a member. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so the as the honors list gets, let's move on with the honors list. And this is if there is disruption in South Asia, well, actually anywhere in the world, then this gentleman started it. Patanjali G. Keswani, or he's popularly known as Patu Keswani, started his career with the Tata Administrative Service upon graduation from IIMC in 1983, and after 15 years, rose to the top as the Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Taj Group of Hotels. He is the Managing Director and Chairman of Lemon Tree Hotels Limited. He started Lemon Tree Hotels in 2002. He pioneered the concept of the mid-market hotel segment and created a low-cost carrier equivalent of the hotel industry in India. As a transformative entrepreneur, he conceived and implemented a disruptive market innovation in providing high quality and affordable services in the industry. Patanjali's extraordinary achievements have been recognized repeatedly, and he has received many awards like the Best Employer National Award 2011 by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, and the Hall of Fame Award 2011 from FHRAI, which is the Federation of Hotel and Transport Association. As a philanthropist, Patanjali believes that wealth creation without spreading its benefit to the underprivileged in the society is capitalism without a contract. Mr. Patanjali G. Keswani.
Many congratulations to one man who have changed the way Indians live in a hotel. The Lemon Tree and of course the Red Fox has been absolutely disrupted in the Indian hospitality ecosystem. So many congratulations to the FIHM, the fellow of IHM, Patu Keswani, who is also a gem of a human being. So on behalf of ISC London and IIHM, it's my great honor to have Mr. Patu Keswani inducted in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. May I have some round of applause? Thank you so much. Many congratulations, Mr. Keswani. David?
Mr. Keswani, thank you for your inspiration, for being a role model. We are delighted that you have accepted this award, and we are honoured, and we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Next on the honors list is really a living legend. So the Executive Vice President Operations South India International and Ancillary Businesses, Mr. Prabhat Verma, Hotel Management graduate from IHMCATAN, Kolkata, joined IHCL in the year 1990 as a management trainee and has had key positions like General Manager of Taj Malabar Cochin, the Taj Coromandel Chennai. He was relocated as Hotel Manager to Crown Plaza St. James Court and 51 Buckingham Gate, the London properties of the Taj. He subsequently took charge as General Manager, Crown Plaza St. James and 51 Buckingham Gate, London. Mr. Verma has won numerous industry accolades, including Young General Manager of the Year 2005, 5-star Deluxe category by FHRAI, and the International Cooperation between the UK and India Award 2012 by Asia World. Mr. Prabhat Verma, ladies and gentlemen.
One more very inspirational business hospitality leader. I know him from the London days. And many congratulations to Mr. Prabhat Verma from all of us at ISC London and IIHM India on being inducted in the Hospitality Honours List 2023. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Prabhat Verma, who is apart from a great hospitalitarian, but also a gem of a person, a great human being. So, David.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Thank you for spending your time in London and giving us your expertise. We are honoured that you have received this award, and we are honoured and delighted, and we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Congratulations.
Well, the last name on my honours list, not the honours list per se, is somebody who how would I call it? She's the Maharani of the Indian hotel business. Her name is Priya Paul. She is a household name. She's the director and member of the Group Management Committee of APJ Surinder and chairperson of the Park Hotels. Currently, she's a member of the National Council for Science Museums, the Advisory Council of National Tourism, and the chairperson of the South Asian Women's Fund, Indian Initiative Trustee and Trustee of IFA, India Foundation of the Arts. Priya Paul is ranked by Forbes in 2019 as one of Asia's most influential businesswomen. Miss Priya Paul.
Many congratulations to Miss Priya Paul. I mean, we all know her from the Calcutta days and from the Park Hotel days, from only 2 hotel or 3 hotel, now a huge empire. So on behalf of ISC London, on behalf of IIHM, it's my great honor and privilege to have her in the Hospitality Honor List 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Priya Paul a big round of applause. Thank you so much. David.
Madam Paul, thank you very much for accepting this honour. We are honoured and privileged to have you accept. Thank you for being such an inspiration for young people, particularly female people, girls, women. You're breaking the glass barrier, ceiling, and that's so important. So thank you. You are a real role model. Delighted you've accepted this honour. Congratulations.
Sanchari, over to you.
Thank you so much, Devan Saab. And again, congratulating all the awardees for tonight. Thank you so much, Devan Saab, for conferring all the awards to everybody. And now we are going to be going ahead for the last segment of the Hospitality Honours List, for which I would like to again invite back Mr. Ron Scott.
You're muted, Ron.
Right. Thank you very much, Sanchari. And thank you very much, Mr. Anand, for that last segment. Moving on to the remaining stage of the Hospitality Honours List, it is my pleasure to nominate Puneet Dhawan. He has been a part of the Accor family for over 2 decades, leading various functions in Hong Kong, Vietnam, Australia, Singapore, UAE, Philippines, and at his current assignment serving as Senior Vice President of Operations, India and South Asia at Accor. His current portfolio includes leading business development, owner management, hotel operations, and the commercial teams of the brand. Dr. Bose.
It's a great honor to know a person like Puneet Dhawan, and he has been absolute inspirational, especially during the Young Chef Olympiad. And it's a great honor for me to congratulate Puneet Dhawan as one of the inductee in the ISC London IIHM Hospitality Honour List 2023. Many congratulations. Round of applause for Puneet Dhawan, the man changing the Accor in India. David.
Yes, many congratulations, Mr. Dhawan. It is a delight that you have accepted. We are honoured. Great inspiration for young people, and many, many congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next awardee, with a career spanning over 3 decades in hospitality, out of which over 22 years of his career was with Marriott International, Rajiv Menon is currently president for Marriott International Asia Pacific, excluding China. Rajiv is a key member of the continent's senior leadership team and functions as the operational leader for the region. Today, apart from overseeing Marriott's business in APEC, Rajiv also holds the position of vice chair on the tourism committee for the US ASEAN Business Council. Congratulations, Mr. Menon. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Mr. Raj Menon, who is spearheading the Marriott in the entire Southeast Asia. On behalf of the ISC London and IHM, it's my great honor to have him in the Hospitality Honor List 2023. Many congratulations.
Yes, many congratulations, Mr. Ravid Nemor. Thank you for being such an inspirational leader. We are honoured that you've accepted, and many, many congratulations. Thank you.
And the next awardee is Rajiv Samant. He is an alumni of the Stanford University in the USA and founder and chief executive officer of Sula Vineyard, which is India's largest wine producer and a true pioneer in many ways, producing India's first Sauvignon Blanc, Chenin Blanc, Zinfandel, and Riesling wines. Rajiv is the first to establish a winery in Nasik, now considered India's #1 wine region. He is also won accolades for being the exclusive Indian importer of Remy Martin Cognac, the Botanist Gin, Beluga Vodka, Asahi Pear, and leading wine brands like Hardy's, Connoisseur, Trapiche, Bouchard, and Fils. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Dr. Sawant. He at Sula actually changed the way of the wine industry in India, and he's absolutely a huge inspiration for the entire industry. So it gives me immense pleasure and honor to have Dr. Sawant in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honor List 2023. Many congratulations. A big round of applause. David.
Indeed. It is a great honor to have Dr. Rajiv Samant to accept this award. Wine, very important subject. Students want to know a lot about wine and spirits, and of course, Scotch whiskey. We won't exclude Scotch whiskey, especially Ron presenting the awards. But thank you very much. A great honor and pleasure to have you. Congratulations on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Our next awardee is Ranju Alex, who has over 28 years of hospitality experience, has been with the Marriott Group for 12 years. She is an alumni of IHM Calcutta and started her hospitality career with the Oberoi Group, now holding the position of Area Vice President of South Asia, Marriott International. As a key member of Marriott International's leadership, she oversees the company's operations across India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. Dr. Bose.
It's absolutely a great inspiration is Ranju Alex for all of us, especially those who are in seen her in Calcutta for many years. And many congratulations. It's my great honor and pleasure to induct her in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors 2023. Ranju Alex, please give her a very big round of applause.
Yes, Ma'am Alex, what an inspiration you are to IIHM students as an alumni of IIHM. Your inspiration, they will look to you and say, I can get there too, hopefully. You are breaking the glass ceiling. What an achievement. And we are delighted and celebrate that you have achieved all these great things. So we thank you. We're honored to have you as an awardee, and we fully congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Our next awardee really needs no introduction. We've already seen him, and he's already spoken earlier on today in the afternoon sessions, and that is Chef Ranveer Brar. He's a television celebrity, Master Chef India judge, author, restaurateur, food film producer, and also he's been a strong supporter of the Young Chef Olympiad since its inception in 2015. So the next award honor goes to Ranveer Brar. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to Ranveer Brar, who has been part of the IHM group family for last so many years. And Ron, yes, he has been a great supporter of the Young Chef Olympiad and also the culinary tour. And it's my great honor to induct him in the ISC London and IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations, Ranveer Brar.
What a pleasure for me to say congratulations to Chef Ranveer Brar. We have on many occasions met, and I've enjoyed much conversations with you on food, on restaurants, and I'm delighted to say to you congratulations and thank you for accepting this award. Many congratulations.
Our next awardee is Ratan Keswani. He has served as president of Trident Hotels of the Oberoi Group, followed by being the deputy managing director of Lemon Tree Hotels. Received the Hall of Fame by the Hoteliers Award in 2015. He is appraised as entrepreneurial, caring, and ethical in a row of successful business leaders. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Mr. Keshwani. It's once again a great pleasure to have him in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations to Mr. Keshwani. A big round of applause from all of you here to Ratan Keshwani.
Thank you, Mr. Keswani, for accepting this award. Great honor for us, inspirational for IIHM students. Indeed, we congratulate you wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Ritesh Agarwal, founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of Disruptive Hospitality Business and Oyo Rooms, a network of 2,200 hotels operating in 154 cities across India with monthly revenues of $3.5 million and 1,500 employees. He has won many awards and accolades for his work, including the Business World Young Entrepreneur Award. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to the young Turk of the Indian industry, Ritesh Agarwal. He is also a fellow of IHM, and at present he is the second largest rooms he has got in the world after Marriott. He is one of the most successful story in the Indian hospitality history. So it's my great pleasure to induct Ritesh Agarwal in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations, Ritesh Agarwal. Big round of applause for Ritesh Agarwal.
And congratulations, Mr. Ritesh Agarwal. What an inspiration you are to young people. It's a great pleasure to have you as an awardee and for accepting. But please keep up the good work that you're doing. And we say to you, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. And the next awardee is Riaz Amiani, Managing Director, Impresario Entertainment Hospitality, which is a restaurant management company dedicated to building sustainable and scalable restaurants. Mr. Amiani boasts a network of 57 restaurants across 16 Indian cities and multiple brands. Its umbrella of brands includes Social, Antisocial, Smokehouse Deli, Goodness to Go, Saltwater Cafe, Bishara, Boss Burger, Slink and Bardo, Soufflé s'il vous plaît, Prithvi Cafe, and Mocha. The strength lies in understanding the changing dining out habits of young India and delivering quality experiences tailored to delight its patrons. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to Riaz Amlani. He is again one of those young generation of industry in the restaurant industry who have disrupted and been immensely successful. It gives me huge pleasure to induct him in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations to Riaz Amlani. A round of applause for Riaz Amlani from all of us here.
Congratulations, Mr. Amlani. It's always a pleasure to see entertainment and hospitality together, because hospitality is a great entertainment. So we congratulate you, and we sincerely thank you for agreeing to be an awardee today. So many congratulations. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Rohit Khattar, who is the founder chairman of Old World Hospitality Limited, a company that operates 30 restaurants, 2 hotels, and India's most comprehensive performing arts and convention centre. He is the curator of much-loved restaurant brands like Indian Accent, Core Bazaar, Comoron, the All-American Diner, Oriental Octopus, and many others. Rohit was featured amongst the Big 10 of the F&B industry and amongst the 99 superstars who changed their lives across India by Time Out. He, along with Veer Sanghvi, was honoured with the IFCA Award of Excellence by the Indian Federation of Culinary Associations in appreciation of his outstanding contribution to the development of the culinary profession and society. He was named a Restaurateur of the Year at the BBC Good Food Awards in 2019. Rohit was conferred with the June S. Moon Distinguished International Alumni Award 2021 by Michigan State University, and where he graduated from in hotel, restaurant, and institutional management in 1985. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to the superstar of Indian F&B business, Rohit Khattar, who single-handedly brought the group to a new height, and not just in India, but in US, and of course in other countries, in UK as well now. And many congratulations to Mr. Rahil Khattar for being inducted in this hospitality honor list of ISC London and IHM. Round of applause from all of us to Rohit Khattar.
Mr. Khattar is a star.
Yes,
Mr. Star.
Mr. Anand. Mr.
What a
Anand,
star.
you flatter
Congratulations,
me. You are the star.
Mr. Khattar. Congratulations. We are deeply humbled and honoured that you have accepted this award, and what an inspiration for our young students. Thank you very much indeed. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Khattar.
Mr. Scott, with your permission, may I say something a little acerbic for Mr. Khattar? Okay. Mr. Khattar told me very candidly that he likes to be in the background, and he sometimes he even projects his own chef to be the owner, isn't it? Now, some of us don't. Some of us know he is the man, the brains behind it. So when we were awarding Manish, I did mention obliquely, I said this award must also go to Mr. Khattar, and there you are. But nobody in India deserves the citation more than you, Rohit. You are, you're modest, you are bright, and by God, you are rich.
You are too kind, Gautam, and it's really friends like you and Dr. Bose. And Dr. Bose, I'm not being able to even keep up with the number of things that you're doing, but it's a great honor. It's always a pleasure to see what all you're doing. There's so many initiatives, we've lost count.
But congratulations for all that you do and to this galaxy of stars there. Really, really honored to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gautam.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody. If we can move on, the next awardee is Rohit Khosla, currently serving as Executive Vice President Operations IHCL. He is a member of the Executive Committee of the Hotel Association of India and SCAL, and Chairman of Tata Network Forum North, member of the CII National Committee and WTT CII, and served as the past Chairman CII Northern Tourism Regional Committee. He is a postgraduate from the Institute of Hotel Management, Mumbai, and most recently recognized as the International Achiever of the Year Award by PATWA at ITB Berlin, Germany in 2019, along with a galaxy of others down her hospitality tenure.
Many congratulations to Rohit Khosla, and it gives me an immense pleasure to induct him in the ISC London and IIHM Hospitality Honours List 2023. May we have a big round of applause for Rohit Khosla, who leads the Taj in the North and West. David.
Yes, many congratulations, Rohit Khosla. It is a great pleasure and honour for us to give you this award and for you to receive it. We are deeply humbled by your presence. Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations.
Thank you. The next awardee is Sanjay Sethi. He comes with an extensive experience of more than 3 decades in providing strategic vision and leadership to leading hotel chains, and currently serving as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Chalet Hotels Limited, with former experience in brands like ITC and Taj. He was conferred the coveted Hall of Fame Award by Hotelier India. Sanjay was recognized as the best hospitality professional in India by the Pacific Asia Travel Writers Association in March 2020. He is an Executive Committee member of the Hotel Association of India and the National Tourism Committee of CII and the Global Hospitality Committee of GRI. He is recognized as a thought leader in the... Oh, my apologies. Nearly got to the very end in the hospitality industry. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Sanjay. He is also a fellow of IHM, and we work quite closely on many issues, and it's a great honor to know a man like Sanjay, and to congratulate him on this day is a great honor for me. So I congratulate Mr. Sanjay Sethi in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honour List 2023. And let's have a big round of applause for Sanjay Sethi.
Yes, indeed. What a great honour for IIHM to have you on board as an awardee, Mr. Sethi. Thank you very much for accepting, and many congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Our next awardee is Siddharth Gupta. He holds an MBE from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and a Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. He initially served as Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Development at Myntra, and then founded Treebo Hotels, which is a technology-enabled brand operating in the budget segment of the hospitality industry, presently at 500 plus locations across 100 cities, with a network size of over 10,000 rooms and a hotel superhero, which is comprehensively management software, which allows hotels to manage all aspects of all their business on a cloud-native SaaS platform. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely, true disruptor, another young superstar in the Indian hospitality industry, Treebo Hotel superhero app, and he's an absolutely superstar. So many congratulations to Siddharth for making it to the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honour List 2023, and we are absolutely honoured to have you with us. Many congratulations. Over to you, David.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. What an honor for us. What a role model you are for our young students. Thank you for accepting. We are very honored to have you as an awardee, and many congratulations.
Thank you. And moving on to our next awardee, this lady, Sanika Malhotra Kandari, is the Joint Managing Director of the MBD Group. She has done her MBA in Finance from PLD Harvard Business School. She is driving the group by taking powerful strides into hospitality, real estate, retail, and mall development ventures. After successfully establishing their first maiden hotel, the Radisson Blu, Noida, the journey followed on with Radisson Blu, Ludhiana, coming up with further similar premium and luxury brands in different corners of the country. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Ms. Sonika Malhotra, again a fellow of IHM, a big supporter and very inspirational lady, very inspirational hotelier. And it's my great honor, great pleasure to induct her in the hospitality honor list of the ISC London and IHM. Can we have a big round of applause for Sonika Malhotra, please? Thank you. Professor Foskett.
Indeed, what an honor to have you as an awardee. A great role model for our female students. You are breaking the glass ceiling barrier, and we congratulate you and thank you for being such an inspiration for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next award on the honours list goes to Srinivas Chalapati Rao, who has served ITC hotels for over 2 decades and is now the founder of Simply South by Chef Chef Chalapati Rao. And this has won numerous accolades from the highly esteemed organizations like Best South Indian Restaurant by Times Food and Nightlife Awards, as well as the 44th Best Restaurant in India by Condé Nast Traveller for the year 2018. With 25 years of culinary expertise, he judged the famed reality show MasterChef Telugu. Dr. Bose.
Absolutely, a great delight to note Chalapati Rao and his contribution to IHM and in the Young Shiv Olympiad as one of the senior judge was incredible. It gives me an immense pleasure to induct him in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations, Chalapati Rao, and many more laurels to come. Big applause for Chalapati Rao.
Well done, Chalu. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Chef Rao. What a pleasure it is for me to say congratulations to you. What a great inspiration you are to us all, and especially to IAHM students. Thank you very much for accepting. It's a great honor for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Foskett. Thank you, Dr. Bose. Thank you, Ron. I'm really humbled and honored to receive this award. And I'm seriously looking forward for the YCO 2024. It was a great learning experience. And thanks IHSC and IIHM for honoring me with this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chef Rao. I can assure you as well that we are working very hard on all the plans and organization for next year's YCO. And we look forward to having you join us for that.
Sure.
Our next awardee is Sanjay Sharma, who is a hospitality veteran with over 2 decades in the industry and now Managing Director, India and Southwest Asia at Hyatt Hotels Corporation, and has led numerous business cycles and helmed diverse workforce. He is marching towards a goal of having a more diverse portfolio of hotel offerings in both existing and emerging markets, with over 50 high-branded properties in India by the end of 2023. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to Sanjay Sharma. Is an absolute inspiration, and again, somebody who inspires the young people, a role model and he's taking Hayat in a different league in India and in the Southeast Asia in his new assignment now. So it gives me a huge pleasure and honor to induct him in the hospitality on the list of the ISC London and IHM. Many congratulations and a big round of applause for Sanjay Sharma.
Yes, congratulations, Mr. Sharma. What a delight it is to have you as an awardee. Hyatt Hotels, great name across the world, inspirational for our students of IIHM. Thank you for being a role model and thank you for accepting. Many congratulations.
It's now our pleasure to move on to announce the next awardee, who is Veer Vijay Singh, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Trans Hotels and Resorts. At present, he is also the executive member of Hotel Association of India. And apart from this, Veer Vijay also co-chairs the Tourism and Hospitality Committee of Indian Merchants Chambers. Under his expertise, Vivanta has been declared as the third best hotel brand in the world by Condé Nast Traveller. He is a Taj veteran, having spent over 38 years in the company. He was recently honoured with the Hall of Fame Lifetime Contribution in Hospitality at the International Awards organised by Pacific Area Travel Writers Association at the ITB in Berlin. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Veer Vijay Singh, who is once again very inspirational and absolutely fantastic human being. And it gives me a huge pleasure to induct Veer Vijay Singh in the ISC London IHM City Honours 2023. Many congratulations, Veer Vijay Singh.
Yes, what a pleasure for me to say congratulations to Mr. Vijay Singh. We are delighted that you have accepted this award. We are honoured, great inspiration for our students, and we say hearty congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And the next recipient of the Honours Award is Vikas Khanna. He is an Indian chef, restaurateur, cookbook writer, filmmaker, and humanitarian. He is one of the judges of MasterChef India and has received an honorary doctorate at GD Goenka University as a recognition of his outstanding work in culinary arts, philanthropy, altruism, and humanitarianism, and his global reach as a chef. Chef Khanna worked for the Taj Hotels, Oberoi Group, Welcome Group, and Lila Group of hotels, and also worked with top chefs including Gordon Ramsay, Eric Ripper, Bobby Flay, and Jean-Georges Vongerichten. He is recognized as one of the top 10 chefs in the world by Deutsche Welle News and Gazette Review, and GQ India Man of the Year 2012 by GQ Magazine. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to possibly the most popular chef in the Indian chef in the world, Vikas Khanna, who is an absolute inspiration to all the young chefs of the country. And it's my great pleasure to induct Vikas Khanna in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honour List 2023. Big round of applause for the big man, Vikas Khanna. David.
Yes, what an honor for me to say congratulations to Chef Vikas Khanna. You are an inspiration, a role model for young people, and we are delighted that you have accepted this honor. We are congratulating you wholeheartedly because it's people like you that young people look up to. So many congratulations, and we look forward, hopefully, seeing you at YCO 2024.
Thank you. Our next awardee is Vineet Bhatia, MBE. He is a British chef and the first chef of Indian origin to receive the Michelin star in its 120-year history. He has been a culinary ambassador to British Airways and Qatar Airways for 16 years. He is one of the most respected and recognized names in the industry, consequently being named in the top 100 global Indians, and his restaurant in Chelsea, Rasoi, was featured in the Sunday Times top 10 restaurants in the United Kingdom, as well as offering 2 leading cookbooks, Rasoi, New Indian Kitchen, and My Street Kitchen. Dr. Bose.
Congratulations to, again, one of the finest chefs that India have ever seen, Vinit Bhatia, worked with all the big groups and also been decorated with MBE last year, and also an ambassador of the British food. He's an absolute gem of a person. I congratulate Vinit Bhatia and induct him in the Hospitality Honor List 2023 of ISC London and IHM. Big congratulations to the big man, Vinit Bhatia.
Yes, what an honor for me to say congratulations to Chef Vinay Bhatia. I feel very humbled to be in his presence, and what a role model for young people, not just in India, but in the UK as well and across the globe. We are delighted that you have accepted this award. We thank you and we are honored, and many congratulations for all your successes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And the next awardee is Zorawar Kalra. He is an alumni of Bentley University and founder of the Massive Restaurants Private Limited, which owns brands such as Masala Library, Papaya, Farsi Cafe, Made in Punjab, and a unique Asian eatery called Hotel Shanghai. He hosted the season 5 of MasterChef India. He now has 26 restaurants across 9 brands in 8 countries. He has been recognized amongst the 50 most influential young Indians by GQ India. Many awards and accolades are countless to mention in his name. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Zorawar Kalra. He is a fellow of IHM and again a huge inspiration to the young students of IHM and all the young chefs of the country, young entrepreneur of the country, because he is not only a chef, he is an entrepreneur also. And it gives me a huge pleasure to induct him in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honors List 2023. Many congratulations, Zorawar. Can we have a round of applause for Zorawar? Thank you.
All I can say is, wow, what I'm in the presence of this great entrepreneur, and thank you very much. What an inspiration to our young people, and especially on this day of this Hospitality Day, which is very significant. I have to say many congratulations on all your achievements, and thank you for being an awardee of IIHM International Hospitality Council London. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, David. And last but not least, we have come to the end of a very long list of extremely important and influential and remarkable individuals. But last on our list as an awardee on this year's honours list is Zubin Saxena. He is Managing Director and Senior Area Vice President, Southeast Asia at Radisson Hotel Group. He has completed his MBA with distinction in business from the University of Glasgow, which gives me great pleasure, as Glasgow is the city where I was born, and has been in leading positions with the HVS Group, the JLL Group, and IHG. He's listed in the top 20 of the Italian Indie Power List 2021, and he's also listed under ET40 Under 40, India's Hottest Business Leaders 2019. Dr. Bose.
Many congratulations to Zubin Saxena. It's my great pleasure to induct him in the ISC London IHM Hospitality Honor List 2023. Many congratulations to the young man who is leading Radisson to different heights. A big round of applause for Zubin Saxena of Radisson. David.
Yes, congratulations, Zubin Zakzena. Another great name in the hotel world, Radisson Hotels. Very inspirational for our students, not just in IIHM, but across the world. Thank you for all your achievements. Thank you for accepting this honor. We are very humbled by it, and we thank you. Many, many congratulations. Well done.
Absolutely.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this wonderful IHT Global Convention and definitely the award ceremony, where we have gone ahead and there has been 64 awardees who have been conferred this evening. Many, many thanks to everyone. And before we go ahead and have a closure to the event, we would like to go ahead and invite in Ron sir for the closing remarks for the evening.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Sanchari. Thank you very much to everybody. And what a wonderful day it has been. What a wonderful way to celebrate International Hospitality Day. It's been a very long day for many people over there in IIHM, and I give special thanks to all the directors and all their teams, etc., in providing all the backup, the technical backup, because without that expertise, today would not have been possible. For me, it's been a great pleasure to hear from such a wide and diverse range of individuals, all experts in their own areas, with years and years of experience behind them, and lots of experience still to offer to us and to offer to our young people. As I've said, and also David Foskett, my dear colleague, has said many, many times, the future of hospitality is in our young people, and we need to allow them to be mentored by the types of the sorts of individuals and people that we've been listening to today. The future is great. It's not going to be easy. There's lots of challenges, but I'm sure that our industry will rise up, as it always does, and meet these challenges as we move forward. So a great big thanks to all our contributors today who have come in and given up their time. Thank you also to all those very important people who have accepted the awards that they have been nominated for this year. It's, as we say, it's the end of the day. I'm quite sure that when we press this little button that says end of meeting, I think the celebrations will still be continuing in India with all the staff. I won't be there to join with you face to face, but I certainly can wish you all the very best. In here, I don't know if you can see it very much, but yes, it's a taste of the golden liquor. It is a lovely peated single malt whiskey, not from Scotland, but of course it is from India, from Paul John. So I celebrate you all, and I wish you all the very best, and wish you cheers in the only language we can use in Scotland, Slán Java.
Well done. Well done.